All right, happy Sunday, everybody. Joe here. Watching the final round of the Masters, trying to see if Rory can get this done. Oh, that's another great shot from Rory. He's trying to close this thing out. So hello, thanks for making me part of your Masters Sunday. Nobody in the chat at the moment, but I'm sure some people will start checking in. Let's put the break schedule in the chat. Make sure you get your teams, get your spots. Oh, I'm just noticing trends in the Twitch stream. Well, I don't think this game didn't really matter today, trends. Also, Aaron, we're probably going to discontinue the Twitch stream. So I'd start getting used to being in the YouTube chat. You know, I don't think anyone's really in the Twitch stream, so we're going to be discontinuing that at some point. No one's really on there. I mean, nobody's on there. I don't think we really pay attention to the Twitch stream. I think we might improve the chat too. The chat lag time. So yeah, I'd start getting comfortable getting back onto the YouTube channel.
Hello, Joe.
Whoa! What is Sunday, Michael?
Switch. Clay asked me to switch it.
Oh, okay.
Oh! Wow!
Dang, what a shot. Justin Rose trying to win this thing? Is it playoffs here? Are we going to get a playoffs? Rory, what are you doing? Why does Rory leave the ball?
They're close to the road score. There are no boards down here. It's all this border.
Ahead, 17. Lost to me a 3-putt for moving here as the 71st, drops back. But another great showing here for 89 fastest last year. Actually, I was second at the last. Sunday, that is for sure. Point for the ages. Frank, I think they want more.
All right, gang. Well, only 2 orders today. What's going on? Rangers are gone in select 4, and that was 15 hours ago, and the only order I have in 15 hours is George's order for the Hit Parade 15 box mixer. That's a multi-sport. I think the filler is going to be that Encore box. And that's it. I mean, we may have to just shut down YouTube in general. This is sad news here. Maybe everyone's watching the Masters.
Yeah. Yeah. So I need 2 more. Yeah, I didn't birdie the last 2.
Oh, Bryson's way right. And George gets a spot in that Hit Parade and then 4 in the filler for that. All right, well this is kind of sad times, ladies and gentlemen. What are we gonna do to turn this around? Well, let's let people know that I'm in the air everywhere. Oh, sorry, Trends. I don't even look at that Twitch chat. If you want to be in the YouTube chat, sorry, I totally missed that. I don't even look at the Twitch chat. Trends, if you want to be in the YouTube chat, you're probably going to get faster responses from me. But I'm doing okay. I'd feel better if we had more than 1 order in the last 15 hours. That's a little bit of a bummer here. So hopefully we can get something going here today, ladies and gentlemen. We've only had 1 order in the last 15 hours.
that was jacket. Final round 69.
Well, everyone's putting in their final rounds here. All Rory needs is a birdie. 17, 18. He's got 2 holes left. Oh, what a shot. Wow. What a shot. All right, nice. Nancy just picked up a couple spots in the photogenic, which brings that down to the final 4 spots, and that will sell out the box and give away some mystery crate spots. So give that a shot. Let's do it. Got a box right here ready to go. I think Jason was super busy on Friday, and then Thomas said it was just dead on Saturday, and looks like the same is happening today. Not too many orders coming in here, just 1 or 2 orders, that was it. One was 15 hours ago. Then we had George's order a few hours ago, and then Nancy just got some spots, and that's been it. There's a lot of stuff on the website. Don't be scared. Scared money don't make money, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get something going here. It's a sad day yesterday, but let's make it a happy day today. All right, there we go. Scott trying to breathe some life into some breaks here. Gets 2 in the filler for Select Baseball. That's a box of Select. That's going to get you into the Select Team Random, right? Where you got a chance at a case or a team. Which would be pretty awesome. I think it's worth the spot straight up, too. That break's a little bit on the longer side. That would be a nice leisurely break to do on what, for now, appears to be a pretty slow day. But it'd be nice to knock out a longer break while we're doing that. So that's only 9 left, with some spots that were given away, too. So, in spite of the lack of orders, or the minimal orders here, we do have some breaks that are pretty close. So we may as well just get those across the finish line, ladies and gentlemen. I know there was a lot of late last day of the season basketball happening. Lakers played, I think they have their 3 seed locked up, so they played a meaningless game today against the Trailblazers. So that I don't think they played all scrubs. All the scrubs. No, yeah, all the guys who usually don't get a lot of minutes got starts today. Oh, no, Rory's nervous. He stepped off his putt. I don't like that. There you go. Rory just has to par. What's up, David? What's going on? Yeah, weekend is great. Been watching the Masters all weekend. Rory just needs a par to win this tournament. Which would give him the career Grand Slam. I've been doing pretty good. What's not been good, though, is we've only had 3 orders in the last 15 hours. So in that respect, not so good, but personally, doing good. Rory can get the career Grand Slam if he just pars a hole 18. The second hit parade got you back on track. Nice. That's good to hear. Yeah, it looks like Jason had a hell of a day on Friday. Maybe we burned out people's budgets for the weekend. Burned out their weekend budgets. I don't know. Maybe some people will win some money on Rory winning the Masters, and we'll see some people trickle in. Basketball season officially over, boys and girls. All the final games were played today. And I think everything's a final today, right? Yeah, so I think playoffs are set. I think my Lakers really didn't have anything to do with the... I think they were going to be stuck at that... They had a tiebreaker against the Nuggets, so I think they were always going to be in that 3 seed, which is great, because I think they'll have home court advantage, at least for the first round. So, which is pretty exciting. So the Lakers are going to face the Timberwolves. I think they'll have home court advantage there, and I think is a winnable series for the Lakers. I think they're also much better at home than they are on the road. So that's going to be good. Yeah, double, like bogey and double bogey, 17 and 18. Oh yeah, it's not good. Rory just has to par to win it.
Went from second place to a triple bogey?
No, it's not good.
What the? No, he's not even top 5 anymore.
Well,
6, oh jeez.
all Rory needs to do is just par.
Just bogey for the fun of it.
Playoffs?
Yeah, just bogey for the fun of it.
Playoffs would be kind of exciting.
Yeah. Like, do it on purpose.
So the Nuggets are going to play the Clippers. Lakers, Timberwolves. Rockets are going to await the 7 seed. Thunder are going to await the 8 seed, the official 8 seed after the play-in games. Pacers, Bucks, Knicks, Pistons. Knicks, Pistons should be a great series. And then Cavs will await the 8 seed and the Celtics will await the 7 seed. I don't mind this matchup. I like this. Lakers, Timberwolves. I feel like they can get out of that round. If they get, they're going to need the rest too. I know there's rest versus rust, but I think for a team that's you know, with an older LeBron James, and I think previous years they had to play the play-in and then try to battle through a first round. No, this is going to be great. I think it's going to be almost a calendar week before the Lakers, I think, start the playoffs, right? Now, I think the dates are TBD, but all right, so they'll start at least on the 19th. They rested today. None of their Lakers starters played today. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 solid days for them to rest up. So that's good for the Lakers. They're going to need that rest. All right, Rory's on the tee. We need a clean. Thomas wants chaos. He wants to see He wants to see a playoff. There hasn't been a playoff in like a decade, I think. Just nice, clean tee shot, Rory. Beautiful. Nice. Right in the fairway, just in front of the bunker. He's on 18 right here. I think he's just right about there, just in front of the bunker. Right about there somewhere, I think. Saddens for your Cubs. What's going on, Rex? Didn't your Cubs destroy my Dodgers yesterday? Oh no. Really? Honestly, I have not even been paying attention to baseball this weekend because of the Masters. Wow. Out for the season? So now it's pretty much wipes out this season, wipes out almost pretty much next season because we're in April already. So the earliest he can come back to even throw would be April. And he probably needs April or May just to build himself back up, just arm strength and all that. Probably won't even make a start until June if they even want to rush it. Man, that's bad news. It sucks.
It's a third place solo for the 18 winner, and it's his best showing in a major. since he won the green jacket. Great play by Patrick Reed. For weekend, 69-69 over the weekend for Patrick.
Man, I feel like last season he had like that calf injury that knocked him out for like a month, and now this.
Rory's mom and dad, I worked hard to give their boy every chance. I worked at that public golf course back in my hometown of Hollywood. I worked in the bar at Rory area, letting them check people in, review their son. That's God-given talent. He's only 3 or 4 years old. Put the money together to try to give them these experiences around the world. To strengthen them, give them a chance to learn how to compete against other junior players around the world. All right, 3 days to home. Yeah, just about. Right there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, let's see if they move. Let's say they make a move for a pitcher. That would be, you know, like this. It's a moment. Moments like this, Rex, is where you see if the Cubs are going to be a serious, a serious team or not. If they're serious about winning, they're going to go. They're going to get a pitcher. You know, maybe trade some of those young assets for an established pitcher. Get some relief pitching while you're at it. If they stand pat, then I think we may know what's going on. Here's Rory. Second shot. All he needs is a par to win the Masters. And the career Grand Slam. That's a nice looking shot. Ooh, bunker. Oh no. Oh no.
Similar to the 113 flared out to the right. Another twist.
I can't believe it.
You want playoffs?
All they have to do is just hit the green.
It's fine.
It was a 125-yard drive, that's it.
Yeah, at least it's not plugged.
Again, under normal conditions, he would get this up and down.
Not times out of
For the great majority of the time.
Yeah, on the outside.
Of course, in 22, we know what he did. He held a bunker shot. Here at this green.
What's Rory doing? Tyler, what's Rory doing?
To finish second to Shepard. All these now is up and down as they all need.
He wants to take. He doesn't want to go into a playoff.
Coming in on these closing minutes.
Tyler wants the chaos, playoff chaos. That would be pretty exciting.
Trevor, you're right, it's a good lie, but it's a hook lie that should release.
Rory's away first.
Okay, channel.
Just needs to get it on the green. That's it. It's a good spot.
Touches the sand and it's a 2-stroke penalty.
Oh my God.
He loses.
That would be a hell of a. Oh my God, that would be a heartache.
He grounds his club.
He's got plenty of green to work with.
Imagine.
Lots of green to work with. Just kind of splash it out.
Just don't ground the club, whatever you do.
Go! 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 That's a beauty.
Oh, please lip out. I want Rory to win, but lip out for a playoff.
Kind of like the
Keep us entertained for another hour.
kind of like the U.S. Open last year.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's Jason's fault.
Sure would have liked it another couple of feet closer.
Yeah, just where I got the second bounce a little bit more than what he anticipated. Get a slight read off of Bryson. A few minutes for him to wait.
I thought for sure the second shot will be somewhere in the area where Bryson is right now.
Absolutely, you and me both.
This is the top shepherd for fourth.
Oh, Bryson just missed it. This putter has been pretty good today, or over the weekend, but not good today.
Years ago today, discovered. Let's do this one now. So he said it's white knuckle time. The 18th. A century later, and it's still true. Bryson. In a disappointing round, 75. They took the lead on the second hole.
Took the lead today, too?
Nice face. Very good.
Yeah, that's the
Not
second.
too often.
Oh,
Here it is.
The story's been written a million times.
Here it is
Absolutely.
for the win and the career Grand Slam.
When we do it, how badly do you want
I'm nervous for Rory.
all those moments need to tell us?
dude, let me see a 780 lip out.
Oh, that'd be brutal. Oh my God, he missed it! Wow!
The moment's too big.
Wow!
Oh no. Oh no, Rory.
Going to a fly.
Wow!
Give us what we want.
Chaos.
Will he be able to regroup, reset?
Wow!
First playoff at the Masters since 2017, where Justin Rose was a participant. They ended up losing to Sergio Garcia.
Oh my God, this is Justin Rose's revenge.
Neil Rose makes a longish putt for birdie. Went to 77. Rory tussles the hair of his little girl Poppy, who made a putt on the 9th green of part 3 tournament on Wednesday. He could have only channeled that.
feels a little different than what he thought it would 5 minutes ago.
Wow. Wow.
Red shots. One of the 13th, one of the 18th.
I
Both back to the right.
Both the captain. From already having both hands on the green jacket.
I mean, what an insane, just double here. Then he cleans up the card. And then the bogey on 11, the double on 13, another bogey on 14, bounces back with a huge bird, par, another bird, and then misses this, 5-footer, 4-footer, 3-footer maybe? Meanwhile, Justin Rose had a couple of bogeys, but he had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 birds on the second 9. Whew. I mean, good for Justin Rose for continuing to battle. My God. Thomas saw 2 Skeens auto in a select box? That makes his 1 box break look nice here.
Long time, Ryder Cup teammate. Square on.
Just like last time, he was in a playoff for Sergio.
9 spots left there, 8-spot giveaway, and a chance to win a $300 team random spot.
18, where Justin is great.
And then that photogenic box is still holding at 4. That's the filler for the mystery crate.
You see that putt every year. It doesn't get home very often. Marco Vera did.
And that's right here. That's ready to go when you are.
We've had since Southern playoffs began in 1979 with a buzzy win.
How does the playoff work here? Is it 1v1, half court, first one to 21, ones and twos?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nick
Check.
Mazzulla.
Dude, just the complete opposite finishes. Long birdie putt made for Justin Rose and the short par putt.
Miss for Rory.
Justin will try to become the oldest player to ever win the Masters for the first time. Not the oldest ever, but for the first time. He comes over his mom's been here with him all week long. Just when you thought we'd seen all the drama you could handle, more on the way at Augusta.
Out here, there's no one way of doing things. Out here, we're creating the world's largest youth golf club. But the only requirement is having fun.
How so?
America invites kids 6 to 18 to golf with us.
Jim Nance does really
Discounted tee times. As we support
does really ham things up a little bit.
backwards passing, the golf, and the line. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America.
Oh, sorry, OS. I usually don't look at the Twitch stream. There's usually nobody there. But Helmet VIP 3 is not done because we haven't even done break 2. So we still need to move a handful of spots here and move a couple more fillers to get this done. But I would love to do that today.
The Masters is sponsored by AT&T.
I know. We do kind of miss Tony Romo on this broadcast too. It just doesn't seem right.
What would you like the power to do?
Oh yeah. Nance does, especially when it comes to the golf.
And by Mercedes-Benz.
Definitely lays it on thick.
On and off the course.
All right, we got some bonus golf, ladies and gentlemen.
The 18th tee to settle this 89th edition of the Masters. One of the most suspenseful ones ever. Everything changed with this one shot at 13.
It's one of the worst swings I've seen him make in a long time. He's so lazy for the ball.
While that was happening, Rose not that close to 16. It's a three-shot swing. The one time the lead had actually been 4. But then all of a sudden he's down 1. He strikes this shot though into 15. It was gorgeous. Get away from him. Settle for birdie. Rose meanwhile at 18 after bogey at 17.
His 10th birdie of the day.
Didn't make the par over the last 8 holes. Rory is a 17.
Begging it to get up.
Got that one in. Just needed one win. Just would have done it.
Easy to win.
Can't believe we missed that putt.
Which second shot is very good.
You see people riding both 18 to the right and 10. The second playoff hole, if it's necessary, is the 10th.
That's a big decision to make for the patrons right there.
I'm going to count on it. Go ahead and get.
Yeah, we definitely need some help with some spots, boys and girls. I know we had a lot of basketball happening today. The Masters is in a playoff for the first time in like who knows how long. I think Nance said 2017 or something like that. But in the last
Unfolded on a Sunday.
almost 16 hours, we've only had 3 orders, ladies and gentlemen. So it was also a kind of a sad day yesterday for Thomas. In fact, he switched over to Instagram at some point. It was just nothing happening here. We can't go another day like that, ladies and gentlemen. I know we had a big day on Friday, but we got to get some things going today.
In the state of Georgia this week is right here in Augusta this week at all time. A lot of people, myself included,
Right. I mean, Tyler, I don't know if this
air of tension.
might be the.
Playoffs about to begin.
Is this the last chance for Rory? Not last chance, but I feel like he came into this playing so well, winning a couple tournaments. All the numbers, all the stats are there. This might be one of those things where if he doesn't win it this time, it'll just be some random one in his mid-40s where he'll just like spin off a random Masters at like 45 years old or something like that.
A couple times within this own round.
Mentioned earlier this week the resilience that he's so proud of throughout his career. He used to draw on that one more time. He's having to wait on the 18th tee just like
The Masters playoff format, according to SI.com, players are tied, blah, blah, blah. The Masters are going to sudden death playoff to determine the tournament's winner. Unlike the other 3 majors, the Masters playoff, sudden death, players keep playing holes until a winner is decided. If tied, the players will play the par 4 18th hole to determine a winner. If they remain tied, then they'll play the par 4 10th hole. If they're still tied, they'll repeat the 8-10 hole cycle until a champion is decided.
Well, he did win a few weeks ago in a playoff at the Players.
All right, David, with our 4th order
That was not sudden death though.
in 16 hours, he's going select. Thank you.
Below this, Rory is Justin Rose is below the entire ball. Everybody.
Nice. Thank you, David.
One of the nicest guys of all time. Good fast race. Been so close before winning another major other than the U.S. Open at Marion. nice guy right now.
Planting third in the Hall of Fame.
Nice shot. Nice shot by Justin Rose.
Makes the situation a little tighter for Rory. For the biggest reset of his career.
It's a nice shot by Rory. Center cut. Center cut on that fairway.
Maybe a little better. Watches it up the hill. He'll be hitting second. Amanda with a visit from Bryson.
Bryson, I know this was a tough day. You started 1 under through 2, and then it started to just get more and more difficult. When you think about the pain points in your round today, what do you point to?
I think it's the greens. They got really quick on me, and hadn't seen that really before. Final round, final group, Masters Sunday. So I take a lot of pride with how I held myself. I didn't feel like I really lost it. It was just more one of those things. A couple things here, a couple things there. Like I said, I told you my golf swing wasn't fully there. If I had more of what I had at Pinehurst, my golf swing, it would have been a totally different story. So I know I can do it. It's just a matter of time, put myself there and give myself those chances. Will it happen in my career? You never know. But I'm going to give it my best.
Learning at Augusta National is absolutely a part of the process. What can you learn and take away from today and this week?
I'd say when I don't have my best, my golf swing's not there. I can still get around the golf course pretty well. But boy, that third hole, 7th hole, 17, there's just a couple key moments where I just need to swing at my best, and it cost me drastically. Great drive, the right hand side, and I can't believe I didn't cover that bunker. I must have just picked up when I hit, and so I just got to made it a little further.
We appreciate the time, guys, and thank you.
Bryson able to go for the interview. Dad will be back. He thought it was going to be his day.
All right, let's go with this one. Good luck. Thank you, David. Hi, everyone. Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Happy Sunday, April 13th, 2025. Rory McIlroy, Justin Rose in a playoff at the Masters. This is crazy. What's also crazy is that we're giving away 8 spots in this select box right here. This is one box, number 8. Big thanks to everybody here for making this happen. So in this one box break of Select Baseball, we only sold 22 spots outright. We're going to give away 8 spots. So let's do that. That's our first of 3 dice rolls. Top 8 after 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So David, Scott, Brian, Chad, Brian, Jalen, and Brian. Extra spots going your way after 5. Let's put rooftop symbols there so you know that those are your winning spots. Now let's gather all these names right here. Roll it, randomize it. This is for the box break. 1 and a 5, 6 times each. Names and teams. And 6. There could be some surprises here in this select box too. It is a hobby box. All right, so let's go 6 times for teams here. 2, 3, 4, 5. And once more, 6th and final time. All right, so I got 6 times right here. No trade windows here in these little filler breaks, but there's the first half, and here is the second half. It's alphabetized by team. Let's print and rip. Justin Rose, second shot.
He's going to visualize a pretty simple shot that he hit in regulation. This is a fantastic opportunity to go ahead and put the pressure on McIlroy.
32 yards behind McIlroy. 8 iron in his hands. 153 covers
All right.
long. 157 to the hole.
Must keep
Thanks, everybody.
it lower level.
Knife right here. Nice shot by Justin Rose. Wow. I thought he almost hold. Wow. He almost hold it. Wow, that puts a lot of pressure on Rory.
2 gorgeous strikes. I thought that might settle back about 4 or 5 feet.
Rory's second shot. That looks like a good shot too. Ooh. Oh, it's gonna roll. It's gonna roll. Wow. I thought Justin Rose's shot was good. Rory was even better. Could this go to a second hole? All right, let's see what we got here. We got Rhett Lauder, red, 14 out of 149. That's going to be for Cincinnati. That'll be for David. And a Hessen Kirkstad, 5 out of 49. That's a nice patch, some nice color there.
Because he was coming in with so much less club, able to generate better spin on it.
That's going to go to Brian and the Orioles. 5 out of 49. Here's a tie-dye Miles Naylor. 4 out of 25 for Oakland. It's going to go to Chad Dodd. There's a Junior Caminero rookie. Grant Taylor, I don't think those are numbered. Here's a Bryce Matthews red. That is numbered. 78 out of 99 for Houston. That's going to go to Brian. The Caminero is going to be for Jalen and the Rays. The Phenomenon insert. Here's Will Clark, Rangers edition to 149. That's going to go to David. And then we got a Adiel Amador, rookie auto for the Rocks. That's going to go to Brian Frank.
Twice here, 2015 and 2017.
Jonathan Papelbon. We got Marcelo Meyer. White Prism, 28 out of 99. That'll be for Jacob and the Red Sox. Justin Rose lining up his putt. And here's a Sebastian Walcott. Nice. Rangers. That's going to go to David. Blue Walcott, 4 out of 49. Manzardo Silver is going to go to Allen and the Guardians. He's had a nice start to his season. There's Noah Shanuel to 199. That'll be for the Angel. That'll be for David. Justin Rose still lining up his putt. Got a Jackson Churio tricolor. All right, here's Rose's putt. It's a decent way away. Goes and, oh, it's just right. All right, now let's flip back over here. Let's gather everybody's names, and let's see who's going to win their way into the Select Team Random. That's a $300 spot and a chance to win a case of Select Baseball. So good luck here. Let's roll it, randomize it. 4 and a 3, 7 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7th and final time. Now there's going to be another filler to go. There'll be a few more to go. So if you don't make it this time, I hope you try again next time. After 7, only the top 2 can get in. And that's going to be Brian. And Brian, wow, what a sweep. Congrats, Brian. After 7, you are in that Select Baseball Team Random. Good luck. And if you're watching this video in the future, you're going to have to look up the 2025 Masters to see if Rory won it or not. I'll see you next time for the next one. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Bye-bye. All right. Sorry, David. Last Spot Mojo did not help you this time. Let's see if Rory can make this tiny, tiny little putt. He gets it. Wow. Oh, you can't believe it. Amazing. Finally did it. Nice. Justin Rose, a class act. I mean, Rory screaming. He's yelling. He's throwing his hat. He can't believe it. That's amazing. Career Grand Slam. This is the one that's eluded him for forever. Near misses. Classic Rory chokes. But no, now he's got it. I don't know if he's gonna laugh, if he's gonna cry. Shaking Green Jacket's hands. There's Wifey. There's his daughter Poppy, who made a long putt in the par 3 contest earlier this week. Rex wants to talk Colin Ray. When Rory McIlroy just won one of the biggest golf tournaments in the world. I didn't realize Colin Ray was on the Cubs, by the way. When did that happen? I thought, wasn't he on the Brewers? And we're shaking everybody's hand, congratulating everybody. Fans are going nuts. What a walk. Just a walk through all the patrons there. Maybe you did, but still. The Masters is going on. It's in a playoffs for the first time since 2017. You want to talk Colin Ray. Rex, I want you to produce SportsCenter one day. Let's see what kind of headlines you come up with first. The lead story would be Colin Ray making the start for the Cubs. Oh, and Rory McIlroy won the Masters. In other news, Rory McIlroy won the Masters. There's Shane Lowry giving him a big hug. Yeah, I mean, that'd be good for the hobby, Jeremy, if that happens. There's the next filler for the team random. You got a chance to win a case of Select Baseball if you're in that team random. Jeremy would rather watch Sesame Street with his son than watch golf. Yeah, it's not an easy TV product. Oh, it got muted. Someone's cursing. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Even as a golf fan, Jeremy, sometimes, unless it's like a major like the Masters, this is probably one of the greatest rounds I've ever seen. But if it's just a regular PGA Tour event, it's tough to watch.
So right, Trevor. His reaction. Years in the making.
It's kind of like, for a lot of fans, it's getting like tennis, right? Even casuals may watch like a big tournament or two, but they're not watching, you know, they're not watching tennis on a normal weekend. And there's tournaments happen like weekly.
Response to Rose's beautiful approach. Closer than they go. And a winning birdie. Finally achieved all that this year.
Joe.
What? No, the octopus.
To match the expectations that belong to a young boy. But parents believe them. Must spend their lives trying to make sure their son's dreams come true.
And there's Jim Nance laying it on thick. It is a moment, for sure.
Years ago. Now Rory McIlroy. Yes, it was an enormous weight to bear. Those 6 you saw have all reached golf immortality. And now there's a new name on the list. It's Rory McIlroy. And as he told his buddies from Ireland, I gotta go get a green jacket. He's headed this way to Butler Cabin.
There's no one way of doing things. Out here, we're creating the world's largest youth golf club. With Rory and partner who's having fun. Bank of America invites kids 6 to 18 to golf with us, offering a free 1-year membership and discounted tee times. As we support the next generation, finding out what's possible in golf and in life. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America.
The strongest push forward. No matter where the road takes them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what should we do next? So we got that select knocked out. If we can get 2 full spots gone, right, that could turn into the last filler pretty quickly. So we're actually pretty close to getting that select break done. The photogenic box just got full. I was just about to talk about it, but Stephen P is going to help save my voice a little bit. By filling up this. All right, and we got multiples of this filler to go, so you know, any full spots in the mystery crate I think would certainly be appreciated as well. But I think we're planning on, after this one, 2 more and then 2 full spots. or it could be 3 more and 0 full spots, or it could be 1 more and 4 full spots. So that we can pivot whatever helps that break move a little bit more quickly.
Thank you for taking the time to do this.
All right, let's
Any
see
song,
Justin Rose's consolation interview.
Every single thing that you had today enforced that plan.
Yeah, I mean, definitely was next level tonight. Today was not taking around the ball. This weekend, in fact, probably back to yesterday. Today, just really began to feel that confidence come back in the ball, which was unbelievable. 10 birdies on the road was that for last year. But with that came a few mistakes too here and there. But listen, to make part of 18, what you dream about as a kid, to obviously give myself an opportunity and a challenge was unbelievable feeling. Obviously, I've been in this position before. It's 2017. It's definitely tough, but I bounced back pretty well from that too. We're out to be world number 1 after that, so I used it to my advantage. And the last 2 majors I've played, I've come off in second place, but it's exactly what I'm trying to do with my career at this stage, and there's more evidence that I want this really to work.
There was no doubt that you were going to take this and move forward with it. You had a really nice moment.
All right.
You two go way back. What did you tell him?
I just said, listen, this is a story moment for golf, isn't it? It's something we achieved in the Grand Slam, and I just said to him,
Photogenic box is right here. Let's do it.
obviously wanted to be a bad guy today, but still, it was it's a momentous occasion for the game of golf.
An incredible battle that you fought all week. Thank you so much for the time.
And I'll start just for you visual learners out there. We'll get some. I'll get some filler information loaded up on that break schedule, just so which I'll forgot to pin in the chat today. Let's pin that message there, and then we'll put some filler information right there, just so you'll kind of be able to visually see just what exactly we have to do to accomplish the mystery crate select baseball. Right, and what else is in a filler? I think that VIP helmet break too. So we'll get all 3 of those sorted out, but we'll do it after this box.
17 master starts before he gets the green jacket. Gets the green jacket with a birdie putt after this spectacular approach.
Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Happy Sunday. Rory McIlroy wins the Masters after 17 tries, and now has his career Grand Slam, career slam. He's won at least all of the majors once. We got a major thing going on here. Someone's going to win a mystery crate spot for a fraction of the price, and we're going to do this break as well. Big thanks to this group for making it happen. All 32 football teams are in. Let's roll it. Let's randomize it. 6 and a 1, 7 times each. Different dice roll for the giveaway part. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a 1. 7th and final time. And 6 and a 1, 7 times for the teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7th and final time.
It's always an emotional thing, and I'm sure it will be today.
And the draft is coming up. I was just thinking about this. The draft is coming up before we know it. All right, here's the first half of the list right there. Here's the second half of the list right over here. And no trades in these filler breaks. Let's just get on with it. We're looking for 1 autograph in here. Should be a good Butler cabin interview.
I think the entire world is spent after champion.
Rory, your play today was amazing. I know you've been in contention often here over the years.
There's a Benson note
In the Masters.
to 150.
How does that feel?
And a draft snapshots Drake made.
This is my 17th time here, and I started to wonder if it would ever be my time.
That will go to the Patriots. That's going to go to Greg. And the Benson note is going to go to Clayton and the Commanders. Do left-right randomizers for those progressions cards. Here's a Quinnen Williams, 2 out of 15. Nice low number there. Stephen P. Jets.
Rory, what you went through today, the ups and the downs. I think you had to, you said just a moment ago, you wondered.
J.J. McCarthy.
The green jacket, did you have points in this
Rookie
round?
portraits going to Jalen and the Vikings.
After a few slip-ups.
Yeah, when I hit the wedge shot into the creek on 13, that was, I felt like I did a really good job of bouncing back from that.
Here's a Trevor Lawrence, 63 out of 75, photogenic card for the Jaguars for Jalen. And there's the auto, Jerome Ford, snapshot autograph, 4 out of 5. A train whistle number, out of 5s and under, we like that. Jalen with the Browns, Cleveland, this is for you. And all aboard the Big Hit Express. Woo-hoo.
Give a beautiful second shot, and then you battered it right behind him. That was
Not bad.
how you won it.
Yeah, I think I had 2 yards less in the playoffs than I did in regulation. It was a little
There's a
bit
Roman Wilson, 70 out of 99 for the Steelers. That'll be for Stephen P.
So it was a good number. I just needed to make a good committed swing.
And that's that. Now, let's see who's going to win those mystery crate spots. Let's flip back to the list over here.
Because it was
We need to do the left-right randomizer first,
Trevor said
and then the big one.
on our broadcast here.
Everyone has a shot, 1 through 32. Only the top 2 are going to make it into that mystery crate, though. But there is another filler. Probably we're looking anywhere from 1 to 3 more fillers after this one, depending on how quickly those full spots sell out. But keep chipping away at everything. We'll eventually get there. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. All right, for both lists, 2 and a 6, 8 times. Left, right, first.
I would say it was 14 years. in the
2,
league, going on
3,
to the full league in 2011.
4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Left side teams will get these. And then here's the big moment here. 2 and a 6, 8 times. Top 2 after 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8th and final time.
Sacrifices for you.
They did. And I can't wait to see them next week. I just can't wait to celebrate this with them.
All right, 3 through 32, sad times. But
To be a champion.
appreciate you getting in.
Green jacket.
I hope we try again next time. We'll try to get him next time. Top 2, though, happy times for George and Greg, the G's. After 8, you're in the top 2. Congrats. We'll see you in that mystery crate maybe later tonight. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Bye-bye.
Oh, we got it. There we go.
Congratulations, Rory.
Jack Nicklaus issued a statement. He can appreciate the little boy from Northern Ireland who went around the world to try to perfect that game.
So we'll put photo 7 next to your name, so that's where you know you've won it.
First, he won the DOR in 2012. He won his
I like my
14, and now he has his career rings. So Jack Nicklaus saying, "I worked around the same day I won my 6th. Congratulations, Rory. I'm so happy for you. The world is Rory McIlroy went through a ton. 11 years in the making. Covered green will go very nicely for the rest of his life for the man from Northern Ireland. Congratulations, Rory. You're the Masters champion.
Good job, Rory.
Looking for style and performance and fuel efficiency? Then you'll want to make your way to Toyota's spring sales event, where right now you can lease a versatile new RAV4, Toyota's most popular SUV, for a low $369 a month. Just $369 a month. But you won't want to wait. Just like spring, a deal like this won't last long.
Players all over again. To a playoff they go. McElroy
Watch a little Masters post game here.
all day long. How could he regroup after this? He was able to. Justin Rose, the Boston player, Sergio Garcia, the last Masters playoff. That was in 2017. Remember Rory? Regulation had a wedge from a similar spot dumped into the bunker. Not this time. Second chance at it. Makes the most of it. We've seen this through the years. Comes off the hill. Down to 4 feet. You see Rose's ball. Reasonable look from Justin for his birdie to apply the heat. Yet again to McElroy. What are you doing? Game all day. Not this time. And now here it is. Very simply, Rory McIlroy for the slam. Touch 'em all, kid. Said before the tournament, he was chasing a feeling. Best feeling in the world. Rory McIlroy has won the Masters. It was one of those rare days where you were as nervous as the players, excited with a nagging sense of dread. It was one of the most harrowing days that any of us could remember. In the end, it's one of the happiest days in golf history. Rory cried plenty, guessing what if you cried as well. Arguably the most historically significant Sunday since Tiger in 2001. Unimaginable pressure. Rory now 1 of 6 to have won all 4. How's this sound? Saracen Hogan player Nicklaus Woods. Rory McIlroy is now one of the granite legends of the game. Just the second in the last 59 years to do it. Rory buries the doubt. The demons are laid to rest. Goodness, they were hard to put down. Hello again, and welcome Rich Sloto alongside Randall Chambly and Paul McKinley. Thank goodness we're not going to do this again. I can't do this. Not me. Woo! It's over. We did it. Adam, now we're going to unpack. We got a lot of special guests coming up over the next 3 hours. We're going to be here until we exhaust it all. How'd you get through it? What do you think? I didn't get through it very well. Texted me at the end, he said, "Is there a this hole?" And they called 911 to send them to my house. I think this was the wildest day that I've ever seen in the history of major championship golf. Likely, we will never see another day like this in the history of the game. It's funny you mentioned Tiger Woods in 2001. The very first.
Brian, it'll run as a excuse me. Sorry, got something caught in my throat here. It'll run as soon as it sells out. That's when it'll run. If we hustle on it, we've got 2 full spots and 2 more fillers to go. So as soon as those things happen, we'll do it. So in fact, as I promised before, I'm going to put some info right here for everybody. So yeah, so 2024 photogenic NFL one box random team number 8 plus random team number 9 plus 2 spots outright sells out the mystery crate. So if you guys want to sell it out tonight, get your spots. Help us out. If you want to sell it out next week, then that's fine too. Then that's when we'll do it. My guess is it'll be. I mean, I really don't know. Sometimes I see as soon as we post a mystery crate, it's sold out within the day. You know, sometimes we post a mystery crate, it takes a few nights. You know, it just depends. You know what the mood of the people is, but you control that mood, ladies and gentlemen. So that's the mystery crate. We also have that select. So let's do some of the other ones first. We've got a couple fillers for some stuff. We got a 15-box multi-sport mixer. I think we're a little ways away from that. So let's worry about. Wait, actually, I'll do that one last. What about the helmets? How close are the helmets? The helmets are actually really close. If someone buys a full spot, that could officially be last filler. So let's put that right there. 2024 Prism NFL Retail Edition. So those VIP helmets. So if someone buys at least a spot or two here, right? If we can get a couple people to buy a spot each, we can officially declare that the last filler. However, if the filler box, that Prism Retail box, sells out first, and if there's still 5 spots left, I'm going to zero out the break and create another Prism Retail box, and then that would officially be the last filler. So we can pivot, you know, we can pivot either way you want to. You control that part. And then that select is actually, I know it's a little complicated with that select baseball, but I think that's a little bit closer than you might think as well. So that 2024 select baseball box, number 9, which we're only selling 22 of the 30 spots. We're giving away 8 spots. Now, where are we on that? This is only 11 spots, right? Excuse me. So that mystery crate is a multi-sport. Football, baseball, basketball, hockey, soccer, they're all possibilities there. The only thing that I know is guaranteed is that Josh Allen. That's what we're chasing. All right, and obviously that is the main chase. You know, the floor is going to be around there. The ceiling is right there. We're chasing the Josh Allen. So just 2 fillers, right? in that mystery crate, plus a couple full spots, sells out that break. So photogenic 8, photogenic 9, plus 2 spots will sell it out. Or photogenic 8, photogenic 9, photogenic 10, and then 0 full spots. That could be a possibility as well. So we'll pivot to whatever helps the break move a little bit more quickly. Just like that Prism retail box. If that retail box sells out, then I'll take 5 more spots back out and create another filler to make that the last filler. Or if we can get some help with the full spots, right? All we have to do is just that last filler, and we break some helmets. We'll see what's inside. Break some boxes, show you some helmets. We don't want to break the helmets. We want to break open the boxes that contain the helmets. And then this is almost done too. So select box number 9 plus 2 spots in the team random. So it's a filler for a filler to unlock that. So a couple layers there, but all we got to do is just move that box, move a couple full spots there, and that sells out a full case break of select. That's it. Or it could be select 1 box break number 9 and number 10 plus 0 full spots could sell out select baseball. Now, if you win your way in, so whether you buy a full spot or whether you win your way in, you're either going to be you're either going to get a team in select baseball, pick your team 2, or you're going to win a case of select baseball. It's about a $2,400 value. That's not bad for a spot straight up, right? And it's only 11 spots. So 1 spot out of the 11 is going to get a case. That's really good odds. I would give it a shot. Or you can win your way in. That'd be a hell of a parlay. $30. You can win an extra spot. You could get a nice hit out of this hobby box to select. You know, then you can win a $300 team random spot and then win the case. And if you win, I guess, an extra spot in that 1 box break, you can win a nice team too. So that would be a hell of a parlay as well. So give it a go. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Scared money don't make money. You got to give it a shot. And listen, we need a little help. We're not going to get to the last spot. I know everyone says, hey, Joe, if it gets close, you know, I'll help pick up some spots. But I'll tell you what, we know this from experience, from the 11 years we've been doing this. We can't get to the last spot until we get to the next spot. So if someone helps out with the next spot, that would be huge. Yes, George, I think maybe I forgot to upload it. But yes, we just finished that. And remember, as a reminder to George and to everybody else, let's say I was not in front of the camera, I was on a dinner break, or I stepped away, you know, for whatever reason, I'm grabbing a case from the back or something like that. And if you're wondering, hey, did that break happen or not? Remember, click the break schedule that's pinned in the chat. You can even bookmark that link too, George, and everybody else. Not just for George, it's a public service announcement for everybody. And then that takes you to this schedule page right here, right, which includes the filler information, and you'll be able to see, oh, Joe did that select box today, Joe did photogenic 7 today, and Joe's waiting for something else to fill, maybe by 15 minutes past the hour. That'd be a good time to have a break done. All right, Scott gets 2 spots in the next select box. So that select box is now down to 20.
So many bad shots, so many changes in this and that. You know, I'm delighted for Rory. I knew that he's had a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah, sometimes the YouTube uploading, sometimes it gets stuck at a certain checks spot. But yeah, definitely let me know, folks. If you note on the schedule, hey, Joe, looks like Joe did that photogenic box, but I don't see it on YouTube. Definitely let me know. So if you think about it, boys and girls, we are a lot closer to these breaks than you might think. So help me out. Put me to work. right? 2 more photogenic boxes, 2 more full spots, sells out the mystery crate, right? 5 full spots, 1 more filler potentially, sells out Hit Parade VIP helmets. 20 spots plus 2 spots in the team random, sells out select baseball. That would be a pretty solid night if we got these 3 breaks done. And these are football helmets. I'll give you some visual cues here as well. That's, I feel like that it's always helpful. Thanks emojis. So there are 3 breaks that are quite close to getting done, but I need your help. All right, it's was pretty dead yesterday. I think Jason kept you guys busy on Friday. It seemed like it was a pretty gangbuster day on Friday. Saturday was almost the complete opposite. I think Thomas eventually ended up doing Instagram instead. That's how dead it was. And when I came in today, I only had 1 order, you know, in the last 15, 16 hours. A few other orders trickled in. We got a couple of those filler boxes done, but we need a little more help from you, your friends, your family, your co-workers, whatever, fellow collectors. You know, let people know that we've got some breaks getting close. All that's on JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Boys and girls, let's do it. Mystery Crate is close. Hit Parade helmets are close, right? Select baseball is pretty close. If this is still confusing to you, the filler stuff, let me know. I'll try to help clarify it for you as well.
Well, he waited one more shot to do that. But, you know, it was really, I thought it was the right shot. I thought he, you know,
And remember, we proactively took out the spots already. So that they've already been pulled. Here's Jack Nicklaus on the phone. How old is? 85.
Hi Jack, it's Paul McGinley here. It was great to see you on Thursday morning hitting the opening shot with Tom and Gary. And all 3 of you afterwards when you did your press conference picked out Rory as the winner. Was there something different about Rory this year that made you say that? And, you know, if so, what is it? What kind of evolution do you see in Rory?
Well, my first thing, I sat down with Rory the week before. We sat down and had lunch, and I didn't want to say, how are you going to play? What do you want me to say about playing the golf course? I didn't want to say that. I said, Rory, you tell me shot for shot how you're going to play the golf course. He went through it shot for shot. And when he got done with it, it's exactly the way I would have said you should play the golf course, shot for shot. The only thing I should have said to him, I said, Roy, you're not going to hit every shot that way. You're going to hit some in trouble. And occasionally, you know, it isn't going to hurt you to chip out. And that's the one thing he seems to not care about chipping out and just taking bogey and take your medicine and move on. Because if he had, obviously he won the tournament going away. And I'm just very happy for him.
We talked about the pressure build-up of Rory trying to achieve the career Grand Slam. You did it on your 3rd try. Can you tell us if you felt sort of a build-up to you finally getting the job done back in 1966 at Muirfield? Did you feel an enormous weight off your shoulders at all, or was it just business as usual for you?
No, career Grand Slam was never in my vocabulary. I was playing tournament for tournament what I did. I mean, I finished second in 63, and then I finished second in 64. I finished third in 63. I lost Charles and Rogers both were a shot ahead of me. And then I finished second to Lehman in 64. Didn't play great in 65. Then I won. But I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking winning the Open Championship. And I don't think Roy was thinking so much about the career Grand Slam as he was winning the Masters tournament. That is what Roy was the Masters tournament, not the career grand slam. The career grand slam is something that comes along as a reward for winning the Masters after you work it.
Jack, you've done so much in your career. I think 18 majors is going to stand for a long, long time. And that to me is the number one record of all the great marks that are out there. Although Tiger 4 in a row, I think, is close as well. But given how few people have completed the career Grand Slam, it is now just 6. I wonder, as you sit here now, how do you view that particular mark, having won all 4, and now Rory joining that club? Just how significant is it? How difficult is it to do?
Well, as I said, that wasn't a goal of mine. I think if you look back at it, I don't know what it was back but Hogan. Hogan won 3 in 1953. He won, the Masters, the U.S. Open, the British Open. So he wins 3. Can't play the PGA Championship because he can't get back. Tiger wins 4 in a row. Those are pretty special. I mean, those guys, if they were going to win a career Grand Slam, they're just too good not to. I sort of felt I didn't really worry about that part of it. And I think it's as I say, it's a nice reward. And again, I'll go back to say, I think that Rory, you gave him his choice. Would you rather have the career Grand Slam or win the Masters? I tell you the Masters 100% of the time.
There's a wonderful video of you, I believe it was after you won the U.S. Open or the PGA in 1980. I can't remember which one it was. And you are absolutely ecstatic at the fact that you just won a major championship. And you said something to the effect of, the older I get, the older you get, the harder it gets. And that's certainly true, right? It's certainly true, but would you agree that the more you have collapses the way Rory has had, and as time goes on, it became much, much harder for Rory to get back and play the kind of golf that would win a major championship?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
If you want to help us out in a different way, you can also follow us on X at Jaspy's Breaks, and then share that post with your friends, your family, your followers, your coworkers, fellow collectors, etc., and then we can maybe get a little bit closer to Breaksville on something, anything. There you go, George is going to get a few spots in the VIP helmet break, or the VIP helmet filler. Thank you, George. We did that 20 boxer last night, right? I think I could delete this off of my spreadsheet. Yeah, Jason did that on Friday.
I mean, that is what to me is so sensational about it. I think it's just wonderful the way he played. I'm very, very, very proud of him.
Jack, thank you for jumping on with us. We always appreciate your time. Best to Barbara, and we'll see you very shortly.
Okay, Rich. You all take care. Thanks for having me on, guys. Take care.
That's the great Jack Nicklaus right there, weighing in on Rory McIlroy's Masters victory. Let's now go to the green jacket presentation.
All right.
On the putting green here at Augusta National. Returning quickly.
Where's my list here for that? All right, so George got 3 in the Prism retail box. So that gets this down to 22. And George also gets 2 in the mystery crate filler, which gets that down to 30. Let's keep chipping away at it, boys and girls. Let's do it. There you go. Tree just picked up 2 in Leaf Ultimate Sports number 74. That's a fun break that we can do as well.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to introduce to you the 2025 Masters champion.
Looks like, yeah, Jason did Leaf 73 and 74. So it's number 70. What? I think that's actually supposed to be break 75. Jason has already done. Yeah, I did 72, Jason did 73 and 74. So Tree, that's actually supposed to be 75, but it'll on your invoice, your order confirmation, it'll say 74. And Joe gets the next 8. So now I can post break 76.
First of all, I want to thank Chairman Brett Ripley and all the members of Augusta National. This is by far the greatest golf tournament in the world. I'm from a place that I might get criticized for saying that, but I go back to watching this tournament on the weekend with my father when I was 7 and 8 years old. Watching Tiger Woods do what he did in 1997, that was my inspiration to try to become what I am today, and to think that I'm up here wearing one of those green jackets is obviously it's like my dreams that we made today. I'd also like to thank all the volunteers and the staff this week. The running of this golf tournament is not a small task, and everyone puts their heart and soul into this for 1 week a year. So I just want to say to everyone, thank you so much. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here as a player, and obviously I can't wait to get back for many years to come. The patrons, again, it's such a unique event. The no fee policy just makes everyone so present and so into what we're doing out there on the golf course, and it's just an absolute pleasure to play in an atmosphere like the one we played in today. So everyone, thank you so much. And last but certainly not least, over to my left, my family. They've been on this journey with me the whole way through. They know the word that I've carried to come here every year and try again.
Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com coming at you with a quick little one-box break of 2024 Leaf Ultimate Sports. One box random number block break number 75. We've done a lot of these. That's the instructions. That's how this format works. Big thanks to Tree and Joe for getting in on this one. Tree, your order confirmation will say you were in break 74. I think whoever posted this one did not update that number. It's supposed to be number 75. So you're in break 75, and here are the numbers. Let's roll it. Let's randomize names and numbers 5 and a 4, 9 times each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9th and final time.
Thank you so much.
5 and a 4, 9 times for the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9th and final time. Got 1 down to 4. So Joe, you have all the numbers except for 3 and 9. let's order those numerically. And I doubt there's going to be any trades here, so let's just print and rip.
This is a bit of magic, especially staying where we are tonight. If what's happening, has the family ever had another week from Wednesday to Sunday?
Next one box break already loaded up.
That's right. Never, ever give up on your dreams.
All right. There's the final printout right there. Let's officially close out the trade window. TWC. You see it pop up right there above my head. Boop, there it is. And good luck. Let's snag the relic first. There's 2 on the left side, 1 on the right side. Oh, look at that. 4 out of 4. Walter Payton, Emmitt Smith, O.J. Simpson, The Juice, Gale Sayers, Tony Dorsett, Jerome Bettis, Thurman Thomas, and Bo Jackson. Crazy 8s. All game used. Joe with the number 4, and all aboard the Big Hit Express. Woo-hoo. Pretty cool. The next 2 should be autos. Yeah. Here is Shaq. 20 out of 25. Signature relics. Got 5 pieces of the jersey, his autograph, game used memorabilia. Looks like Miami Heat edition, right? So we go by that digit right there, number 0. That's going to go to Joe. And will it be a sweep for Joe? Here is a Peyton Manning autograph. 5 out of 25. And it is a sweep. Joe Lawson with the acetate Peyton Manning autograph. Nice. There you go, gang. Tree, we'll try to get him next time for you. Joe, congrats to you on the sweep. I'm Joe, and I'll see you next time for the next Leaf break. Bye-bye.
Your interest first, always.
I promise that our relationship will go well beyond just investment decisions.
It's the intersection of your money and your life where we can make the biggest difference.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
It was exhausting, it was excruciating, in the end it was exhilarating. Rory saying my dreams have been made today. He won't would. He could walk off into the suite that doesn't fit him and never get another shot, knowing his place in history is absolutely secure. Notable Masters won on April 13th. Jack in 75 and again in 86, tied in 97, and now Rory. Begin to think, where will we end up ranking? This idea is going to join us a little later from many other guests. We've been French over at that. Quick thought is, this is easily top 10, and I'm being conservative there. I don't want to be hyperbolic, but I think I comfortably probably could say top 5. But we'll give them a little time.
All right. Thanks, guys. Let's upload this video.
This means everything. It's all he thinks about. It's all he talks about, all he thinks about. Always said to me he'd retire a happy man if he wanted to rejoin it, so I told her that he can retire now. You know, he's had a long 10 years, 11 years. He's had a lot of hurdles. He's had a lot of, you know, moments to get back up from. It's kind of a credit to him. You know, it's a...
All right. There's 76.
For the rest of us to cling on to that, you know, no matter what happens, no matter how bad your business, you keep going, keep working hard, and, you know, you're there at home.
I've said it a bunch of times, I think Rory is the best player of our generation. I don't think he's had to prove that for a while, but, you know, for him to
All right, so that break schedule pinned in the chat. You can always access that whenever you'd like. And you can also, sometimes I'll also try to put some filler information right there just to kind of help kind of organize in one spot what we have to do to unlock a main break. So be sure to take a look at that as well. Eric, wow, nice, just picked up 2 full spots in the mystery crate. So now here's what happens. So the mystery crate, we can cancel that filler. If we can get another person to get, you know, you don't have to get 2 spots like Eric just did, but if I could find 2 people to get 2 more spots each, that filler that's currently on the site right now will be the last filler, that photogenic box. Or if that photogenic box sells out quickly, then I will, you know, pull the 2 spots back out and create another filler. But as of now, we're standing at 30 spots left in what potentially could be the last filler if we can get a couple more people to get a spot each. So there's the link to both. The full spots for the mystery crate and what potentially could be the last filler. Jacob, nice, gets a spot in the select 1-box break. Joining Scott, and that's going to help sell out the team random, which is also down to potentially the last filler if we can get a couple full spots sold out. Same with the Hit Parade, VIP helmets, football helmets, right? If we can get a few people to buy a spot each, then I can officially declare the current filler as the last filler. So you can see what we need. We need a little help from the high rollers to get some full spots. In the mystery crate, the helmets, and the select baseball team random, because once that happens, right, then it triggers a last filler alert. Photogenic could be declared the last filler. The Prism football retail box could be declared the last filler. The select baseball box could be declared the last filler. And once that ends up in the title, right, then I'll bet you those fillers will run, I feel like they would go twice as fast, 3 times as fast maybe. You know, that could unlock, right, more social media posts. I can be like, hey, break XYZ, last filler, 1 more full spot, then we're done. You know, that unlocks a lot of things. But right now we need some help from the people to get full spots in the mystery crate, to get some full spots in the helmets. All right, there's the link right there, and in the team random right over here. And that team random, you got a chance to win a case of 2024 Select Baseball, which is a $2,400 value, right? So even a full spot, I feel like, would be worth it for some high roller to be like, all right, $300 and I've got a 1 in 11 chance at a case of baseball, Select Baseball. I feel like, you know, I feel like that's got to move the needle for the high rollers who see the value there. There you go. Nice. Scott just picked up a spot in the photogenic box, which could potentially be the last filler for the mystery crate, and gets a full spot in the team random for Select Baseball. So now we just have one left, and now this becomes the last filler.
To go back out there and hit that shot from the exact same yardage after Justin Rose had flagged it. And of course, if we go through the week, you see it right here. Doubles last few holes, round number 1, bounces back with 66 in round number 2.
Let's keep refreshing that page until last filler appears in the title. Sometimes it takes a second or two. For that to update, there we go. Last filler, which has got to be a sight for sore eyes. Now,
I mean, you talk about resilience, and this has been something that Paul has been hammering time and time again, and I think it's a big part of why you liked him and thought that he might run away this week. You kept saying it's a different Rory. It's a different Rory, and it absolutely was a different Rory today.
Yeah, I think it is a different Rory. I think it's an evolution of Rory. I think there's mental resilience there that might necessarily have been there before. I think he's got strategies now, and he digs deep, and he can also win when he's not quite on it, Randall. And there's a lot of things that make this a better version of Rory than the one that won the 4 majors before, and that's what makes me buoyant that I think he's on a path now to maybe win more. It'll be interesting to see, because maybe the other side is now that he's climbed Everest, does he kind of lose a little bit? Does he kind of come off a little bit? You see that sometimes when they reach something you desired somewhere. Sometimes it's just to win a tournament and then you kind of soften, or you then win a major and then you soften. Maybe with Rory is winning the Grand Slam and then he softens, but I don't think so. I think he's going to keep on going forward, and I think I said it a number of times, if he wins one major, he'll win 3 or 4 in quick succession afterwards, and I think he could have another flourish now coming up in the courses this year. I think he's not finished with winning majors this year. He's got some great chances to add to it this year and the whole triple, or maybe even a Grand Slam win this year. How about that?
That'd be quite good. Now you're getting listen. A few years ago, I sat with Rory. I did a story typically a deep dive reading the Ryan Holiday books about the Stoics, the Epictetus, the ancient Greek philosopher, and this is a quote from Epictetus, and Rory was really.
all right, so see what that unlocks? All sorts of action here. And if you want to help us out, follow us at Jaspy's Breaks. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. I think sometimes some people forget to do that. I think that helps the algorithm, right? It gets more eyeballs on our channel.
But he was strategic in the way he was answered. It reminded me actually of Tiger Woods in 2000 when he had that massive lead at the U.S. Open. And if you go back and watch that press conference, you can
So there you have it. Right down there in the baseball section. Again, if you click the break schedule in the chat, that'll send you to this page. Scroll down right there. All we got to do is that one box break a select. Then, by the then we got to get the team random spot done, and then that tells it out.
one of the last questions asked him in that press conference was,
Yes, Eric, you can. There's 2 left. Feel free to grab those if you want to. And then all we got to do is that last filler.
look, you know what I need to do tomorrow? I need to go out and get the first break. I need to get the second break. He just took it through the process. He gave us a little glimmer of how you need to think to build a lead. And he goes, and if I do all that, he goes, I have a reasonably good chance of winning. He didn't say this thing is over.
So yeah, feel free to buy as many spots as your budget allows. 2 left right here, and then we just got to do that last filler. And so if someone wants to join Scott and Jacob in that filler box, or sorry, no, check that. That would be George and Scott in that photogenic box. We'd be done. And if Eric or someone else, first come, first serve, if you get full spots in that mystery crate, right, I could officially declare that the last filler, which I think would be great. People would love to see that.
And as he walked the 3 team, that 2-shot lead with which he began was gone. There were a few times where you thought this wasn't going to happen, that he wasn't going to be in that green jacket. He's a member of that club for the rest of his days. Rory McIlroy has won the 2025 Masters.
Yes, Eric, that's correct. There it is, right there. We're actually down to 29 on that one.
Absolutely not. I have you.
To me, all serves as a scam.
Nobody's gonna pay attention to your law like you do.
I know what I'm putting down when I put Scott's down. I'm putting down recon.
Intelligence helps you get ahead of the game. But intelligence with style, that's checkmate.
This year, 2 groups of veterans and 2
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, we got 3 breaks that are awfully close to filling. 2 full spots, and the photogenic box where we're giving away 2 spots. So I know not everyone has, even though you might want to. we know everyone doesn't have $400 to spend on a full spot, but I know all of you have at least $31 and maybe a little, maybe a little optimism to see if you can maybe win your way in. Someone's gonna have to win it. Might be you. And give that a shot. So that's almost done. The Hit Parade helmets. If we can get a couple more spots, full spots rolling here, that could be declared the last filler. That's right on the doorstep of breaking as well. And finally, I know there's a couple layers in that select baseball break. I know there's a filler for a filler to unlock select, but we're almost there as well. That's officially down to the last filler. Right? If we can get one more team random spot gone, and in that team random, you got a chance to win a case, a sealed case of 2024 Select Baseball. All right, we'll send that to you sealed. But all we got to do is move this, last filler, one more spot, and that sells out Select. So all those 3 breaks are right on the doorstep. And Adam just picked up 5 in the Select box. Joining Scott and Jacob. So that's almost done. 14 left, and the last full spot. And remember, in that select box, we're only selling 22 of the 30 spots outright because we're giving away 8 spots. So before we even start this 1 box break, we're gonna randomize the 22 spots. Top 8 will get extra spots, giving you better odds to try to win your way into that team random. So if you want to kind of parlay this out for $30, right? You can win another $30 spot, right? You can get randomized a couple nice teams in here: Pirates, Padres, right? And we get a Skeens autograph for you, or a Jackson Merrill 1 of 1. Then you win both spots in here, right? So that's $600 for $30. And then you could win a case of Select Baseball for $2,400, and then get the Red Sox and pick your team too and get hits out of there. Is it probable? Probabilities are pretty slim for all that to happen. Is it possible? Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, someone's going to win their way into the team random, and someone's going to win that case. Right? If you get 0 spots, I can guarantee you will not win the case. But if you get at least one $30 spot, I can't guarantee that.
You're a fan and a friend, you're watching. How'd you experience it today? It's incredible because a day like this doesn't start today, right? It's the years that go into it. Lucky enough to meet Rory 7 years ago on the putting green at Betty Hill late on a Monday afternoon before he went out and played on a Palmer Invitational. Didn't know him very well, knew a lot about it, watched him on television. Everything that you see on TV, it's not even close to the person that he's off camera. Gentleman, family man, one of the best golfers I've ever seen in my life. And every single year, Katie said it on the 18th green in the presentation today, hurt, that is the word, weight of his shoulders, the golfing world's weight of his shoulders.
Does it say trying to connect? Is
Finally won the Masters, which he should have won.
Google down?
11, and my wife Rory and I
No,
were
I can access Google Sheets.
kind of behind the first tee as he walked from 9 to 10 today.
There it is.
The loudest road I heard today was in that tee shot down the middle of the fairway on 10. I can't imagine what he was thinking. And we were kind of under the veranda of the clubhouse.
Eric, if you buy those 2 spots in the mystery crate, all we got to do is that photogenic box, and then we're done.
Or Bryson had made birdie on, and then when the scoreboard changed and he went up to have that lead by 4 at the time, we were like,
Simple as that.
incredible. And Paul, we were on this morning for not 1 second did we talk about Justin Rose. And when you saw this 4-shot lead, you saw that Bryson was struggling. And then, I'm thinking as a player.
The 2 spots that were given away in the photogenic box we've already taken that out.
10-fold beautifully. Makes it free. Both pars 11, 12, and then the drive on 13. And all I thought to myself as I told people when I was watching on television, we kind of got in because I wanted to watch. Randall, this is the shot Randall said Rory can't hit. On his feet. Gotta hit a cup kids on the right side. I'm like, damn it, man. And then I see a short iron come out. I'm like, he's gonna lay up. He had a lead. It was 2 or 3 at that time. He didn't really know. And he hit it over to the left side right where you should be. And I'm like, all he needs to do is just hit this on the green. It's virtually over. And then he hit the water. And it provided the greatest drama. I hate to say it's sport, but probably that I've ever seen in my life.
We just had Ray Jack Nicklaus on. We talked about the resiliency of Rory when he demonstrated this week. I was also on this morning, and you did a whole breakdown on today was going to be about intangibles. And you went through those intangibles. And even though Rory had his lows today, and historically so in some aspects, what were the intangibles you think that got it done for him?
This was kind of rocky too today, wasn't it, Brandon?
It was, but he kept bouncing back.
Knocked out in the first round with a double. I would have never known the statistics if I hadn't done live film. Only 1 player's ever won the Masters with 2 double doubles. Then he makes the 3rd. And then I thought of Johnson Wagner. Wagner said the double bogeys he gave him the first round. When he finished, it's going to help him. It's going to be a wake-up call for him. He's right. Came back with that low round of 66 in the second round, and then when we started today, it was like, I think you and I were saying, the fact that Bryson made that long putt on Saturday, yesterday, to get there within 2 is going to be good. That might have been helpful for Brandon. And then all of a sudden, you keep the lead up right away, but both players miss the fairway with the left side, so a little bit easier than that right side bunker. Bryson birdies 2, Rory again doesn't make birdie there. And then we kind of stayed, I was out on the course because I wanted to feel it. What was it like out there? It was mayhem. When you look at the second and third fairway from behind the 7th tee where you're situated so you can watch players play 8 as well, you couldn't have moved. You couldn't have anything more in the jar than what was on there. We saw the birdie for Rory on 3. We heard the birdie on 4. Saw the scoreboard. What I never knew the Masters had was the courtesy from the scoreboard keepers. And you're going to think I'm crazy, but we were standing there waiting for the boards to switch. And they do it by holes of 3. So the 4th, 5th, and 6th hole went down. But we're looking at the board. Everybody was on the 7th green was looking behind them at the scoreboard. But a group had just gone to the 8th tee, and they knew, those scoreboard keepers knew that if they put Rory and Bryson's scores up, there was going to be a loud cheer. So they waited for the group to get off the 8th tee, and before they did that,
Good. How'd you do in the pool?
from the 6th hole where the scoreboard did change,
Oh my God.
and we knew there was
Oh,
something
actually,
that
I
happened.
wonder if Nick won.
Masters doesn't know.
Nick cashed.
That's sensational.
Fats, can I ask you about his putting?
Get on too, Tommy.
I said it to you, and I'm saying it again. I think you've been revolutionary in terms of how you're putting. I love.
Why didn't you invite me to
your
this, by the way?
creativity. You've married your
Because I invited you for like 2 years, we didn't join, so I said, forget it, we don't want to do it.
creativity as a golfer.
I finished 18th.
And that's why when he went to
Out
Rory,
of-
he was delighted. He's not a
Out of
scientific
106?
felt that he would work well, and
No,
I
that
think he's putting
top 9
his
cash.
foot, if not better than ever before.
Yeah, Nick
But under pressure,
Cash.
we saw it last year at the
Nick
US
did
Open.
not.
16, he hits a pole.
Oh, he ended up 23rd?
15 after hitting that big
Oh,
hit.
Corey Connors after him.
He hits a pole. 18 to win the Masters.
Because Nick was going to cash if Corey Connors is like top 5 and then Rory wins, and he would have cashed.
But what technically does he do in his putting show that seems to give him the
Oh, Corey Connors finished T8?
I would tell you that there's 3 things that do that. You know,
That's Patrick Reed.
it comes under pressure more than it comes under casual. And I like what you've been able to figure out. But there's all
Ludwig had like
I
a...
have to look at on the setup. It's usually the relationship between his right arm and his left arm. Sometimes his right arm gets a little high. His right arm gets a little high. The club head tends to go out. Too straight out. It goes too straight out. Shot.
Michael Bush revenge game.
And then he's kind of in the nowhere. And there's a little bit of backup. When he does it right, putter goes in and it arcs open. It stays square to the pad. Opens to the
Oh, wow.
And he releases it.
What is that? Like
He likes
in the
it.
5th? Bottom of the 5th?
Simple, white
Inning ending?
That's like
What a parlay. That
in like
plus 5,000?
in major leagues,
middle of the ball,
like
middle of the
he
face.
leads the league in home
When
runs
he
and
gets nervous, he
hitting
gets
on
a
Sunday
little ball.
nights.
It makes the
Yeah,
rules
I'm just like-
that hit on the center without conviction. Pressure does that, right? I can't imagine the amount of pressure.
I need my
I
towel.
work all the time. Concept of, you'd argue of a pre-shot routine. We have a routine. If you get out of sorts there, start over. He did a couple times.
All right, Ed Aarons
He made putts.
gets
But
4 in the next Leaf Ultimate break.
I can't wait to talk to him afterwards about what he felt like because the way
That is break number 76. We just did 75 today. That's pretty much halfway there if anybody wants to do that. 6 of 10 left. That's a nice little snack.
imagine what he was thinking over that last putt. That's the crowd.
Only 3 cards, but you saw the previous break that I uploaded. Man, I don't know why YouTube jams me up sometimes. Watch the previous break. Watch the previous 75 breaks, and that'll give you a good idea on what you can expect out of this 3-card break. Multi-sport. It's a multi-sport: football, baseball, basketball, tennis, soccer. MMA, UFC. There's fighters in there. Boxers are in there. Hockey. So all sorts of fun stuff. WWE, pro wrestling is in there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, we've got 3 big breaks that are really close to filling, right? If we can get at least one person to get one more full spot, right, we can officially declare that photogenic box the last filler. If we can get a few people, right, 2 or 3 people to buy a spot each in the VIP football helmets, the full-size helmets from Hit Parade, we can officially declare Prism Football Retail the last filler. We can officially declare that the last filler. Scott bought a team random spot. There's 2 left. He bought a spot. We officially declared that select box the last filler, which sells out select 2. And that also, once we get it to a last filler, we can unlock, right, a social media post right there. Maybe get a few more eyeballs. Maybe get a few more eyeballs on the break and maybe fill it just that much faster. So good things happen when we get some high rollers to help out with the full spots. Then I'll bet all the people who want to take a chance on those fillers will activate as well. And we'll get, I feel like we can get all 3 of these breaks done tonight. The mystery crate, the helmets, and the select baseball break. I know we can do it. But we just need a little help, a little momentum. We need some people buying spots.
The Masters will go to a electronic scoreboard and speculate face down the green ones. It ain't happening. Ever. That was one that was painful for the Patriots. They did a double bogey at 13 in the slot. Is he standing 13 feet of the 4-shot lead? He's got it. They remember, he's Rory. We're not there until it's done and dusted. The most heart-wrenching and in the end heartwarming days ever experienced.
I know, Frank. We're getting close.
In golf, the biggest gains come from the finest margins. And with 33 unique loft and lie
We're almost there.
future fit
Stay on target, everybody.
dialed in before you even step on the tee. Dial in your speed, dial in your distance, dial in your control. Unlock your best golf with our fastest, most fittable driver. Introducing DS Adapt from Cobra Golf. Dial in your game.
From the brand trusted by over 98% of PGA Tour pros comes the Tour Hybrid from Bushnell Golf with on-demand slow compensated distances for both laser and GPS. The crucial distances you need are now slow compensated and all in one view. Redefined accuracy, tour level knowledge to optimize your course management. Tour Hybrid. Experience on-course distances like never before.
Oh, remember, sorry, I forgot to update this. Adam got 5 spots in that select box and got us down to 14. So we got 14 of 22 spots left. 1 more full spot, and then we break. At this point, it might happen after my dinner break, but we're there. We're getting there.
Is there anything more enjoyable than having a pint?
But we're right on the cusp of the break.
Overlooking the old course. Hi there, I'm Sir Nicklaus with Finalizing, the most trusted source for planning the golf tour of your imagination. Will I have
And we got the last full spot for the select team random. Remember, it's a total of 11 spots, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Plus that spot right there. Name on top, right? Once we get all 11 spots handled, name on top is going to get a case, a sealed case of Select Baseball, which is a $2,400 value, and good chance that more, you know these products, right? Select, Prism, Donruss Optic, Topps Chrome, all that sort of stuff. You know, those are the ones, you know, those are the kind of products where the case price might tick up a little bit. It's Paul Skeens, right? You know, as long as he keeps doing what he's doing, right? Paul Skeens is gonna keep the value of that case. Let's say you kept it sealed and put it in the back of a closet, right? For 10 years. Be interesting to see what the box prices are there now. You know, go back in time to any of the popular, rookie classes and see what the cost of those boxes are. Football, baseball, basketball.
This weight of history has been lifted for Rory as he wins the 2025 Masters and the career Grand Slam. No more questions. That he's had to face for the last almost 11 years. Why haven't he won a major since 2014? He's only 35. You can begin to imagine what he might, now that he is freed up, what he might be able to do from here. From 1 of 6 to a 1 all 4. That includes this guy right here. Tiger on social media. Welcome to the club, Rory. Completed the Grand Slam at Augusta. Remember, just the second to have done it here. Saracen put back 90 years ago. It's something special. Your determination during this round, this entire journey, has shown through it now. You are part of history. Proud of you. Rory, like so many,
generation grew up idolizing Tiger Woods, inspired by what Tiger did here in '97. Let's go inside the press building now in the 2025 Masters Champion.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to welcome our 2025 Masters champion, Rory McIlroy. Congratulations on winning the 89th Masters dramatic playoff fashion. You've now completed the career Grand Slam. Please share with us your thoughts at this moment.
I'd like to start this press conference with a question myself. What are we all going to talk about next year? It's look, it's a dream come true. I've dreamt about that moment for as long as I can remember. I mentioned it out in the prize ceremony, but watching Tiger here in 1997 do what he did and winning his first green jacket, I think that inspired so many of my generation to want to emulate what he did. And you know, there were points in my career where I didn't know if I would have this nice garment up over my shoulders, but I didn't make it easy today. I certainly didn't make it easy. I was nervous. It was one of the toughest days I've ever had on the golf course in a funny way. And it's funny, walking to the second tee, the first thing that popped into my head was John Ram a couple of years ago making double and going on to win. So, you know, at least my mind was in the right place and was at least thinking positively about it. But just a complete roller coaster of the day. You know, it was very tricky out there. It almost felt more like a US Open than a Masters at some points, just with how firm and fast the greens got. But yeah, just really proud of how I bounced back from you know, from the double on one, from double on 13. I don't know if any Masters champions had 4 doubles during the week, but maybe I'm the first. But yeah, just a complete.
You are the first, Rory.
Emotions today, and honestly, you know, what came out of me on the last green there in the playoff was you know, at least 11 years, if not 14 years of pent up emotion. You know, since 2011. I think it's so ironic as well. I got to my locker this morning and I opened it up and there was a note in there for Angel Cabrera. And just wishing me luck. And Angel Cabrera was the player I played with in the final day in 2011. So just it was a nice touch and a little bit ironic at the same time. And, it's been 14 long years, but thankfully I got the job done.
Good. Well done. Good. Just expanding on that, and now you've done it, can you expand on the level of difficulty or torture or what it's been like coming back here every year, people speaking about you winning it, not doing it, and I suppose
Vinesh, what's going on?
things at the time that you thought, how difficult was that in reality?
It's very difficult. I think I've carried that burden since August 2014. Yes, nearly 11 years. I'm not just about winning my next major, but the career Grand Slam. You know, trying to join a group of 5 players to do it. You know, watching a lot of my peers get green jackets in the process.
You took a drone tour.
Yeah, it's been difficult. And
What, of Hermosa Beach?
with this positive attitude.
Yeah, we are in a nice corner of the world here.
The sort of cumulative experience that I've gained coming back.
Our shop is located, so if you went to the Hermosa Beach Pier,
More comfortable with the shots needed. You know, I talked about it at the start of the week. But you know, there's
right,
talking about it and actually doing
a lot of good places to hang out here.
Today was difficult. I was unbelievably nervous this morning. Really nervous.
And from the pier,
as
you can just drive right
as I said, that sort of
to the top
you know, I was able to bounce
of the
back
pier.
and show, you know, that resilience that I've talked about a lot. And
A lot of cool shops and restaurants that are around here as well. It still has a nice beach community vibe to it. Right, there's the Jersey Mike's that we all go to, the Habit, there's a Chipotle there, a grocery store inside. And then, right at the top, next to the van store, is our shop.
Yeah, would you have to be the eternal optimist in this game?
There's the back entrance to our shop.
You know, I've been saying it.
And there we are.
I truly believe I'm a better player.
You know, and that's the view. Once we get outside of our gate, that's the view. We can kind of see a little bit of water.
It's so hard to stay patient. It's so hard to keep coming back every year and trying your best and not being able to get it done. And yeah, there was points on the back nine today. I thought, have I let this slip again? But again, I responded with some clutch shots when I needed to, and really proud of myself for that. But yeah, it's been
Yeah, we always encourage everybody, hey, you know, if you're in a snow state, a cold weather area, you know, we always encourage, hey, visit us. You know, we're pretty close to the airport. You know, we're pretty close to the airport. And you know, we've got I think there's a Hampton Inn right next door, which, you know, some other cheaper hotels around here too, but, you know, that'll put you, you know, a few minutes walking distance to our shop. Oh, nice, Frank. Started a new job in downtown LA. Yeah, no, downtown is still a ways away, because not only are we not close to the freeway, we're kind of far away from the freeway, so that's about 15-20 minutes just to get to the freeway, and then you have to battle the rest of LA traffic. I think sometimes it takes if someone left the shop for a 7 o'clock Dodgers game, I think you'd have to leave on a weeknight. Probably have to leave, you know, a couple hours early. But it's not bad on like a, you know, we're closed Sundays and Mondays. Sometimes a Tuesday isn't so bad. I don't know. You ultimately, I think we all just get used to it, and we don't really. We just figure it'll just take an hour just to get anywhere.
In the back of my mind was 16, because that was an unusual Sunday day on 16. Probably for the 50th anniversary of Jackal, in 75. So that was the one I.
But if you're ever here on like a Saturday, and if work puts you in downtown on a Saturday, then you know, definitely pop by the shop. Traffic's a lot less crazy then.
I made a lot of good iron swings, and I think over the last, I don't know how many years, it seems that the people that lead.
Nice. You used to live in Inglewood back in the early 2000s.
To win or have a very good chance, and I think my approach to life for the most part this week was very good.
That's where SoFi is.
That showed them on the last few holes.
Kia Forum, where the Lakers used to play, which is now a really good concert venue. They redid the sound on the inside there. That's really cool. And that's where the Clippers play.
I would see a young man that didn't really know a whole lot about the world.
Yeah, right. I was gonna say. I think you're in Orange County, right, Frank? Yeah, that last 5 miles. What is your angle of attack? Probably, you're probably going up the 5, right?
I didn't understand why I got myself in a great position in 2011, and I probably didn't understand why I let.
Yeah, maybe the 5, and yeah, this area right here.
But I think just having a little more sense
is always a nightmare.
That experience.
You know, because there's a lot of oh, you're going 110.
And all that.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter which way you go. they're both pretty bad.
I would say that to any young boy or girl that's listening to this. Or,
yeah, you can jam up the 405.
I've
go up the 110. You know, you can try going 405, 710 up to the 5 and curl up that way as well. That's an option. Just depends on what traffic's doing that day. You know, you can go up the 405, connect to the 5 instead, try to crawl up that way. You know, if that's jamming you up, you can cut across the 91, go up the 710, go up the 110. It's like an episode of the Californians. Are all the sorry, Vinish, I missed your earlier question. Are all the locals all nice people like at Jaspy's? Yeah, for the most part. I think it's hard for people to get too angry when you're living near the ocean or working near the ocean.
They're natural, and you know they're all good things. You know, if you weren't feeling like that, I think that's more of a problem than when you do feel them. But
it's always crazy when just to think about just how dense and spread out LA is. I know a lot of friends from like, friends who've moved here from like the East Coast or even Chicago or New York. They're just like, man, just just the sprawl of the greater Los Angeles area from like, the Valley, Santa Clarita, through the LA Basin, the beach, the South Bay, West LA, then you got Pasadena, then you start crawling into the Inland Empire, which connects to Orange County, and that's all that there, man. And the Corona, Riverside, Moreno Valley area, that's developed like so quickly too. There used to be a lot of like empty sort of desert space in between all of these like cities here, but now that area has just grown. It's crazy.
Look, I've rode my luck all week. And again, I think
even Palm Springs too, the Palm Springs area. This might be the last part of California where you can still develop. I'm sure all these will be filled in with houses and stuff soon.
even the second shot on 7 today.
So that this entire valley will just be filled up as well. Crazy.
So yeah, I rode my luck all week, and you need that little bit of luck to...
You're going to a concert at the Shrine Expo Hall, Frank was mentioning before. I've done a concert at the Shrine Expo Hall. It's pretty nice. I think they used to hold, if I'm not mistaken, like back in maybe like the 1930s or 40s or whatever, they used to have the Oscars there. It's somewhere around here. Oh, there it is, right in front of my face. It still has some of the old architecture, so like that, so like some of the exteriors are still really cool. Parking, as you may expect, is a nightmare, but there is a parking lot right across the street here that they usually open up for concerts.
Kind of the dynamics of both shots because they're kind of iconic, I think.
So 7.
Yeah, that USC area, and it's pretty. Some of the surrounding areas, there may be some questionable streets. It's one of those weird things about LA where it's like, one street will be like, full student housing, super clean, super safe, and then just the next block over, it'll be like really sketchy. But I guess that's kind of any big city.
I could have chased it up into the front bunker, but I saw a gap and I was like, well, I could actually get this on the green. If it gets in that little bowl, it could go close. So
could probably even park a little bit further away. You can walk through USC and get to the place. Oh, that's a nice campus.
But to be able to pull it off was pretty cool, even though I didn't hold that putt either. And then
some nice public transportation here. If I'm ever going to like a concert or like, there's like, a lot of museums around here and stuff like that. It's always a nice train ride. I live in Santa Monica, straight shot down here.
I knew it was enough to cover. If it turned great, if it didn't, you're sort of in that right
If you fly down and visit Jazz, can I co-host the show with you?
easy up and down, but it's a
No. You can be a guest though.
that was
We leave the hosting to the professionals finish. Professional breakers like ourselves.
Congratulations. Can you describe the internal feeling of joy and relief?
Oh, but we always welcome guests to pop their heads and say hello to the masses.
It was all relief. There wasn't much joy in that reaction. It was all relief.
All right, look at this. Jacob Madden just picked up a full spot in the select.
That was. I've been coming here 17 years, and it was a good.
So that one box break is select.
That came out of me there.
You said it just
Sells out the team random,
I just
which sells out select pick your team too.
I said it's ironic how these things happen. We were invited to a dinner by a few members of the club on Tuesday night, and we were the only two players at that table, and we were the ones that ended up being in the playoff. It's funny how these things work, but he's a great champion. He has displayed so much grace throughout his career. Selfishly, I was happy that it was another Euro in the playoff. We're on a good run at the minute. We're Ryder Cup year and all that. So, but yeah, Justin's a great champion, and I remember watching.
So here's what I'm thinking here. We're at the top of the hour. I may as well scarf down some food right now. Right? And then I'm hoping by the bottom of the hour, my dinner breaks generally aren't very long. By the bottom of the hour, in about 30 minutes, I'm hoping that this will be sold out.
He has a few more opportunities.
Very quick detail, what's the size of your jacket?
I think it's a 38 regular.
Did you regroup after missing the putt on 18?
I'm going to move that
After scoring, Harry and I were
select
walking
baseball to the
to
top position
the
right
park to
there.
bring us back to the 18th tee, and he said to me, "Well, pal, we would have taken this on Monday morning." I'm like, yeah,
Right, so we'll
absolutely.
unbold that section right there.
Easy reset. He basically said to me, "Look, you would have given your right arm to be in a playoff at the start of the week." So that sort of reframed it a little bit for me, and again, I just kept telling myself, just make the same
So
swing.
this is it. This sells out 14 spots at $30 each with an 8-spot giveaway. So we're only selling 22 spots outright. That's it. That's the last filler. That sells out the team random, which sells out select 2. We can break that right at the bottom of the hour if you want to. Link is in the chat. Make it happen, my friends. That would be a good break to come back to. And while we're doing that select break, maybe we can, twist some people's arms, maybe get that mystery crate done, maybe eventually get that Hit Parade helmet break done. But right now, this is it. This is the closest to filling. No more full spots, just the last filler.
During the course of your career.
So let's do it, gang.
Last year was awful.
Wow, nice. And Jacob, this is definitely happening
Losses are hard, and again,
by the time I get back, because Jacob just picked up 7 spots
in positions to win these championships.
and cuts that number in half, the select filler.
You made 30 threes this week. And a couple.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
And there were a couple of other numbers in there too.
A couple of seconds.
How did you navigate the second 9? Was there a lot of positive?
All right, let me go scarf down some food. We'll be right back.
Up and down at the second 9.
So I birdied 10. I bogeyed 11, which was fine, and I made a really good 3 on 12. Hit it where you're supposed to hit it, 2 putt, move on. So really, walking to the 13th tee, I was thinking to myself, I could play the next 3 holes in 4-4-4. That was what I was thinking. Didn't quite materialize that way, but I was really just trying to break it down into threes. I feel like I played 10, 11, 12 well. I was trying to play 13, 14, 15, well, didn't quite materialize, and then I played 16 and 17 well. I didn't feel like I played the 18th badly, and had a chance to win in regulation. But yeah, I basically just broke it down into 3 whole stretches. Brendan Quinn.
Hey, Rory. Earlier this week, you were asked about Jack and Gary Player and Tom Watson all picking you and rooting for you, and you deftly deflected the question. And I wonder now if you can kind of speak to, I don't know, the burden that comes with history, the burden that comes with fellow greats or guys you want to count yourself amongst. What does that feel like?
It's tough. It's, you've had, Jack, Gary, Tom, Tiger, you name it, come through here and all say that I'll win the Masters one day. That's a hard load to carry. Especially, it is. It really is. And, these are idols of mine, and it's very flattering that they all come up here and they believe in me and they believe in my abilities to be able to, win this tournament and, achieve the Grand Slam and all that, but it doesn't help. I wish I didn't say it, but I think as well as the years have went on, I've just become more accustomed to the noise that sort of surrounds my whole Masters week, and I've become a little more, comfortable with it.
Rory, just curious what you think the best shot you hit today was, and why you feel that way.
The best shot I hit today was, it could be the second on 7, but I think one of the most important ones for me was the second shot on 3. I started 6-5, hit a good tee shot on 3. That's not an easy second shot, bumping it up that hill. To judge that well and make a 3 there, when Bryson then made 5, and then to go ahead and birdie the next hole as well. I thought it was very early in the round, but it was a huge moment in relation.
Rory, you and Harry grew up together in a tiny town, playing childhood games together. What does it feel like to have him standing beside you today when you achieved that childhood dream?
Amen. Yeah, I've known Harry since I was 7 years old. I met him on the putting green at Hollywood Golf Club. We've had so many good times together. He's been like a big brother to me the whole way through my life. And to be able to share this with him after all the close calls that we've had, all the crap that he's had to take from people that don't know anything about the game. This one is just as much his as it is mine. He's a massive part of what I do, and I couldn't think of anyone better to share it with him.
Congratulations. I just wondered if you could talk us through your plans for tonight and the next few days. I can't imagine you'll be finishing up John Grisham anytime soon.
I don't know. I'll stay here tonight. I'll probably head home to Florida tomorrow. And I'd really love to see my mom and dad. They're back in Northern Ireland, so maybe a trip back home at some point during next week.
Will you be taking the green jacket to Old Trafford?
If it can inspire some better play, absolutely.
A couple more questions, Claire.
Congratulations, Rory. Where does this rank among the best days of your life, and just how proud of yourself are you?
It's up there. I'm not going to compare it to life moments like a marriage or having a child, but it's the best day of my golfing life. And yeah, I'm very proud of myself. I'm proud of never giving up. I'm proud of how I kept back and dusting myself off and not letting the disappointments really get to me. Talking about that eternal optimist again, and yeah, great fight.
Rory, before we go, could you take us through which clubs you use for the birdies as well as in the playoffs, just so we have that?
Sure. So the birdie on 3, I talked about a little, a little chip bump and run up the hill with a lob wedge. I hit a 5-iron on the 4th hole. The 9th hole, I hit a 3/4 lob wedge in there. The 10th, I hit 8-iron. The 15th, I hit a 7-iron for my second shot approach. And then on 17, I hit a 8-iron. And in the playoff, I hit a gap wedge. Yeah.
Well, Rory, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Started with some humor. Rory speaking to the press. I'd like to start by asking a question. What are we all going to talk about next year? And then the emotion. When asked about his caddy, Harry Diamond, imagine winning this trade with your lifelong friend by your side. Rory saying couldn't think of anyone better to share it with. We'll catch up with Justin Rose, Johnson Wagner, Ben Crenshaw as we continue live from the Masters.
Oh, so you corporate types are rock stars?
Well, that's as ridiculous as rock stars being corporate types.
Workday's AI agents are making you all rock stars.
Sorry, happy. Proceed.
So that's a slide. Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry. Who are they? Oh, interns.
We're interns. Good night.
I'll see you tomorrow.
To be at your most elite, you need to play an iron with elite speed and elite feel, with elite dispersion that combines an ultra-fast speed frame with a revolutionary AI 10X face. The future of iron performance is elite in every way. Play elite with Callaway.
Struggling with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis? Talk to your doctor about #1 prescribed Entyvio, offering 2 maintenance options, including the Entyvio pen. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. PML, a rare, potentially fatal brain infection, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. Entyvio, relief, remission for real.
I was ready to start building my credit, but I didn't want a credit card with fees or expensive debt. So I got the Child Credit Builder card, and I use it for everything. There's no annual fees, no interest, and my score is up 100 points. Join me at chime.com.
What should we do?
I'm going to cashnetusa.com. I can apply in minutes, and if approved, we can have the money as soon as the same business day.
Go to cashnetusa.com to apply for the money you need.
You don't. It's a new day. It's a new life for me. And I'm feeling good.
Vacations will never be the same. Welcome to the 4 parks of Universal Orlando Resort.
The range of emotions for the 89th playing of the Masters was absolutely incredible. There's the final leaderboard, and that only tells part of the story. and Rory McIlroy playing Justin Rose, clear from the rest of the field in that epic playoff. This is one of those Masters. Patrons, players, caddies, Augusta National members, everyone's going to wake up tomorrow and think, did that really happen? As Rory McIlroy becomes the sixth man to join the modern day career Grand Slam. So if the 1975 Masters duel won by Jack Nicklaus over Johnny Miller and Tom Weiskopf is considered the best all-timer, you could argue Jack in '86 as well, then today's thrill ride won by Rory McIlroy in that playoff to complete the career Grand Slam might have been the wildest finish we've ever seen. I'm George Samaricas inside our Golf Channel studios. You got to tip your cap to Justin Rose. Trailed by 7 to start the day, nearly pulled off the second largest comeback in Masters history. It was an all-time bounce back for Rose, who led the first couple days, stumbled Saturday with a 75. Today, the final 9 was as clutch as they come. Comes home with a 32, a birdie on the last to fire a 66, tying the low round of the day before losing in the first hole of sudden death.
Definitely I'm proud of myself. I think, yeah, played great golf today. Came out. I think I flipped the switch from yesterday. Yesterday I was so angry coming off the golf course because I turned 69 to 75 yesterday, and I didn't let that momentum seep into today. And I think that was, from a professionalism point of view, very, very proud of that switch overnight into this morning. And then, yeah, hitting the right shots at the right time. Today I hit a lot of quality shots under pressure, and I felt like I was getting stronger and stronger and stronger as the round was going on. I felt so good with my game, good with my emotions, that I'm super proud of that, because you can't prepare for that, you can't practice for that. That is just, that's when you learn about yourself, and I'm still learning about myself, but I rolled true and again here at the Masters. When it gets to the real business end, I feel like I'm really, really calm and I'm ready for it, which is, again, proud of that, but disappointing. I think to lose the first and second time kind of punctuates both of them and makes you realise just how close you've been.
Yeah, very quite right with that, how proud you are, how focused you were, but how much does it hurt being so close to the game?
Yeah, I mean, it hurts. I think, yeah, all you do is like I think I really kicked on in my career. When I finished second to surgery, I think I then got some of the best golf of my career, got to go number 1. It's what you choose to play. Like, there's no point being too despondent about it, because you look at all the good stuff that got me into this situation, and you can't skip through a career without a little bit of heartache. It's not going to happen. If you're willing to lift the big championships, if you're willing to, you've got to put yourself on the line. You've got to risk feeling this way to kind of get the reverse. So, it nets out.
It's time for Moving Forever Forward, presented by Workday. So take a look at Justin Rose and his performance on the second night in regulation. His scorecard was remarkable. Par 10. Then the next day, Holmes had 6 birdies, 2 bogeys. Went birdie, birdie, birdie on 11, 12, and 13 through in the quarter. Then birdies on 15, 16, and 18 to the house to post 11 under par. Then he had to wait and see what would happen. This now marks the second career playoff loss to Rose at Augusta National. 8 years ago, 2017, Sergio Garcia makes birdie. First playoff hole on 18. 8 years later, same story with Rory McIlroy stuffing it on 18. Rose agonizingly close to getting that coveted green jacket. 3 career runner-up finishes at Augusta National. What a week, though, for the 44-year-old, as it's Rory McIlroy standing the tallest, hoisting the trophy, slipping on the green jacket, completing the career Grand Slam. We have Johnson Wagner, 2-time Masters champ Ben Crenshaw joining live from the Masters.
Golf Central proudly presents Live from the Masters. Coverage brought to you by Workday, the AI platform for your people, money, and agents.
rescued yesterday by Dave, who's realizing in real time his new dog has a thing for squirrels. And there's Chewy, where Dave will order a horse and everything else Dash needs in life. Like delicious food, because squirreling can work up quite an appetite. For low prices and fast shipping, for life of pets, there's Chewy.
I knew that something was different. I knew it, I called it, and look what I found today.
It's Blue Chew.
Blue Chew.
Blue Chew. Blue Chew. Blue Chew. Blue Chew. Blue Chew.
Blue for now. Just a secret, if you don't know, now you know. They're on a subscription model, so it's delivered every month. And for the ladies, let your man know, and you're welcome in advance.
My attack angle was off today, taking it way too much. Where's my lag? I need my lag. It was all over the place. Came out of that. My post impact position is way out of position, setting up too close. This pinch you can't be right. Golf is full of excuses. I was closed at the time. I was open at the time. My left foot should be more open. My calves are too tight. No more excuses. Get the best golf equipment and apparel at the guaranteed lowest prices at carlsgolfland.com. Land of golf plenty. Free shipping, free returns.
Everyone's had a bad vacation rental experience, but not anymore. Book your spring or summer stay with Wander instead and save the stress. Wander combines hotel luxury with vacation low comfort. Every Wander comes with inspiring views, hotel-grade amenities, dreamy beds, top-tier cleaning, and 24/7 concierge service. With hundreds of handpicked locations from coast to coast, Wander is the perfect location for every type of getaway. And right now, there's a special surprise waiting for you at checkout that you simply will not want to miss. Your next adventure awaits at wander.com.
I started on Tuckers 14 years ago. Today we have more than 85 stores. I've talked a million times about our perfect uncuffed shirts. But what I haven't talked about is the quality detail that goes into making these ones. We developed a stay-put collar that never falls flat. Never serves unbreakable buttons and special heat lock thread. Finally, we have exceptional quality control so there's no shrinking and each shirt looks the same over and over. Come try us at untucking.com.
Rory McIlroy saying it was a roller coaster of emotion, years of pent-up emotion. And he carried this burden since he was a young man, since 2014. He's 35 now. Adding it's been difficult watching his peers slip their arms into the green jacket. A heavy weight to carry, and now, he said, he's freed up. And he's coming back every year. Here's for Scotty Scheffler, two great champions. Time now for Mercedes-Benz, drive with precision. Rory was a little crooked today, but over the course of 4 days, when he unleashed it and when he was right, I mean, he tattooed the golf ball. Bryson, driving distance leader at 330 yards, no surprise. Bryson employed throughout a conservative game plan. Rory about a yard behind that, and then it's another 14 to Rasmus Højgaard. 35, Rory still with plenty of speed, still with plenty of pop. So most major championships on the men's side in Europe. You see the underappreciated Harry Barton. There's Sir Nick. There's 3 green jackets, and Rory's right there. The 7 James Gray, JHDL. Rory said, in 2024.
We got it. We got it.
Being the greatest European ever is still within my reach. And who could argue with that, given what he did today, where he sits? Still with plenty of good years to go. The similarities between Tiger in 2001 and Rory in 2025. Both won the Players in a Monday finish. Both had won twice before coming to the Masters. Tiger winning in 2001 to complete his slam. 4 consecutive men's majors, professional side, and then Rory wins to complete the career Grand Slam. And joined now by Johnson Wagner, who's on a call for Sirius XM Satellite Radio with Mike Rico. What did you think of that final record, Johnson?
It was, great. We were on the early show today, leading into coverage, and I kind of was pontificating about how I thought it was going to go. And you're like, well, it would be nice if you were able to write a script and have it play out that way. I don't think anybody in their right mind would have written this script like you got
Stephen King.
That's fair. I mean, first of all, it's been the story all week long how Rory has bounced back from so many obstacles. Doubles on Thursday. Friday and Saturday were smoother, but then today, the double on one, the resilience to come back on 3, 4, and then it started happening again. It was just crazy, and for me, the 13th was so shocking. I was relieved when I saw him hit 3 off that tee. He had a 3-shot lead at the time, and then when they were still playing on the green before he pulled out the club to lay up, I'm like, all right, he's gonna lay this up down the left-hand side.
And you thought that was a good play?
I absolutely did. I know it's out of character for him, but the discipline they showed. And then when he did it in the water, it made another double. To make 4 doubles for the week. And we haven't had a person win with 2 doubles since Craig Stadler. Nobody's ever won with 4. I think Craig Stadler had 3 doubles that year. And so it was just a roller coaster of emotions. And we also talked about, like I was so looking forward to him winning and seeing his reaction on 18. And it most certainly did disappoint.
And he acknowledged what you asked the question in the press building at his press conference. He acknowledged what?
Well, to overcome everything he did this week, he needed some luck. And the shot on 11 was just, it was crazy that it took it and hooked it so much and it got a bad kick and it's rolling. It's like, oh no, it's going in the water. And it just, by the grace of God, stopped right there before the bank.
Well, what do you think? He was asked, that shot he hit today, immediately you're thinking, well, it has to be the sweeping hook he hit at 15. He said the chip shot at number 3 because where he was standing at that point, he made a double to start, he lost his lead.
Yeah, I think the most spectacular shot was 115, but you got to contextualize it in terms of the moment, and I think that's why he went for the pitch and run on 3. At that stage, he was rocking. He played the first hole in a double bogey. The second hole, he hit a bad pitch left there from Rowan and bunker. Hit a bad pitch there and did well to escape with a 5. He hadn't settled down at that stage, and that birdie settled him down. It was also a 2-shot swing as Bryson made bogey. So you could have picked 3 or 4, couldn't you? I mean, it was a yo-yo. I mean, it was, what actually started with down. It was a down double bogey, then it was coming back. Then it was another double bogey, and then it was coming back. And it wasn't like he made a whole lot of birdies and then made mistakes. So it was a roller coaster. It was brilliant. I thought mentally, the resilience, the toughness that he showed today. It's kind of what we all talked about leading in. It's a bit different, Rory. It's a new evolution of Rory. It's a better Rory.
All right.
Golfer Rory. It's a tougher.
Nice. Officially sold out.
He's got the bounce back. He's got the pointy out.
There you go. Matt's in on the action. He gets a spot. Adam gets 2 spots. 2 more spots. He's up to a lot. We got John with 3 spots. And Jason K with a spot. Nice. That sells that out.
And the stick that he's constantly beaten with, you haven't won a major for 11 years, you've lost it, you don't have the heart, you don't have the game, you're done, you're not going to come in again, you're not going to win a major again. All of these things have been thrown out for 11 years. And to come out
And that'll lead us to the team random for select.
I'd say, outside of the 2019.
That'll lead us to the select break.
This is my estimation, the most popular victory that I have ever seen. We've seen some very popular victories, both
Which should take us about
years, but there's just something about Rory
an hour.
that pulls people in, that makes people full.
So that's TBD, to be determined. Now I can get rid of this. Delete that. Maybe we can get the mystery crate done. Maybe we can get those helmets done. Let me grab one more order, and that's from Jason K, who's going to get a spot in the Hit Parade Multisport filler, which is a box of Encore.
But I think another part of it is that, famously, Herbert Warren said something great about Bobby Jones. He said he stood up to just about the best that life had to offer, which is not easy. And then later on, after the illness, he said, and then...
So it's an Encore box, and we're giving away 5 spots.
With equal grace. And so as we watched Rory, he won big early on without becoming arrogant, which is not easy, okay? Without becoming entitled, with no sense of, I've ascended to a spot now where you know, I don't really have to talk to you, I don't want to play with you. There's no sense of that. But then he also lost in such big and memorable and painful ways without becoming bitter. And that's really hard. And to see someone be so philosophically inclined, to be so, again, you know him far better than I do, but I went to dinner with him a few years ago at the Arnold Palmer Invitational. His crew and my wife got there before I did. I was coming off live from. And, he was sitting across from my wife. He was talking to her because he knows she loves golf. And, I walked up and, they're engaged in some conversation about her swing and golf. And he wasn't talking about himself. And he'd save the seat right beside him for me to sit down. And he was like, I know you like wine. I got some wine for him. I mean, it was all about everybody else and not about him. And so, you put all that together with his enormous talents, and that sums it up, at least for me, I think people can sense that about it. I mean, I don't know if you agree that this is one of the most popular victories that anyone
So last year, I was with Tarico on 18 on Sunday, and it was packed. Scotty Scheffler win was his second. It was an incredible vibe. And it was a blowout.
I got everything I need here.
Today, we get to the booth on 18 right before Justin Rose made the move. And it was incredible how many people were around that green. And I thought that Justin made the putt. I was really wondering how the crowd would react because it was very pro-Rory up there when we got there. And they treated Justin Rose with so much respect. How about that putt he made to even have a chance to force that playoff on 18? It was incredible. And then as the next group started piling.
Hi, everybody. Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com. We did it. We knocked out the last filler that's going to unlock the team random, which is going to unlock Select Baseball Pick Your Team 2. So a couple layers here, a little Inception-y here, but point is, we got it done. Thanks, everybody. So let's do this box of Select. First, we're going to give away 8 spots. So we only sold 22 of the 30 spots outright. So top 8 after our first of 3 dice rolls are going to get extra spots in the 1-box break. Sorry, I already pressed 1 there, but top 8 after 10. 4 and a 6, 10 times. So that's already 1. Here's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So there's Matthew, Jacob, Adam, John, Adam. Extra spots going your way after 10. So a little buy one, get one scenario here. Gives you slightly better odds at those team random spots. Alright, but first we're going to make you sweat that a little bit because we're going to do the 1-box break really quick. All 30 teams are in. Let's roll it, randomize it. 6 and a 1. 7 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7th and final time.
That takes a certain skill set. Then you cut the PGA Championship, which is maybe like a PGA Tour.
6 and a 1, 7 times for the teams.
That takes its own skill set. And then you also put the Masters and all the charm that Augusta National has. So for me, a golfer, to be able to
Alright, so after 7, here's how it shakes out. Remember, no trade windows in these filler breaks, as you know by now. There's the first half of the list right there, and the second half of the list right over here.
Each of the 4 exams that the major championships ask.
And I would think he will be the favorite at the PGA Championship, not Scotty Scheffler. I think we could have predicted that prior to this week. Scotty was a strong favorite.
And let's print and rip.
He gets it going where he wins at Quail Hollow, and he said he's done quite a few times there. Then maybe we can begin to get giddy about something really special as we go to the U.S. Open at Elkhorn. Flags, thank you. Great week. We appreciate all your contributions. Stay with us. General Ben Crenshaw is going to be jumping on with us. This is back in Hollywood in Northern Ireland as we're headed for the Open at Royal Court Rush.
All right, once again, here's the final printout right here, hot off the presses.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't matter.
And good luck. A lot of Masters coverage here. Big win for Rory McIlroy. But let's also check in on
want to feel like you're not skipping
Sunday Night Baseball, where my Dodgers, I think, are trailing the Cubs by a run. Yeah, Cubs are up 3-2. Top of the 8th, and they got runners at the corners. I'll be honest with you, I don't think I've paid attention to anything except for the golf between Thursday and just now. Oh wow, Keith, good job, Kike. Yeah, the ball came back. All right. Good luck in this. There might be some surprises in here. How about a Luis Tiant autograph for Jacob and the Red Sox? This will be a nice preview of the case break that we're going to do in a little bit. There's a Chase Petty to 149. And that'll be for the Reds. That's going to go to Matthew. And the James Wood is going to go to Jacob and the Nats. I think in the case break, we're gonna sleeve all those up after the break, just in the interest of time. But here, just this one box break, we can definitely take care of that right now. Here's a Chase Petty tie-dye going to Matthew and the Reds. 17 out of 25. One of the hallmarks of Select Baseball. Rookie Jackson Churio for the Brewers. Adam. Excuse me. A Colson Montgomery. It's going to be for the White Sox as I throw this top loader across my desk here. John with the White Sox. 77 out of 99. Josh Noth. 35 out of 49. And a Jackson Merrill. Tie-dye. 3-color patch. That's going to go to Matthew. And the Padres. Yeah, the Reds and the Padres. That's a nice draw. That is nice. 4 out of 25. Great patch. Love the way that tie-dye looks. There you go. And the Josh Noth to 49 will go to the Brewers. That'll be for Adam. Here's Drew Jones to 199 going to Jacob. Yeah, you have it. You want a bit of a heater. And this is just a filler. There's a rookie Heston Kjerstad. Tricolor, Evan Carter. Got Bobby Mercer. Got a bit of the pinstripe there. That's going to go to Jacob and the Yankees. 16 out of 49. And the tricolor Kjerstad is going to go to Adam and the O's. Here's a red Rhino. 28 out of 149. Adam with the Cubs. Here is Adrian Santana. Tampa Bay Rays autograph. That's going to go to Jacob and Tampa Bay. Here's a Buster Posey to 99. And that, my friends, is the break. Not bad. Nice little preview of what we're going to see in a little bit. Now, let's see who's going to win their way into the team random. Let's flip back over here. Let's gather everybody's names. And our final dice roll here is going to be 2 and a 2 for the hard way. Hard 4 and top 2 are going to get into that team random. Good luck. The deuces are wild. 2, 2, and the top 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Makes 4. And the top 2. Good luck. Now, 3 through 30. Very sad times, but appreciate everybody giving it a shot. We'll try to get him next time. Top 2, happy times because you're in the team random. Jacob is happy, and Adam is happy. So Adam and Jacob gets in after 4. Congrats. We'll see you in that team random video right after this. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. All right. All right, so give me a minute to put this away, and then we'll get the team random started next. Hey, yeah. Thanks for getting in, Matt. Can't win if you don't play. I appreciate you playing. It's always nice to get stuff in the mail from us. All right, so let's print those labels out. Yeah, I think that's probably the best place to check is the shipping update page. I think over the weekend maybe that doesn't get updated, but although it should, I think there's a member of the shipping team was in today. But if it hasn't been updated in a day or two, then it should definitely be updated tomorrow. But once it ships out, it shouldn't take too long. A few business days, maybe. Because if you have multiple hits, your shipping may just naturally be upgraded to a... Oh, they shipped it out. So yeah, so if you have like a if you're lucky enough to get a number of hits going your way, then it usually gets upgraded to priority mail, and that should only take like 2 to 4 business days, depending on where you are in the world. I think you're on the East Coast, right? Yeah, so that's about how long it should take, I would think. Alright, so that's uploading. Labels are printed out. Break is put away. Great. Let's reset these lists.
When migraine strikes, do you question the trade-offs of treating? Ubrelvy is another option. It works fast, and most of migraine pain relief
Take this off the site for now.
anytime, anywhere. Tell your doctor all medicines you take. Don't take if allergic or with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Get help right away for allergic reactions like trouble breathing, face, mouth, tongue, and throat swelling, which may occur hours to days after. Side effects.
Yeah, no worries, Matt. Always nice to have things in transit.
Ace's new Yard RX prescribes the best line, specific to your yard's needs, delivered every season. Because when you want greener grass, less weeds, and fewer bugs, now you can get a personal prescription delivered to you from the helpful folks at Ace. You'll get everything you need at our best price each season, guaranteed. From our store to your front door, it's sure to soon good, it's guaranteed. Ace is the place with the helpful hardware.
People are good. For laughs, for snorts, for cries, and goodbyes. People are good for doing nothing or getting up to something. People are good for you. Jim B. Best usual.
Yeah, sometimes, especially during like around the holidays too, you know, shipping times can get a little weird.
Like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Gloria helps you choose the right.
You know, obviously, results will always also depend on how good your local post office hub and local post office is as well. I know we've had some customers over the years have said our post office sucks, so we always get stuff like 2 days later than it should. And some people are like, hey, I live near a big hub, and our local post office gets our stuff to us immediately. So just depends. All right, let me grab the giveaway case, and we'll get this going.
As a result, 2 homers and a triple for the Roadrunner, Pete Crow Armstrong.
Oh my. Had a slugfest today, right? 2 home runs.
Pete Crow Armstrong had a triple now.
Armstrong sees this ball as soon as he keeps it fair right. Ground ball could get aggressive on the first pitch. And he decides I'm going 3 innings. I have to look at his coach to see if he's going to figure it out. He understands the situation. What a spark plug. Is that you or is it me?
We'll start with Nicklaus again, looking for insurance here in the 9th inning. Crow Armstrong has been strong. Stirring it home. Fouled off the plate by the Lion.
Talk about a confident pitcher, right? I mean, he never doubted right out of the box. He said, that's true. Never hesitated.
If you in, can Amaya deliver?
Well, let's try to get the joke right. Get that extra run. You're down. You're up 2 already. Try to get that extra run to keep ready to leave it from being an impact.
Now, the good news about this team random is that you're guaranteed something. So we just randomize your names, not this part. I think everybody knows that by now. Okay, here we go. Hi everybody, Joe for JASPY's CaseBreaks.com. We did it. We knocked out the 2024 Panini Select Baseball Team Randoms. This is going to unlock Pick Your Team 2. You're either going to get a case or a team. and Pick Your Team 2. So these are the Pick Your Team 2 teams, and if your name ends up on top, you're going to win this case right here. Right here. This one is going to have your name on it. Big thanks. So there it is right there. So name on top will get the case, and then the remaining names will be in Pick Your Team 2. That'll be from another case. Big thanks to this group right here. We only had a few people buy their spots outright. So Greg, Scott, and Jacob, thanks for grabbing your spots outright. And then congrats to the winners. Select 6, 7, 8, and 9. Appreciate everybody taking a chance on those fillers. So let's do it. Let's roll it. Let's randomize your names 11 times. Wow, Random Rory is going to make you sweat it out. 5 and a 6, 11 times. Good luck. 1. Now, good news is everyone's going to get something. There's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11th and final time, Jacob. Last spot mojo up top. You get the case of Select Baseball. Congrats, Jacob. You also get the Red Sox. How about that? Nancy, you got the Padres and Pick Your Team 2. Adam with the Angels. Brian with Oakland. Greg, or I guess just the Athletics now. Greg with St. Louis. Nancy with Arizona. Scott with the Braves. Frank with the Guardians. Brian with the Miami Marlins. And Adam with the Twins. There you go, gang. We'll see you in the case break in the next video. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Bye-bye. All right, there you go. There you go. There's Jacob. Congrats, man. The gamble paid off. Sweet.
Taxes. Less tax. Now taxes. Relaxing.
So Jacob, this case of Select right there, right, is yours. There, it literally has your name on it.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition. Get the most money back guaranteed.
So you can rip it if you want to. You can sell the case if you want to. You can rip half, sell half, whatever you want to do. It's yours. There you go. It's been a rough weekend. See? You keep getting your at-bats in. You know? You put yourself in a position for good things to happen. So I appreciate you trying again. Okay, now give me a minute here. Let me fill in all these teams. So this, we'll put rooftops next to your name. So that symbol means you won those teams here. In Pick Your Team 2. So Boston goes to Jacob. Nancy gets the Padres. Adam gets the Angels. Brian gets the A's. Greg gets the Cardinals. Nancy has Arizona. Scott with Atlanta. Frank with Cleveland. This is for you. Brian Frank with Miami. And Adam with the Twins.
He's always had a signature curveball that specs like a bicycle.
Now the next select is down to 11. All right, we got Red Sox, Reds, Guardians, Royals, Angels, Marlins, Twins, Phillies, Mariners, Cardinals, and Blue Jays. So 11 teams left. The more teams you get, the less expensive that filler is going to be. And looks like we got 30% off the remaining teams as well. That's for both Pick Your Team 3 and 4. Listen, with that discount, we might be able to get another case done tonight. What do you think? Discount applied at checkout. There's Pick Your Team 3. And we really could, I mean, if we do a filler, they might be at full price. So take advantage of the 30% off. Which Kevin did. Kevin got the Giants in Select 3.
They are in danger of losing 6 of 9 after that start. And Shohei got touched by that ball ricocheting off the ground.
Yeah, and we can pivot to the mystery crate. If we can get a couple people, 1 or 2 people to get a spot each, a full spot each in the mystery crate, this officially becomes the last filler. If the filler sells out quickly and those 2 spots are still sitting there, I will create another photogenic box, which would then, that would be the last filler. And then, like Frank was mentioning, if we can get a couple people to buy full spots in the helmets, you know, retail box 3 could be declared the last filler. All right. All right, let me go grab the monster box and another case, and we'll get this going.
Against Altuve getting after 7 Eastern ESPN, ESPN Deportes, and ESPN Radio. Our coverage starts at 6 Eastern with baseball tonight, Sunday. For everybody involved with Sunday Night Baseball, Colorado State, enjoy the hockey and thanks for being with us.
He over-putted. Over-putted the night before.
Yeah.
Sunday Night Hockey for you. Welcome to
He tried to change things up.
Wow.
It was working great for him.
That's kind of wild.
Yeah.
Because he didn't get off the practice, because he was there after yesterday's round, like hitting balls at the range. It was for like another 2 hours.
What are we doing?
I think he overcooked it.
Yeah.
making his NHL debut here tonight for the Ducks against the Colorado Avalanche. Along with Cassie Campbell-Pascal and our ESPN crew.
Rory, this is a shot for the ages here. It really is. I mean, just a big swing and hook around the trees, water in front. Things really hadn't gone his way in terms of hitting great iron shots, but you really got to tip your cap to him. The way he bowed up at the end of this with some clutch iron shots. How about that?
Yeah. How many years was that extension? This Cubs being cheap again. Probably won't even be able to hold on to Pete Crow Armstrong after he goes for, what, 30 homers, 30 steals this season? Yeah, not concerned about Ohtani. Not concerned about Ohtani. All right. Well, believe it or not, Rex, even players like Ohtani goes through slumps. You'll probably look at Ted Williams' career, and he'll have some slumps too. It's just part of the game, man. But obviously, players of that caliber, you're not worried about it. Other players, maybe you're like, this might not be a good sign. But alright, I've got water. I've got plenty of supplies here for this break. Plenty of penny sleeves. Grab one more thing, and then we'll be ready to go.
just a complete roller coaster of a day. It was very tricky out there, and we almost felt more like the US Open than the Masters at some points, just with the run plastic and stuff. But yeah, just really enjoyed it. From the double on one, from the double on 13. So ironic as well. I got to my locker this morning and I opened it up and there was a note in there for Michael Cabrera. And just wishing me luck. And Michael Cabrera was the player I played with in the final day in 2011. So just it was a nice touch and a little bit ironic at the same time. It's been 14 long years, but thankfully I got the job done.
Hardest job of his life, no doubt about it. So, most of them wrote his word was a Masters winner. Stafford made 3 back in 1982. Rory makes 4. So, in the 2008 US Open, if I'm not mistaken, Tiger maybe was 3 or 4. Right? 4 moments in 2008. And he also made 3 eagles, as Rory did this week in winning the Masters.
All right. Let's do it. Good luck.
This week. So it's a 3 major championship for Rory McIlroy. Most men's major victories for players currently under 40.
Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com coming at you with a full case of 2024 Panini Select Baseball. It's a 12-boxer. It's pick your team 2 all-card chip. There's the whole case right there. Sort of a longer break, so settle in and good luck. So here on a Sunday, the 13th, the day in which Rory McIlroy won the Masters and is now has the career Grand Slam. Adam Copperman with a bunch of teams for Last Spot Mojo. Thanks to him. Thanks to everybody. If you have a rooftop next to your name, that means you won that in the team random. This means Brian won a spot in the team random in the filler for the filler and then got the ace. So you get what I'm saying. There you go. All right. There's everybody right here. There's the case. Good luck, everyone. Just before the video, Rex was talking about how P. Cole Armstrong, I guess, turned down a $75 million extension and then had a 2-homer night tonight against my Dodgers. Yeah, I guess he's betting on himself, Rex. I guess he believes that he's going to have a huge season. All right, so here's what we're looking for here. 2 autographs, 1 memorabilia card per box on average. Jeremy's saying Major League Baseball, he's stopped these teams from deferring money for years and still make these teams pay up and not kick the can. They are paying because so it's not like I think a lot of people are like, oh man, wait till that bill comes due for the Dodgers and all the other teams are deferring money. But the way that it's been collectively bargained, I'm fairly certain that the teams have to put the money in escrow somewhere. They have to put it in an account somewhere that they can't touch. Just so they'll have that money afterwards to pay. So there's no risk of... So the Dodgers are paying the salary. It's just not going to... It's just not going to Ohtani right now. But Major League Baseball agreed to it, though, Jeremy. That's part of the collective bargaining agreement. So Major League Baseball and the Players Union looked at it and said, yeah, that's allowed. So Major League Baseball agreed to it as well. So yeah, all these terms, all these rules that Major League Baseball have, they all have to be agreed upon by both the league and the Players Union. And a lot of people mischaracterize it as a loophole. It's not a loophole. It's something that all teams can use to their advantage. All right, so just in the interest of time, like this Kobe Mayo right here, 61 out of 199 is going to go to Jeff and the Orioles. We're going to set that aside right here, and I'm going to sleeve those up for the sorting and shipping team after the break. So just so the video will be a tiny bit faster. All right, here's a nice Jacob Wilson going to Brian and the A's. 2-color patch, an autograph, 10 out of 35, RPA, and I'll do a recap at the end of the break as well. There's Drew Gilbert, 41 out of 49 for the Mets. Here's Jackson Churio, nice, and a Adrian Santana relic that's going to go to Tampa Bay, and that will be for Tyler and the Rays. Here's an Alex Clementi, 50 out of 99. So we'll restock our blank cards right here as well. Now, stuff that's a little bit more notable, like this James Wood. Silver for David, we'll sleeve right away. That's a Premier Edition. I think there's only 3 tiers, right? Concourse, Premier, Field Level maybe? And of course, a tricolor Jackson Churio, Mike with Milwaukee. That's concourse level, right there. Yes, yeah, Rex, correct. I think teams still have to pay the deferred money somewhere else. You know, and I think that was specifically in the collective bargaining agreement. So, like, you know, teams can't pretend players will still get their money eventually. The Bobby Witt Jr. to 199, that will be for the Royals. That's going to go to Bennett. And the Pee Wee Reese, old Dodger, going to Jorge. But I don't know if they can write that money off on taxes. I don't know how that part works. Here's a Ethan Salas, 004 out of 149. I think it might be an interesting case study. Actually, let me finish this box first. There's Maui Ahuna, 15 out of 99. Diamond Action Signatures will be for the Giants. Adam with San Francisco. And the Sean Sullivan to 149 will go to the Rockies. That'll go to Zachary. We got a gold, Connor Norby, 6 out of 10. That will be for Brian and the Fish. All right, low-numbered cards we'll take care of right away. Skeens, right here. Phenomenon insert. Here's the Big Hurt. Here's a Caminero that we'll sleeve up later on. And a Pudge. So nice start. Obviously, Skeens parallels I'll take care of right away, but just the base Skeens we're going to avoid.
This real quick. 25-foot whale washed up on Huntington Beach.
Oh my God. Is that real?
Yeah.
That got far up. That must have been high tide, maybe? That got far up the beach.
Yeah, I don't know if they moved it already.
Oh, it looks like they moved it already, but that's crazy.
25-foot whale washed up.
No, an interesting case study for I guess the tax world is when Ohtani gets his deferrals. Are they gonna, when he gets paid, what if his residency is somewhere else and not in California? So I think there might be some tax stuff that might have to be hashed out at some point. I don't know what California tax law is regarding that. But when Ohtani starts getting checks, 10 years after he retires, right? What if he moves back to Japan? I don't know what the tax implications are for that. So California's wondering, are we gonna be able to tax any of that at any point? So that might be something interesting to look at. But I don't know if the teams can get taxed off that. I do know that, you know, teams can pretty much invest that somewhere. And, you know, I think teams like the Dodgers will probably actually, you know, make more money off of that than they do paying out Ohtani. Which is what every team can do, but they don't want to. Here's Jim Palmer to 199 for the Orioles. Here's a Jackson Chourio numbers card. More gold. Pete Rose. 7 out of 10. Love seeing a lot of gold here. That's going to go to Scott and the Reds. Picked up the Reds straight up. 12 out of 99. Cade Horton. It's going to go to the Cubs. The guy ripped a ball out of... Oh, I did not see that moment, Rex. Yeah, you're going to have to... Rex, you have to keep me posted on all of the goings-on in baseball over the past 4 days because I've only been watching the Masters and consuming Masters content. Another Sean Sullivan. Here's a Jacob Wilson. Rookie relic for Oakland. Brian. Chad Dodd knows a little thing or two about taxes. Deductions for the Dodgers are created when he is paying evenly over the life of the contract as he is playing. Wait, so do they get deductions? Only when he's playing though? When he's not playing they don't? There's a Jackson Merrill rookie card for the Padres and a diamond action signature. That's Ricky Tiedemann. That's going to go to Coppola and the Blue Jays.
Get started at TrueGreen.com. Now available at CarlsGolfLand.com. The new Titleist GT medals.
We had a Yogi Berra here to 149. And a Bruce Bochy. That's going to be for Scott and the Rangers. 11 out of 99. Nice, great career for Boch.
Bank of America invites kids 6 to 18 to golf with us as we support the next generation, finding out what's possible.
Oh, so the Dodgers will get deductions, huh? $70 this year and every year he's playing under the contract. Couple things here. And remember Adam Jones? He was pretty good. All right, so we got a couple Skeens cards. Here's a turbocharge insert, the Caminero. The Robert Hassel for David is going to be out of 99. And this Skeens right here, all of these will be going to David and the Pirates as well. We're going to sleeve all those up after the break, just to save myself a little time. Jacob saying the Trout situation was a little different because because they ruled the ball was already in the stands, so fans have free reign to go after the ball even if the players are reaching. I'm probably wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what the explanation was from the umps. Right, I think that would be the difference, right? Maybe they already declared it a foul ball while Mookie's ball was still technically in play. Gotcha. So Chad's saying they don't get a deduction when they actually pay out the contract unless there's different rules. It needs to follow the matching principle. It must be crazy doing taxes for like a Major League Baseball team. Yeah, it's gotta be complicated. So Trout's glove was close around the ball and the guy ripped it out? Well, Trout didn't catch it first though, right? I guess I'll have to watch the play. All right, onwards.
This game opens up doors no matter who you are, no matter where you come from. It's a game that can bring people together.
Here is Rhett Lauder to 199. That'll be for Scott and the Reds. And here is Adrian Santana, Tampa Bay Rays. That's going to go to Tyler. More gold, and it's Colson Montgomery gold to 10. 2 out of 10. Adam and the White Sox. And here is Braden Taylor, 44 out of 49. And here is Ching Ming Wang, 11 out of 149. That's for the Yankees. That's going to be for Matt Smith. Here's James Wood, rookie card for David. So Brock Wilken. And we've got a Dustin Pedroia autograph, laser show. That's going to go to Jacob and the Red Sox. 33 out of 35. So he caught it, closed his glove, and the guy pulled it out of the glove? Frank's also saying Trout met the fan and his son after the game for a meet and greet and an autographed ball for them. There's a Caminero rookie card. Miles Naylor, 99. Here's a Pedro Martinez to 199. Mets edition. That'll be for James in New York. And here's a Kevin McGonagall? Like Professor McGonagall? At Hogwarts? 33 out of 49. Maybe no relation there. Detroit. That'll be for Michael and the Tigers. All right, another box. Halfway through the first half. We're about 16 minutes, so yeah, I think about an hour, right? 15 minutes per 3 boxes. Oh, because the guy was apologetic when he realized it was Trout he was fighting for with the ball. Yeah, the heat of the moment when a foul ball comes your way, all logic goes out the window. So what was the rule? Jacob was saying that the ruling was a foul ball then. Maybe the umps got it wrong. All right, another box. There's a Marcelo Meyer, 17 out of 25 tie-dye. That's going to go to Jacob. Love those tie-dye looks. Remember, these tricolor ones are not numbered. That Albert Pujols. There's Dion. Number all card ship here. McCovey, 83 out of 149. That'll be for the Giants. That's going to go to Adam. Got the Giants. And here is James Wood, rookie relic. Some nice color there. There you go, David. Got the National straight up.
9. Oh, excuse me, no 9. My 9 iron on 11. Thank you. I just tried to hit a draw in there and started.
39 out of 49.
That's not what I saw. And I did the same thing on 17. Had a fine straw. Just went dead left on me. Gotta get better. More improvement.
There's Ralphie Velasquez. That's going to be 10 out of 49 for Cleveland. That's going to be for Frank. All those Jackson Merrills are going to go to Nancy and the Padres. And here is a Xavier Isaac. Tampa Bay. Tyler with Tampa Bay. Okay. Regular topplers on my left. Nice. And this Cameron Arrow will go to you too as well, Tyler. There is a... Also, that'll be a randomizer at the end. Someone's going to get all those Bud Selig cards, whether you want them or not. There's Rhino to 199. Cubs, that'll be for Jeremy H. There's another base Skeens. Thomas White to 149. That's for Miami. That'll be for Brian. And we got a Francisco Velorio autograph. Purple parallel. 32 out of 35. That's going to go to the Yankees. That'll be for Matt Smith. And look at that. Nice tricolor Paul Skeens. This is the kind of stuff we want to see. David with the Pirates. And there's a red turbocharged Bryce Matthews to 99. That's going to go to Aaron and the Houston Astros. Yeah, I'll have to look at that Trout outfield incident. Bryson DeChambeau annoyed that Rory didn't talk to him all around? Rory was just in like Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods mode. He was trying to win the Masters. Not there to chit chat. All right, another box. We got Carson Wisenhunt to 49. That's going to go to Adam and the Giants. Got Emmett Sheehan for the Dodgers. That's to 199. That'll go to Jorge and the Dodgers. And this Evan Carter relic, rookie relic, going to go to Scott and the Rangers. Scott Anderson. I think we got a couple Scotts in this break. Scott Eckert and a Scott Anderson. 19 out of 99 on that. Another base Caminero for Tyler. Jonathan Classe. And a silver Jackson Merrill. That's going to go to Nancy and the Padres. And that is concourse level. And the autograph is Jack Leiter. Purple rookie auto for the Rangers, Scott Anderson. 27 out of 35. Jacob Wilson and a redemption. So the Jacob Wilson for the A's to 199. And the redemption is Jackson Chourio. That's Mike. Mike G picked up the Brew Crew straight up. Congrats.
Why settle for what's possible? When you can push beyond the imaginable.
Milwaukee.
Wandering minds, when golfers lose their focus.
Here's a Roman Anthony. 35 out of 49 for Jacob and the Red Sox. Most scouting publications have him as the number one overall prospect going into the 2025 season. There's a George Brett. And the Brett is 30 out of 149. That'll be for Bennett and the Royals. All right, box 6 of 12. Let's see. I think all games are a final today. We're getting into a really good part of the sports calendar, ladies and gentlemen. Got NBA playoffs. We got the start of the baseball season. Stanley Cup playoffs are going to be underway. Giants beat the Yankees 5-4. Jung-Hoo Lee with 2 homers. Interesting. I guess we never really saw what he could do last season, what he's capable of. But if he could be like a 20-30 guy, 20 homers, 30 stolen bases, he's got a pretty high average too. So the Giants wouldn't mind that. He's got a lot of speed in the outfield, so he's got a good glove as well. In extras, Blue Jays beat the Orioles 7-6. I guess a Miles Straw infield single was the difference maker. Yandy Diaz had a solo homer in the Rays' 8-3 win over the Braves. Royals beat the Guardians 4-2. And we'll go through some of the other games in the next ball. Ooh, Zebra, Bo Jackson. These are short prints. That's going to go to Bennett and the Royals. Nice. This guy knows. Bo knows. Here's a Tony Gwynn. /99, Nancy and the Padres. Brady House /199 for David and the Nats. And here's a tie-dye, Bryce Eldridge. It's for Adam and the Giants. 7 out of 25. Love the tie-dye. It's definitely a signature of this select product. Always looks nice. Here's a red Noah Schultz to 149. It's going to go to the White Sox. That'll be for Adam. And a Jackson Churio Premier for the Brewers. There's a Xavier Isaac to 149 for the Rays. And here is another one for San Francisco. Maui Ahuna. That will be for Adam and the Giants. It's one of his Last Spot Mojo teams. 70% of the time, Last Spot Mojo hits all the time. There's a purple Silas Arduin. Also, different orange team. I was going to say Giants, but this is Orioles. Jeff with the O's. There's Brady House. 20 out of 49. That's going to be for David and the Nats. Another prospect coming up the ranks there. Supposed to be pretty good. There's a Tekoa Roby to 199 for the Cardinals. That's going to go to Greg. Red Adam Wainwright, 148 out of 149, also for Greg and the Cardinals. A nice little color match. And a Paul Skeens autograph. There you go. David Millell picked up the Pirates straight up and is rewarded with a red auto. 81 out of 99. Nice. Congrats. All right, we are halfway through this case. Second half coming up. So last night Thomas pulled a Ventura auto. Nice. When we were talking about needing to see a Nolan Ryan, we talked about that fight many times. What we're talking about that being the best fight ever. Best baseball fight? Yeah, the Nolan Ryan Ventura fight has to be the best on-field baseball fight, right? There was a time that Tommy Pham hit Jock Peterson, but I think that was before. It was pregame maybe. Oh, what do you guys think? What are some of the best baseball fights? Yeah, the Rougned Odor Bautista, that's a pretty good one. There was a fight, I forget who it was. Jose Ramirez, Tim, was that even a fight? Didn't Tim Anderson square up to punch but didn't land a single punch or something like that? There was one where I feel like there was this Reds relief pitcher wanted to take on the entire team and then ran away. I feel like that was kind of a funny fight. All right, here's some more tie-dye. It's Bryce Eldridge. That's 6 out of 25 for Adam and the Giants. Here is Evan Carter to 199. It's going to be for Scott Anderson and the Rangers. And here is a Carson Williams autograph for Tyler and the Tampa Bay Rays. That's right. Amir Garrett. That's exactly who I'm talking about. Thanks, Tyler and Jacob. Here's Jacob Gonzalez for the White Sox to 99. And a Drew Jones Piece of the jersey going to Nancy and the Snakes. That was kind of a funny fight.
Where failure isn't just a possibility, but inevitable.
So many big hopes this week, out of bounds. It sucks I'm not here for the weekend. All these people are here for me and they want me to do well.
Here's a nice tricolor Jackson Merrill going to Nancy and the Padres. Amir Garrett, that was a good one.
Would have to be laid bare. Some athletes need to fill a hole. Rory needed to lose to find the answers.
Who was the Giants reliever who threw at Bryce Harper? Because he gave up he was on a completely different team, but he gave up a homer to Bryce Harper in the playoffs like 2 years before. And he was at a point in his career where he wasn't really a good relief pitcher, but he had held on to that for that long. And I guess was determined to hit him next time he saw Bryce Harper. Here's another tricolor Jackson Merrill and a gold Tommy Troy, both for Nancy. Snakes and Padres. I think one of the funnier things was, I think it was like a John Boy breakdown or something. Here's Gunnar. Oh, flipped around for no reason. It's Colson Montgomery to 199. I think Buster Posey was the catcher. And like you can kind of tell that Buster Posey wasn't too eager to get into the fight. And usually, you know, guys are backing you up, but it was almost kind of obvious that Buster was like, please don't do this today. Here's Mike with the Brewers, gets the silver Churio. And there's a Kendall George tie-dye autograph. 13 out of 25 going to Jorge and the Dodgers. Nice. Could be part of the future. Hunter Strickland. There you go, Tyler. Spot on. Yeah, Hunter Strickland. Bryce went after him. I think he threw his helmet at him. He was furious. Here's an Austin Wells, 60 out of 99 for the Yanks. That's going to go to Matt. I do not remember that one. Javier Baez hit a homer off of Amir Garrett. He was swinging the... What? Amir Garrett was swinging the bat at Javier Baez? All right, empty box right here. OC Baseball Collector, Redondo Beach resident. Nice to see you guys here. Yeah. We've been doing this for a little while. Streaming on YouTube. We're also on Instagram and Fanatics Live. Group breaks, personal boxes. Have you been to the store? We're open Tuesday through Saturday. All right. Next box. Good luck, everybody. There's Jacob Mizorowski, 38 out of 199. I'm going to go with that for now. That'll be for the Brewers. That's going to go to Mike. Here's another numbers, Jackson Merrill. There's Roberto Alomar. That'll be to 149. Padres for Nancy. And here's a silver Skeens. Silver Skeens. Silver Skeens. It's going to go to David and the Pirates. And that is premier level schemes.
That's the slot. Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry.
Interns.
And we got Hurston Waldrop, rookie relic. That's going to be for the Braves.
See you tomorrow.
Bank of America invites kids 6 to 18 to golf.
And that's going to go to Scott.
Support the next generation, finding out what's possible in golf and in life. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America.
Want the effects of Viagra, but faster?
Oliver, what's going on?
They contain sildenafil and tadalafil.
Nice, you have been to the shop. Nice, yeah, we do these group breaks nightly. Always a good way to see some previews of products maybe you're interested in, etc., etc.
I promise to put your interests first. Always.
I promise that our
33 out of 149, James Wood.
best investment decision
Ooh, piece of candy.
perception of your money and your life where we can make the biggest difference.
Top loaders here. But Baez hit the home run, then was swinging the bat back and forth with both hands. Like he was brandishing this bat as a weapon against Amir Garrett.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads.
Well, if you buy a box, that would be on our Instagram channel. If you follow us at Jaspy's Breaks on IG, we've got a live stream there right now. That's where we do personal boxes. But yes, you can buy a box, and whoever the host is that night will open it for you when you're in the chat, and then you can pick it up
That's why I use ZipRecruiter to hide it.
as well,
This feature called Zip Intro.
or we can mail it to you.
I chose the time and it did all of the work.
There's a turbocharged Skeens and a white parallel Jackson Churio. Mike with the Brewers. It's 91 out of 99.
But the camera quality was so good, I wound up hiring four.
60 out of 75, Dylan Cruz, jersey and autograph. David with the Nats. Nice break for you, David. You got the Skeens, you got the Dylan Cruz.
It's the first major of the year for the LPGA Tour.
There's Drew Jones to 149.
Big swings, bigger savings.
There's another Skeens. Here's a Pedro Martinez, purple to 99. A Jackson Churio, another Skeens. Jackson Merrill, blue Jackson Merrill, Luis Baez. Diamond Action Signatures, that's going to go to Aaron and the Astros. There's a nice Jackson Merrill right there for Nancy. $199. Remember, we'll sleeve all of these after the break just to save a little time on the video here. Yeah, Jason does personals. You know, Jason does personals a few nights a week, I want to say. No, he's on Instagram 2 times a week. And then on YouTube a couple times a week. And on Fanatics the other couple times a week. I honestly don't know. I don't even know when you come in.
I'm here the same days as you, besides Sunday.
Yeah, and then who does IG?
Jason works Monday on Fanatics, Tuesday Instagram,
Okay.
Wednesday Fanatics, Thursday Instagram, and Friday on here.
Right. There you go.
And Joe is Sunday through
Thursday
on
only on YouTube.
And I'm Monday through Friday only on Fanatics.
But tonight you're on Instagram.
Yeah.
Because you're covering for Clay, who usually does Instagram on Sundays.
Yeah, and then Thomas does Fanatics on Thursdays, YouTube on Saturdays, and Fanatics on Sundays.
And then
Clay does Fanatics Friday, Saturday, and Instagram on Sundays.
There we go. And
Yeah.
then
I know everybody's schedule.
and then Teddy.
Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday,
Saturday? Instagram?
Yeah.
There you go.
Bang.
Oliver says hi.
Hey, Oliver. And then Ricky and Jeff.
Oh no! Bam, you were in the shop on Wednesday? Oliver says he was talking to your brother's baseball coach today.
Oh, nice.
Who currently coaches his son.
I have no idea who his coach is, though.
Who's the coach? Is it Skip Schumacher? Or one of the Garcia Parra brothers? Here's Kemp Alderman to 99. And we've got a Colt Keith rookie autograph. Nice. That's going to go to Michael in Detroit. Oh, Bam, sorry I missed you. Ah. Roberto Clemente, 73 out of 199. Bam, sorry, man. Yeah, I don't get to the shop until like just before 3 local time. Here's a green Wainwright, which should be out of 5. That's a train whistle. St. Louis, that's going to be Greg. All aboard the Big Hit Express. Woo-woo! Always nice to get low numbered cards in kind of a bigger base set like this. Oh, good. I'm glad. So you got to get some hats and stuff. Great. Here's Papelbon to 149. And here's Bernie Williams. Tie-dye. That's going to be for Matt and the Yankees. 5 out of 25. There's a base Paul Skeens, Stan the Man Musial, Jackson Merrill, Deion Sanders to 199 for the Reds. That's going to go to Scott. And here is Adiel Amador. Rockies. That's going to go to Zachary and the Rocks. JV coach at Redondo. Here's a Bud Selig. That's going to be part of that randomizer at the end. Here's Greg Maddux to 99. James Wood rookie card. Ken Griffey Jr. to 99. And an Owen Cassie relic for Jeremy and the Cubs. Yeah, I think he did, right? Amador just got called up. Speaking of coaches, you see where David Ross is going to manage Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. I'll be honest with you, Rex, when I saw that comment out of the corner of my eye, I initially read that as Diana Ross is going to coach Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. And I was like, that's an interesting choice. Well, David Ross better not screw it up, Rex. We need one of those World Baseball Classic titles. After the disappointing loss last time around. Ah, Oliver, nice. Oliver saying Diana would have been a supreme selection. There you go. Oliver, how about Rory McIlroy with the Masters? Long time coming. Here's another Luis Tiant autograph. Red Sox. That's going to be Jacob. Here's an Aiden Miller, 55 out of 199. I think he's supposed to be kind of up there on the Phillies prospect list. There's another Paul Skeens phenomenon. Here's a James Wood rookie card. Ricky Henderson, RIP. Jackson Churio base. Ernie Banks, let's play 2 to 149. And the Noble Meyer, very noble. Going to Brian and the Marlins. I know. Rory tried to lose it so many times, Ben. But I feel like I've not been invested in this in a major golf tournament like this in a long time. But like, you know, you're hearing all these crazy stats. Anybody outside of the top 10 after the first round. Only 2 people, I think, outside it has ever won the Masters. I think it was both of them were Tiger Woods. You know, anyone who's had more than 2 double bogeys, or at least 2 double bogeys, has not gone on to win the Masters. Rory had 2 double bogeys in the first round, and again in the 4th round too, today's round. But Friday, Saturday shoots 66s. Just some amazing stuff. Here's Brock Wilken for the Brewers, Mike. But other times he would have just collapsed, but no, just a Herculean mental effort, I feel like, this time around, especially today. Here's a Marcelo Meyer tie-dye to 25. Nice. Jacob with the Red Sox. And Justin Rose chasing down Rory in the final round. Rory missing that putt on 18, forcing a playoff. It felt like Pinehurst all over again last year. Also, if you told me that I could see a playoff, right? But if you told me that I thought it was going to be like Rory Bryson playoff. If you told me it was going to be Rory Justin Rose, I would have been like, get out of here. Yeah, so many people after round 1 really happy that they didn't bet Rory, but yeah, now they got egg in their face. Can't believe he missed that putt on 18 though in regulation. Yeah, I want to see what the ratings are going to be like. This might be one of the highest, you know, I mean, sports TV ratings in general are down because of all sorts of reasons. Right? Us, YouTube, streaming channels, blah, 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 blah. But I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of the more higher rated Sundays at the Masters, you know, in a number of years. Rory's, I think, I don't know, casuals tune into the Masters, right, Oliver? I know golf in general is not getting huge ratings, but I feel like Sunday at the Masters is kind of something that even casual golf fans, I mean, you're going to have to be a golf fan to some degree, but that even casual golf fans will kind of turn on the TV and keep an eye on. And the storylines are right. You know what I mean? Rory hadn't won a major in, over 10 years. He's never won the Masters. It's all he needs for the career Grand Slam. One of only 6 players to do it now. So it's a pretty huge achievement. Here's Miles Naylor to 199. There's a Pete Rose and a Junior Caminero rookie card. And a silver Jackson Churio. Nice one for the Brewers. Mike.
So Gene Saracen, 35 Masters, first try, hoping that his only crack at the opening for Newski. He wins the career Grand Slam. He was 40, the oldest to have ever done it. Rory now the second oldest. Jack took 3 tries finally at Muirfield at the
Right, Bam saying I had some mates that don't like golf watching today. Yeah. I think story, yeah, you need names. Phil, Tiger, Rory, kind of drama. That does move the needle for people. People will tune into that. Here's James Wood. David and the Nats. Nice numbered card there, 28 out of 149. Here's Roman Anthony. Piece of the jersey that's going to go to Jacob and the Red Sox. Yeah, today was very good for golf. I agree. They really need to figure out all that, you know, get those live guys back to in the fold somehow. Because, you know, yeah, Bryson does move the needle.
this week in the coverage on this set. And Jack has joined us yet again. Jack, thank you for hopping on this evening. Just curious, what did you think?
And there's a Heston Kjerstad rookie auto for Jeff G and the Orioles. Nice. A couple injuries giving Kjerstad a chance to prove that he's an everyday player. There's a Mickey Mantle and another redemption. The Mick to 149. And the redemption is Jackson Merrill. This is a nice break. This is going to be for Nancy and the Padres. Nice. There you go, Nance. Won that in the Philip. I'm also wondering when those live contracts go out, like there's Kevin Parada, the Devil Wears Parada to 25. That'll be for James and the Mets. When those live contract runs out, what's going to happen? They're going to re-sign them for like $1 zillion? All right, I think I saw this Golf Central Jack Nicklaus interview already, so that means they've replayed this. Am I going to watch the Masters again? They're going to have a replay on CBS.
Again, there's an alley, there's a window. The target is actually a short bunker at 12.
Well, we are in golf major season, and as Oliver's mentioning, we are going to be in another good part of the year, the NBA playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs. Here's Jace Bofferin. That's going to be to 99 for the Blue Jays. And the last box coming up, believe it or not. Yeah, Lakers T-Wolves in the first round. Yeah, I think that is a bit of a tough one. It's definitely going to be a challenge. Empty box. But I think they can pull it off. Yeah, NFL draft coming up too, right, in a week or so. Yeah, Clippers Nuggets is going to be interesting. Nuggets firing, pulling a Memphis. Except they Nuggets cleaned house. They got rid of their GM and the coach and the GM. Apparently they were fighting for a long time. They were never seeing eye to eye for the last couple years or so, and they're just like, you know what? We're gonna eject both of you, is what they said. Yeah, Clips Nuggets should be fun. Yeah, I'm glad that we're finally at NBA playoffs. That's definitely an exciting part of the year. Maybe Kings, yeah, maybe Kings winning their way out of the play and then getting smoked by OKC. Oh no, there's Bryson putting it in the water. There's Aaron Judge to 149. Yankees. I'm loving that the just like the Frozen song, for the first time in forever, the Lakers are actually going to get a little break. I think anytime they've been in the playoffs, it's been through the play-in spot, and it's been a bit of a challenge for them. You know, with as old as LeBron is. Here's Jace Bowen to 99 for the Pirates. And here's a Joey Lopefito. Rookie relic for Toronto. That's going to go to Coppola and the Blue Jays. And the autograph, we've got Andrew Painter. It's another, along with Aiden Miller, another up-and-coming prospect for the Phillies. Adam with the Fightin' Phils, Last Spot Mojo. There's a James Wood Sensations insert. There's Adrian Santana to 199 for Tyler and Tampa. We got Bud Selig. That'll be part of that pile up there. And here's Emmett Sheehan. And that will be for Jorge and the Dodgers. Here's a Brandon Maia Sensations Red to 99. That'll be for Matt Smith. We got a Noah Shanuel tie-dye to 25. That's for the Halos. That's going to be for Adam. And that, my friends, is that. A Chase Dollander at the end for the Rocks. There you go, boys and girls. Nice little break. Let's randomize the Bud Seligs to somebody. And then we'll do a recap.
Make something happen.
All right, so let's get some new dice. Here's some new dice, new list. Let's gather everybody's names, 1 through 30. And the name on top will get those Bud Selig cards after 2. And that's going to be Adam. We'll get those extra Bud Selig cards. And here's the recap, boys and girls. There you go. Thanks, everyone, for getting in. This is a pretty nice break. Jackson Merrill, Heston Kjerstad, some James Wood. All right, it's a nice tie-dye here. The out of 5 Wainwright. More Jackson Merrill. Dylan Cruz jersey and auto. All right, Silver Skeens, tie-dye autographs. Out of 10 Tommy Troy's. More tie-dye. Love the zebra print. Bo Jackson. Jackson Churio for the Brewers. Got a tricolor Paul Skeens. Nice color patch in that James Wood. Gold Colson Montgomery. Boch. Gold Pete Rose to 10. Connor Norby to 10. And, of course, the Jacob Wilson RPA and the Paul Skeens red. Fun break, boys and girls. Thanks for watching. Thanks for breaking with me. I'm Joe, and I'll see you next time for the next break. Bye-bye. All right, done and done. TJ, what's going on? Yes, we are doing well. Yeah, best tournament of the year, the RBC Heritage, with the Lighthouse. No Rory in the field, though. I don't think he's going to be doing that one. That's a tournament that has Tommy Fleetwood written all over it, I feel like. I think he's gotten close before. He needs his first PGA Tour win. Yeah, Eric, let's keep working on that photogenic box. 27 more spots. I see a lot of orders coming in, so we're going to see what those are all about. Looks like that another select break is coming up pretty soon. Yeah, you might be a little bit biased on that. I wanna. That's a place. I think we've talked about this before, Tej. Like, I would definitely wanna get down there someday. I don't know when. Someday though. Get down there, play around there. Maybe watch the tournament there. Looks very pleasant. Every time I watch it, weather looks good. I'm like, man, that sounds like a fun spot to hang around. Oh, nice. That sounds like I gotta get a. I definitely have to get a little bit better before I start spending that kind of money on that course. But goals, golf goals. I have done. I go to a golf sim place that's near my place, and I go there just to practice and stuff. And you know, they have courses on those, you know, on those simulators. And I've played TPC Scottsdale, and then, but it's kind of weird because in the sim, they don't. Like that 17th hole doesn't have the arena built around it, all the bleachers built around it. So it just looks kind of weird, and you're like, oh right, that's what it actually looks like when people are playing it, not when the PGA Tour is there. The labels for this. Oh, it was already taken down. And it looks kind of weird, right? It looks like you have way too much space, which is actually probably a good thing. Then you start recognizing how good those pros are. All right. Hey, listen. It's not about the score. It's It's about did you have fun or not? I mean, if you did, mission accomplished. All right, Coppola picks up the Royals in 3 and 4. George gets a few spots in Leaf Ultimate. Oliver picks up a spot in Leaf Ultimate. Bennett picks up the Padres in number 4. Absolutely, TJ. I'll definitely will not be shy about that when that time comes. Thanks for the offer too. Appreciate it. All right, Bennett with the Padres in 4. I think Todd already has him number 3. Matthew picks up 2 in Leaf Ultimate. Which will be... I got to sleeve up all these cards. This break actually took a little bit longer than I thought, but let's get that started maybe at the bottom of the hour. DY picks up the Phillies in 3 and 4. George picks up the Reds in number 3. Nice, big team off the board. Coppola picks up the Blue Jays in 3 and 4. Tree picks up a full spot in the 15-box Hit Parade mixer. Multi-sport mixer. We're a little ways away on that, but hey, keep plugging away at it. We appreciate it. Can't get to the last spot until we get to the next spot. Tree also gets 2 in the mystery crate filler. That's almost full. And Jorge gets the socks. Gets a pair of red socks in number 3 and white socks in number 4. And gets the A's in number 4. Nice, thank you. Oliver picks up the Guardians in number 3. Eric picks up the Twins in number 3. By my count, I have 3 teams with me? Oh, got one more order here. And that's Mark with the Mariners in number 3. And number 4. And the Twins in number 4. Alright, so believe it or not, we got another select down to 3. $70 Angels, minus the 30% off. Discount applied in the cart. $35 Marlins with 30% off. And then take 30% off the $50 Cardinals. And then we can add another select to the schedule. Before I do that, let me sleeve all these. Is that where I have to fly in? Savannah? To get to... Yeah, where does everyone fly in? If I was a pro golfer, I could just take a PJ. Oh yeah, and then Savannah, and then Hilton Head's right there. Okay, yeah. What's the weather looking like there this time of year? On TV, it looks great. Should be a decent field too. I think it's a signature event, right? So it should get most of the guys from the Masters field out there. Definitely the ones that were cut. Just use the JASPY's, PJ. We're gonna have to sell a lot more select cases than this, Bam. We got to be way past Pick Your Team 3 if we're gonna start looking at investing in the JASPY's, PJ. We got a little ways to go on that. Best time of year. I would imagine it gets mid-70s. I imagine it gets pretty humid in the middle of the summer. Mid-70s sounds really nice. We do sell singles. I don't know what the most valuable card is. Our stock is always changing. People are always buying cards, you know, and Nick is always out and about buying cards and replenishing our stock. So I don't know what the most valuable card is at the moment. I would look, but we put them away each night. We lock them up for security purposes. Like last time I glanced in the cabinet, I feel like there was like a... We must have some Ohtani's there that are up there. Thanks, man. Yeah, I feel like we have a fairly, you know, modern-looking card shop. Very different from what you might think of as a kid. I guess a lot of the shops nowadays are kind of have that sort of vibe to it, but yeah, I think got some nice showcases set up out there. Good lighting. Good lighting is important. A retail store. A lot of eye candy. A lot of boxes, blaster boxes, packs that you can buy. Retail packs, Pokemon. We can have a little golf. Some soccer. Star Wars. Oof. Yeah, summer. I remember my grandparents used to live in Fayetteville when I was a kid. We lived there for a handful of years. And yeah, the summers, I would imagine closer to the water and further south, I feel like. Yeah, it feels like and I've been to Orlando in the summer, so I know what that kind of humidity is like, so can't imagine that it'd be too far off. But I like that. 70s, no humidity. Sounds delightful. Shorts and t-shirts during the day. Maybe a light hoodie at sunset, maybe wind picks up a little bit. Sounds nice. Right, yeah. We got 2 TVs out there, a couple nice big Big high top tables. Yeah, it's a lot of people hang out here and we'll rip boxes. There's like a good solid hour after school lets out. Got a ton of kids that always come to the shop every day. It's really cool. I mean, I know it's easy to get cynical about the hobby when, when all, people are complaining in Facebook groups and message boards all the time. There's a lot of negativity in the chat sometimes too, and some other places, so it's easy to get, I know, and things are expensive. We get it, but it's easy to get cynical about the hobby. But I don't know. Yeah, Oliver, you come to the shop, right? It's completely different vibe. Like, when you look at it from our retail store level, I mean, there are kids in here every day. After school, they all ride their bikes from school and they drop them in front of our shop, and they're pooling together their allowance money, and they're buying packs or splitting blaster boxes and stuff like that, and like the hobby feels pretty strong from that standpoint. Oh, right, or as that one person would say. And that's what those kids are, Rex. Oh, we're not even going to mention his name, Rex. It doesn't deserve it. Jacob gets the Marlins in number 3. Matthew gets the Angels in number 3. And now we just need someone to get the Cardinals, and we can put, and then we can put another select break on the schedule. Is that going to be George? Yes, George. Check that. George gets a different red team. He gets the Reds in number 4. He has them in number 3 as well. All right, so I'm done sleeving everything here. Labels are printed. A little more space for myself because we've got another select break on the horizon. Right, you might find a celebrity in the store. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com coming at you with a quick one-box break of 2024 Leaf Ultimate Sports. Random number block break number 76. That's how it works right there. Very big thanks to this group for making it happen. Ed, George, Oliver, and Matthew. Appreciate you guys. And there are the numbers right there. Let's roll it, randomize it. 1 and a 5, 6 times for names and numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and once more, 6th and final time. Are they really? There's Oliver down to Ed. Oliver's saying Clippers playoff tickets really cheap. Think Ballmer's worried about that? How much are Lakers playoff tickets? Here's 1 and a 5, 6 times for the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, Oliver with 4, Ed with 5, George with 1, Ed with 2, Matthew with 3, George with 9, Ed with 7, Matthew with 8, George with 6, and Ed with 0. 0 gets any and all redemptions, including 1 of 1 redemptions. And we'll pause the video just for a little bit to see if there's any trades, and then we'll have this one box break, so stick around, be right back. Wait, Tribute's only 4 boxes a case this year? It used to be 6, right? Wow, you bought 2 tickets for $80 straight from the Clippers? Bomber can't be happy about that.
That's that scoreboard I was telling you about. As you walk up 13, it's impossible not to see it. It's right behind 18. When you hit the balls, it's not just the balls, it's the players' hole-away shots or hole-away shots or hit-rate shots here in the corner. It's when they change the scores on those giant boards. Everyone around reacts. It's so much fun there.
He's left himself a beautiful, safest angle, just 86 to the horn.
It's a little long, a little left. Oh, really? Oh, my goodness.
Can't explain it.
Terrible pitch at 2. They chucked it left with a pull. I thought he would use that bang on the left this time.
Well, he had to be looking there. He had to be looking there. He's blocked this 30-foot shot. Miles.
Guess he does want the place filled, but I'm sure he's looking across town and seeing what Lakers tickets are like. Can't believe Rory put that in the creek. I thought that's where I thought he blew it. I was like, oh my god, that's it. That's the meltdown. I haven't been yet. I gotta go. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. No deals were done, and the list remains the same here in break number 76. All right, let's dig out the relic first. And that's going to be a triple player, 3 out of 3 trios. Tom Seaver, Nolan Ryan, Gaylord Perry. All game used. Some old school pitchers here. That's going to go to Matthew and the number 3. And all aboard the Big Hit Express. Whoop, whoop. And here's Johnny Bench, 23 out of 25. Nice Johnny Bench. That's also going to go to the number 3, Matthew. And the final one here is a redemption. And by now you should know who the redemptions are. I think it's only a couple players. Steph Curry. Woo! Ed Aarons with the Steph Curry Ultimate X signatures. I think those are the acetate cards, the see-through cards. Nice. Congrats, Ed. There you go, gang. It's a fun little leaf break. Got another box in the store. Check it out, jaspyscasebreaks.com. I'm Joe, and I'll see you next time for the next break. All right, done and done. Quick one. So Lorex's saying Cubs fans are melting down now because Steele is out. Justin thinking the season is over just because of Steele. Well, yeah, with or without Justin Steele, that's a first round playoff exit for the Cubs anyway, right? So what were they? What are Cubs fans thinking?
This could be a 3-shot swing. Rory misses and Rose makes. Everyone crossing. Certainly giving himself for his small mistakes over the last few balls. Watching Rory struggle here at 13.
Crack the labels on this.
Well, he's told us that he's dealing with adversity so much better.
Is that select sold out?
$2 to finish on Thursday. 15 and 17.
No, it's not just like me, Rex. I think Dodgers are pretty confident about, fans are pretty confident about what the Dodgers are capable of. Nobody's worried.
To just go for it today. All of a sudden you have to play back.
Especially the way shots at 5 and 7s. Everybody went the 9-9s through the trees, over the trees, was so happy.
Right.
Bouncing around and so aggressive. And yes,
Yeah, it's not just me. Oliver too. You talk to Dodger fans out here. They're fine. Even the people that are calling in on the post game shows on the radio. No one's. Usually that's where you see the first signs of panic. No one's panicking. Not even on sports talk radio.
I gotta say, I don't mind the strategy on the tee shot and the second shot. That wedge is unexpected.
All right, so the next leaf break is loaded up, so you'll catch that soon. Wow. No one's taking the Cardinals yet? I thought this break would be sold out by now, and people would be like, hurry up with that leaf break, Joe. Got select to do. Oh, I'll set up the spreadsheet. Eric Leo got the Braves in number 4. Nice. $5 random number block. I mean, what might come to that.
Rory now still at the board. And that's what I was talking about. They've posted the double and they've posted the birdie, and now everyone knows, including Rory.
That's kind of crazy. Some of you may or may not know. I'm rewatching the Masters 4th round here, but some of you may or may not know that cell phones are not allowed at the Masters. Well, if I did a random number block, Oliver, I would not do the 30% off. You'd get it at full price. I might even add another $5 a spot to it. But you can't take cell phones there. So you only when they change the leaderboard by hand, by the way, is the only way you know who's moving up and down if you're not following the group. So they'll change the numbers here. So like they'll put up. So Rory goes from 13 to 11. So people know that double bogeyed that hole. So there's huge crowd reaction whenever that happens. So there it is, Cardinals left. 30% off. Sells out the break.
Attacking for par 5. Another one lost right. Takes a touch the bunker. Better angle, one check for that. Finish third 16. 30 bogey. Put some perspective as we go to 14. Tee shot from McElroy. Freeze pushing right. Swing to the wedge back at 13. Everyone here is stunned. McElroy having a share of the lead with Justin Rose.
To most people, this is just a regular shot. But to the 10-year-old girl who has her own dreams of one day making a name for herself in the game of golf, it's opening a door that could change her world forever. Bank of America supports everyone determined to find out what's possible in golf and in life. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America.
All right, here's the case. Yeah, the international shipping is always difficult.
McElroy makes his way to his tee shot at 14.
can't get that back if you don't get a hit. I know there's some international customers, especially, for example, like Select. Like, if they don't get, like, a single hit, or if they don't get something that they like, they're like, you know what? Just donate everything and then, you know, give me back my $35. Brendan, nice. Brandon Matthews picks up last spot mojo a couple minutes ago. Great. The star next to your name. All right, we did it, gang. Another one in the books. Looks like all anyone wanted was just a little haircut on the price. All right. Good luck, Bam. Yeah, I mean, hopefully some big hits to justify it. All right, so what time is it? We're at the 45-minute mark. So 2024 Select Baseball 12 box. Pick your team number 3. By the time I finish the break, finish sleeving everything, doing all that stuff, maybe we'll be ready to do something here. Listen, I'll tell you what. If this sells out, I'll do it. But it has to sell out by the time I finish Select. You know, because then it's another hour break, which pretty much brings us to the end of the evening, right? 11 o'clock LA time, 2 a.m. East Coast. Whatever time it is in Australia. In Western Australia specifically, or Eastern Australia specifically. Western Australia is complete. I don't even know how many hours that is. $1:45 p.m. Monday. So Michael will do pick your team 4 for you if it sells out by the end of pick your team number 3. And then I will go. I'll go home early.
I'll do it.
Nothing happened over there.
No, there's zero videos.
Oh no! What are they doing? Watching the replay of the Masters like me? There's like, who's this weird guy, Michael? We want Clay?
Yeah, seriously.
Just looks like Fanatics Live is your only audience. That's where you get peak Michael JASPY. Instagram, they just want Clay. They just want Clay and Teddy. That's all they want. All right, Bam's in the future, by the way. Whoa, Carlos. Carlos picks up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams at number 4, leaving the Diamondbacks for last spot mojo for somebody. So yeah, you got to force me to do this. Otherwise, I'm gonna be like, it's too late. Breaks takes a long time. You know, blah blah blah. And I'll start making all these excuses. We'll push it till tomorrow. It'll be one of the first breaks of the day tomorrow. You know, don't let me do that. You know, someone buy the Diamondbacks right now, and let's just get it done. Fanatics doesn't want people buying out of internationally? Oh, you're watching a stream out of the UK. Some people, huh? Yeah, I guess if they don't want to ship internationally, it is pretty expensive. All right, so you know what? I'm gonna hold this break until we sell it out. So that way I can just line up 3 and 4 back to back. And if this sells out right now, right, that covers the rest of our evening. Right, Carlos, nice. Gets the Diamondbacks. Last spot mojo, done. Ouch, ouch. Did you shoot me with a Nerf gun? Oh, the golf club. Thank you, Carlos. All right, so break 3, break 4. Then whenever we finish, it might be a little bit overtime, but... So our night is spoken for. Thanks, everybody. So for those of you who don't want to stick around for these select baseball breaks, I'll be back tomorrow, 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern. So thanks, everybody. A couple more public service announcements. Always make sure you're watching live. If you got into a break last week, you're wondering, hey, where's my stuff? What's the process? You can check our shipping updates Google spreadsheet. As always, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. And every once in a while, we'll send you a discount code in our text messages. I think we only send 3 to 5 a week, maybe 3 to 4 a week, not a lot. But we usually give you kind of some updates on what we've posted, what's going on the website on any given day, and every once in a while some discount codes that you can take advantage of. All right, let's get rolling with this. Yeah, we certainly did. I was a little concerned with our slow start, but we definitely finished strong. All right, good luck, everybody. Break 3 and break 4 coming up back to back. All right, let's get some hydration here. We got enough supplies for this break. Let's roll down the volume a little bit, and good luck. Hi, everyone. Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com coming at you with another case of 2024 Panini Select Baseball. Pick your team number 3. All 12 boxes. Big thanks to this group right here for making it happen. Oh, you know what? I accidentally turned off my monitor. There we go. Monitor is back. And here we go. Thanks for spending a bit of your Sunday with me, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty exciting Sunday. Rory McIlroy winning the Masters in a playoff. To get the career Grand Slam was the last day of the basketball season. So I think now all the seeding and stuff has been set. Stanley Cup playoffs are going to happen soon. NFL draft is coming up soon. So we got another great season of sports coming up. So hang out with us, chat sports with us, pop open some cases with us. We'll hang out all summer long. Because we're still kind of in the spring, right? right, box one. Here we go. So in the interest of time, at least for the video itself, we're gonna sleeve all the cards that need to be sleeved after the break. Obviously, hits and autographs I'm gonna sleeve and top load right away, and like, you know, cards that are like out of 10 or whatever and lower. You know, parallels of Skeens rookie cards or any of the other top rookies, you know, we'll obviously take care of right away, but just base editions we're just gonna set aside and sleeve them after the break. That way the time of the video will be a little bit shorter. All right, and here we go. Ryan, you can tell if they're all the different levels by the back and by the front. So all the concourse levels will have this design. Right, there's Mel Ott. That's premier level. That's for the New York Giants, by the way. So the premier level looks like that. And diamond levels are actually fairly rare. So the premier have that design right there, but you can also look on the back. Concourse, and Concourse James Wood, 90 out of 99. David and the Nats. And there's Adiel Amador. Rookie auto for the Rockies, Zachary with the Rocks. Someone was mentioning earlier that they just got called up recently. Here's Pudge, premier level to 199. Here's a base Concourse Caminero. That's for Tampa Bay. Remember, these multicolored cards are not numbered. Base Jackson Churio. That's a Phenomenon insert. There's another Caminero, premier level. All of those going to Coppola and the Tampa Bay Rays. And we've got a Starlin Caba. That's Diamond Action Signatures going to DY and the Phillies. So Dylan Cruz. All card chip, of course. So in case I slide past something, don't worry. As long as you see it, you're going to get it. 48 out of 49. That's Willie Mays. That's for the Giants. That's going to go to Kevin. There's a Sensations Skeens. That's all those Skeens are going to go to Greg and the Pirates. There's Eddie Murray to 199. That's going to be for Jacob and the Orioles. And here's a Braden Taylor, Selective Swatches. That's for Coppola and Tampa Bay. You're welcome, Ryan. Tie-dyes are a nice hallmark of this set here. Raleigh Fingers to 25. That's Brewers. That's going to go to Rick and the Brew Crew. All right, nice start. One down, another one to go. You know, I'm not finished going through the MLB scoreboard when I was going to the first case. There were some people in the chat, and we were chatting. But we can go through those scores again. Giants beat the Yankees 5-4. Jung-Hoo Lee, 2 homers. He could be an interesting speed power guy for the Giants and for fantasy baseball. Blue Jays beat the Orioles 76 in extras. Miles Straw had an infield single that knocked in the winning run. Rays beat the Braves 8-3. Yandy Diaz had a solar homer. Royals beat the Guardians 4-2. And Michael Garcia had an RBI double today. Reds shut out the Pirates 4-0. 2 hit the Pirates. Ellie De La Cruz had an RBI single. Marlins beat the Nats 11-4. Matt Mervis and Kyle Stowers apparently had some big late inning hits for the Fish. Astros beat the Halos 7-3. Itzhak Paredes had a second inning homer for the Astros. Red Sox beat the White Sox 3-1. Trevor Story, a homer to extend the lead. Looks like he's feeling good, feeling healthy. Twins beat the Tigers 5-1. Byron Buxton had a solo homer for the Twins. Cardinals shut out the Phillies 7-0. 3 hit the Phillies. Jordan Walker had a 2-run homer. A's shut out the Mets 8-0. Brett Beatty, RBI triple for the Mets. All right. Next box, tie-dye Paul Skeens. Greg with the Pirates. That's the kind of stuff we're looking for here. 20 out of 25. That is sharp.
Second that starts well, underneath one leg, he rises and turns over. 207.
Here's Mariano Rivera to 199 for the Yankees. That's going to go to Matt Smith. And a Bobby Witt Jr., a selective swatch, going to Coppola and the Royals. That was a great shot by Rory. Here's a Bobby Richardson. Old Bobby Richardson going to Matt and the Yankees. And a redemption coming up. Here's a Starlin Cava to 79. Brock Porterhouse stake to 199 for the Rangers. Starlin Cava will go to the Phillies. That'll be for DY. Scott Anderson has the Rangers. And the redemption is, bang, Jackson Merrill. Signatures red prism. Todd Wood with the Padres. Aiden Miller, remember these tricolors not numbered. Here's Yachty to 99. That'll go to Brendan and the Cardinals. Emmett Sheehan for the Dodgers. That'll be for Jorge. That's to 149. All right, another box down. Another box to go here. I haven't heard this Masters gallery be this loud in a long time. Not quite Tiger Woods volume, but still loud. All right, away we go. Blue Jose Perdomo to 199. That's going to be for Jacob and the Braves. Here's Jacob Mizorowski to 99. That's going to go to the Brew Crew. That'll be for Rick. And here's Ricky. Wanbin Cho to 199 for the Cardinals. There's a base Paul Skeens. Chase Dollander. Jackson Merrill base. And a Adiel Amador. Got a bit of the Rockies pinstripe in there. It's going to go to Colorado. That'll be for Zachary. And of course, we'll do a recap at the end. Here's an Aiden Miller for Philly to 149. It's going to go to DY. And Adam Wainwright, 30 out of 35, jersey and autograph. Brendan with the Cardinals, last spot mojo. 70% of the time, hits all the time. The country music sensation, Adam Wainwright. And here's a Gunnar Henderson, 78 out of 99. Jacob with the O's. I think this is what the design that the Jackson Merrill redemption is going to be, San Diego. Todd, in case you were wondering. I think that should be it. It's Phil Rizzuto to 99. Jackson Merrill numbers. Arjun Namala, nice little color match there for Toronto. That's to 199. It's going to go to Coppola and the Blue Jays. And a Blake Mitchell for the Royals. That's going to go to Coppola. And we got a Jacob Gonzalez diamond level. We seen some of those diamond levels be die cuts as well. And that's why I do that check. Sometimes those packs can slide underneath there. All right, another box. Here's a Sensations Red Paul Skeens, 53 out of 99. Greg and the Pirates. That looks really cool. Bobby Witt Jr. red to 149 for Coppola and the Royals. And we got a Andrew Painter. DY and the Phillies. 9 out of 35. We got Giovanni Rodriguez to 199 for the Mets. And that's for James. And here's an Adrian Santana for Coppola and the Rays. Juan Marichal to 99 for Kevin and the Giants. Bryce Matthews to 25. Tie-dye? Yes. 3-color patch. And that's going to be for Houston. That's going to go to Aaron. By the way, it's those horizontal card, landscape mode cards that are diamond level. There's a Colson Montgomery. Aaron Judge red to 149. Turbocharged Skeens insert. And another box. Oh, yeah, I have not, Rex. I know I will at least get Cubs news out of you that I haven't heard this weekend. I've been watching the Masters. It's been golf. Playing golf, watching golf. Having a couple glasses of wine and then maybe buying golf clubs too. I got a little courage. Cubs are already talking to Tucker about an extension, $400 to $500 million. Wow, that might do it. Man, imagine if they'd locked up Kyle Tucker with that $400 to $500 million extension, made a deal to upgrade their they could add a Sandy Alcantara or somebody to that rotation. All right. NL Central's not super scary. All right, next ball. Ooh, nice blue Junior Caminero to 199. It's going to go to Coppola and the Tampa Bay Rays. I'm sure he'll get some Rookie of the Year consideration this year. Red Jace Boffer also going to Coppola and the Blue Jays to 149. And here is a Harmon Killebrew. Selective swatches. That's going to go to Eric Leal and the Twins. That was a putt from Justin Rose. Silver Caminero, and we've got a Ricky Tiedemann. Toronto, Coppola, Blue Jays. Silver Caminero is not too bad, concourse level. Got Max Anderson to 149 for Detroit. That's going to go to Kevin. And we got a Spencer Arrighetti autograph for Aaron and the Astros. 93 out of 99. Base Paul Skeens concourse. And a tricolor Paul Skeens. Nice. Pirates, Greg. Premier level. Dylan Head, turbocharged red to 99. That'll be for Miami. Jacob. Base Jackson Merrill and a Jackson Churio. Orange Austin Wells to 49. That'll be for Matt Smith and the Yankees. All right, another box in box 6. So Hector Gomez, Insider was talking about it. Insider for who? Tucker is looking at a 10 to 11 year deal worth anywhere between $450 and $500 million. Gomez notes that the deals are agreed upon. There will be 3 major factors in Tucker's deal. No deferred money, no opt-out clauses, and a full no trade. Wow. I mean, seems ambitious for Kyle Tucker. Especially the no trade clause. There's Sean Sullivan orange. That's going to be to 49. That's going to go to Zachary and the Rockies. We got another tri-colored Paul Skeens for Greg and the Pirates. Oh, yeah, I think I've heard that name before. MLB Insider. Yeah, I don't have no idea about his reliability, but it seems like oddly specific things, you know, to be made up. You know what I mean? Ken Griffey Jr. to 199 for Seattle. That will be for Mark. Caminero and Amador to 99 for the Rockies. And a Connor Norby for Jacob and Miami. And that Caminero will go to Coppola, of course. Pedro to 149. Mets edition. Here's Dylan Cruz for David and the Nats. That's to 49. Giovanni Rodriguez. That's to 199 for the Mets. James Wood purple. Nice, 97 out of 99. And a Bobby Witt Jr. jersey and autograph. Coppola. And the Kansas City Royals. And we'll never be Royals. 49 out of 99. And there's a purple James Wood. Ooh, and a zebra. Wow, nice. Zebra Roman Anthony. Who many publications have him as the #1 prospect. It's going to be for Jorge and the Red Sox. The zebra short print. Concourse zebra. Might flip these around. Sometimes those cards get stuck there. Sebastian Walcott to 199 for Texas. That's for Scott Anderson. And a Maui Ahuna for Kevin and the Giants. Yeah, well, now that what were his health injuries last year? You know, were they kind of freak injuries? Did he get like hit in the hand with a baseball and fractured his hand or whatever? So if they're not like sort of conditioning related injuries or, you know, stuff like that, degenerative injuries, and maybe the years could be worth it. I feel like he's a tad bit on the older side for a 10-year deal, but I guess if you want to secure the service of a player, I feel like a lot of teams are forced to take contracts into the late 30s, early 40s. Maybe that's just the way it is now, but if he hasn't his healthy, so you don't know how long he'd want to gamble on his career? You mean the team, right? Think teams are going to gamble on that for him to have a 10-year career? Fractured right shin. How did he get that fractured right shin? But no deferred money I get. No opt-out I get as well. That's a lot of years without opt-out. That sounds like, I don't know. The no trade, that's the rough one. 10 years for no trades? Here's Jackson Merrill to 149. And behind him, an autograph. That's Dylan Head, Miami. It's going to go to Jacob. Fouled the ball. So maybe he just... That's kind of an unlucky injury. So maybe that's not indicative of future health. I don't know. You never know. It's gamble with everybody, right? Some are unluckier than others. Padres, that's going to be for Todd and the Friars. Here's another tricolor Paul Skeens and a Heston Kjerstad to 99. That's going to go to Jacob and the Orioles. And another Pirate, another Skeens for Greg. Adam Wainwright to 199. And Sebastian Walcott autograph. Scott Anderson, Rangers. Jackson Churio base. Pedro Martinez orange to 49 for the Mets. It's a bit of a color match, I guess. And a tie-dye Ichiro, Yankees edition, going to Matt. 17 out of 25, premier level. Nice. Caminero, Phenomenon for Coppola and the Rays. Jack Leiter, Glavin, Salas. Steve Garvey for Jorge and the Dodgers. That's to 199. And a Tommy Troy relic for Rick and the Diamondbacks. How old is Kyle Tucker? And Brock Wilken. All right, another box. Padres 2 hit the Rockies. They shut them out 6-0. Jose Iglesias capped a 4-run inning for the Padres. Diamondbacks beat the Brewers 5-2. Alec Thomas had a 2-run RBI single for the Diamondbacks. I think he's another one of their sort of youngsters that are coming up the ranks. Cal Raleigh, big dumper, got a homer for the Mariners. They beat the Rangers 3-1. And the Cubbies beat my Dodgers 4-2. Pete Crow Armstrong, 2 homers on his... Has he played at Dodger Stadium before as a Cub? I don't know. But his parents, he's from around here. His parents were in the stands. Said a bunch of his friends were in the stands too. Turned 28 in January, got it. So someone's going to pay him $45 million a year until his age 39 season. With a full no trade, here's Roberto Clemente to 149. James Wood. And Felnine Celestine reveals another Maui Ahuna for Kevin and the Giants. I mean, now that Vlad Jr.'s off the board, maybe he's just like, well, who's the other? Here's a Celestine to 99 for Mark and the Mariners. Like, what other big free agents are there this offseason? It's Nick Lofton to 49. It's going to go to Coppola. So maybe he's just like, hey, if I'm the only big name free agent out here, let's shoot for the moon. There's Josh Noth to 199. Marcelo Meyer to 149. Skeens turbocharged insert. Base Jackson Churio. And an out of 25, Evan Carter tie-dye autograph. Scott Anderson and the Rangers. Love the tie-dye look. Austin Wells to 149. Tony Gwynn to 49. Padres, Todd. Caminero Sensations. Dylan Cruz. And a Brandon Maea. Yankees, Matt Smith. Eric Batanti to 199. Brewers, that'll be going to Rick. And a premier level Skeens. Another box. Dylan C., Zach Gallen, Framber Valdez, pitchers. Other notable here, Walker Buehler, Michael King, and Alex Bregman. So all pitchers except for Bregman's a free agent? I thought he signed like a 3-year deal with the Red Sox. Or maybe he has an opt-out after this year? So yeah, maybe Kyle Tucker's like, hey, there are not too many hitters on the market. Good time to get paid. It's close enough though, yeah. The list still had Vlad on that list, but it's still close enough. All right, onwards. Here's Zach Veen to 149. That's going to go to the Rocks. That'll be for Zachary. And the autograph is Brock Wilken. It's going to go to the Brewers. Rick with the Brew Crew. Alex Clemeny to 49. There's Bud Selig. He'll represent the non-MLB team. I think it's only Bud Selig, but in case there's others, we'll randomize that to one person in the break here. There is a Colt Keith rookie auto. Kevin with the Tigers. Admiral Uribe, 105 out of 149. Brewers, Rick. Coach Prime. And some gold. Gino Groover. Diamond level gold, 9 out of 10. Rick with the Diamondbacks. Let's groove tonight. There's Ozzie Smith, 99. That'll go to St. Louis. That's going to go to Brennan. Baseball Skeens. Boch to 199 for the Rangers. And an Owen Cassie for the Cubbies. Let's be Jeremy H. with the Cubs. Base Jackson Merrill. And a Kemp Alderman. 3 boxes to go. I'm on the MLB trade rumors, Doc. Not a lot of crazy news except for that Justin Steele news. He's out for the rest of the season. Tommy John. I guess Ryan Bliss is going to miss 4 to 5 months. No really big news over the last few days or so. I guess Braves are going to activate Spencer Strider on Wednesday. Trevor McGill undergoes MRI on knee. Not Mets pitcher McGill. Mariners not currently listening to offers on Luis Castillo. Oh, might not be full Tommy John. That I guess could shorten the recovery time a little bit. I guess the Dodgers and White Sox previously discussed a Luis Robert trade. Interesting. Enrique Bradfield Jr. to 149 for the Orioles. It's going to go to Jacob. And here is Francisco Velorio for the Yankees. That's going to be for Matt Smith. There's a Rhett Lauder for Cincinnati. It's for George. That's to 49. Old Dodger Pee Wee Reese, Junior Caminero for the Rays. Jacob Wilson, that's to 199. That's for Jorge and the A's. Heston Kierkegaard. Adrian Santana to 49. That's for Tampa Bay. Coppola. And that's a Premier Jackson Churio. That's for the Brewers. That's going to go to Rick. And a Luke Keyshaw. Tie-dye, 17 out of 25, Twins. That's going to be for Eric. Eric Whale and the Twins. And a Bobby Richardson, 11 out of 49, autograph, blue auto for Matt and the Yankees. Luis Angel Acuna to 199 for the Mets. It's going to go to James. And a Joey Loperfido. Rookie relic going to Coppola and Toronto. Red parallel. 29 out of 99. All right, just 2 boxes to go. And guess what? Another case coming up to close out the night. Well, the report's from Bob Nightingale, so we've got to take that with a grain of salt. And I don't know when these trades discussions were happening. Dodger White Sox previously engaged in trade that would have sent center fielder Luis Robert to L.A. in exchange for outfielder James Outman and an unnamed frontline prospect, according to a report from USA Today's Bob Nightingale. Nightingale notably adds that the talks between the sides have been tabled at present, however, and it is unclear whether these discussions occurred recently or at some point during the offseason. Thanks, Bob. Although, I feel like the Dodgers were connected with Luis Robert at some point last year. As a sort of reclamation project, maybe try to get him healthy and stay healthy. Right, yeah. It was reported back in December that Robert was among the number of possible alternatives to Teoscar Hernandez, in case they were unable to re-sign Teoscar, but I'm glad they re-signed Teo. All right, second to last box, the penultimate box. And away we go. We've got a red Braden Taylor to 149, Coppola and the Rays. It's Aaron Judge, purple Joe DiMaggio, there he is. The nation turns its lonely eyes to you. Woo, woo, woo. Do, 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 do. Jorge with the Roman Anthony relic. Red Sox. Another base Caminero. A tricolor Jackson Churio. For the Brewers, Rick with the Brew Crew. And we got a select diamond action signature, Jacob Gonzalez, White Sox. It's going to go to Jorge and the White Sox. And an Evan Carter and a Bruce Bochy, both going to Scott Anderson and the Rangers. Boch, red to 99. 69 out of 99. Nice. The lime green Evan Carter is to 49. Nice tricolor James Wood and a blue Evan Carter to 49. David will get the James Wood tricolor rookie card. Phenomenon Jackson Churio. Colin Hawk to 199 for the Yankees. All right, final box coming up. Alman's hearing that, praising God that didn't happen. Alman might be happy with that actually, Rex, because he would get starts and he would be on a proper major league contract instead of being in the minors, with really no path to the majors at this point unless someone gets injured. I'd rather be in the show than be in AAA, even if it is the White Sox. Right, yeah, he can hang out with Vargas. Chicago's a nice town to be, you know, professional ball player, young. Although, no, Alman's married, right? Maybe not. What's those Chicago suburbs? Nice place to raise family. You can hang out with Miguel Vargas. All right, final box. Here's Albert Pujols to 99, Cardinals. And the autograph is Emmett Sheehan for the Dodgers. That's going to go to Jorge. Tricolor Bud Selig and a tie-dye Evan Carter. 25 out of 25. Nice one, Scott. I like that. More James Wood. Jackson Churio, that is, for the Brewers. More Jackson Churio. Concourse base. Blue Jackson Churio, 168 out of 199. That's for Rick and the Brew Crew. More tie-dye, Dylan Cruz, David, and the Nats. And a silver, Paul Skeens. Premier level, Greg, Pirates. A Luis Tiant tie-dye. I feel like it's one per case Luis Tiant. Jorge with the Red Sox. 13 out of 25. Gunnar Henderson blue to 199. Jacob and the Orioles. Silver Tamar Johnson, Eddie Cap, Junior Caminero, red to 149. Coppola and the Rays. The Noble Meyer, Miami, Jacob. Person Waldrop, Sensations Caminero, Ethan Salas, and a Johnny Damon, A's Johnny Damon. All right, Bud Selig randomizer, not a bad case here. Bud Selig randomizer and a recap. So let's flip back over here. Let's gather everybody's names, 1 through 30. And name on top will get those Bud Selig cards and any other sort of non-MLB card, if any. 4 and a 2, 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's going to be for Kevin. There you go, Kev. After 6, you're going to get those Bud Selig cards. All right, let's flip back over here. And here is our recap. Not a bad break. Some nice color, some nice autographs, some nice players. Got some gold, diamond level. We've got tie-dyes. We've got a nice Roman Anthony zebra. Got that Bobby Witt Jr. jersey autograph. Some color on the skeins. It's always cool. Silver Caminero, blue Caminero, more tie-dye. Right, Sensations red Paul Skeens, Adam Wainwright, Jackson Merrill redemptions. Some old school guys, some tie-dye Paul Skeens. That's pretty sharp. A lot of good stuff here. There you go, gang. I'm Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com, and I'll see you next time for the next case of Select Baseball. Bye-bye.
Wait, are you Joe from Jaspys?
Which is wait, are you Joe from Jaspys?
Here, I'll sleeve all these for you.
Thanks, man.
Because I'm bored.
Thanks, man.
You have another one to do?
I do. I do. Can't believe Rory put it in the bunker. All cards shipped. Then I couldn't believe how amazing that bunker shot was. And then I can't believe he missed that putt. General Mills should get with Jackson Churro and make churro-flavored Cheerios and have Cheerios sponsor them and call them Cheerios. You know, Rex, of all the ideas that you have shared in all the years that you've been hanging out with us at Jaspys, that's probably the best idea that you've ever had. I am fully on board with this. Even if it's only for like the Milwaukee market. They should make special edition Cheerios. And yeah, I mean, who doesn't love a churro? Doesn't love the sprinkly, sugary, cinnamony sensation of a churro. Cheerios. It's pretty good. Well, Rex, call up General Mills. Tell him to take care of business.
century later, that's true. Disappointing round. 75. Took the lead on the second hole. Nice face.
Can't believe Rory missed this putt. You can hear the groans. People are stunned. Stunned. All right, let me go grab another case, and we'll get another one going. Some more water too, another monster box.
First playoff at the Masters since 2017, where Justin Rose was a participant. They ended up losing to Sergio Garcia. Dean Rose makes a longest putt for birdie at the 72nd. Boy, this was a hair is a little bit hopping. Who made a putt on the ninth green of the par 3 tournament on Wednesday. He could have only channeled back.
You're a hero. Rory missed that putt on the 18th. Unbelievable.
Simulate the tee shot for the face because they're going to go back to the 18th. What did you see there, Trevor?
Just went over the whole way. That's what I was alluding to watching Bryce's putt. I'm hoping that that hit the full way. Seems like it did.
Right. I'll give you credit for the idea, Rex. It's Joe approved, though. Joe JASPY approved.
Just like last time, it was in a playoff in Sergio. And they go 18 with Justin's great memories of his birdie right here.
We see that putt every year. It doesn't get home very often. Marco Vera did it. He was to win it in '98. But we've had since 7 playoffs began in 1979 with a fuzzy win. We've had 11 playoffs. It's been a while, been 8 years. Nick won 2 of them.
Appreciate you hopped on here, bro. Right.
Justin will try to become the oldest player to ever win the Masters for the first time. Not the oldest ever, but for the first time. He comes over, his mom's been here with him all week long. Just when you thought we'd seen all the drama you could handle, more on the way in Augusta.
Every day, somebody, somewhere, chooses to hit a ball with a stick. Sure, we may not all have a natural swing, but what we do have is creativity and a resolve to keep trying until you do something that will shake things up. Bank of America supports everyone determined to find out what's possible in golf and in life. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America.
Why settle for what's possible? When you can push beyond the imaginable.
The Masters is sponsored by AT&T, who believes connecting changes everything. Bank of America, what would you like the power to do? IBM, let's create. And by Mercedes-Benz, drive with precision on and off the course. Soon, playoff will commence back on the 18th tee to settle this 89th edition of the Masters. One of the most suspenseful ones ever. Everything changed with this one shot at 13.
It's one of the worst swings I've seen him make in a long time. So lazy through the ball.
While that was happening, not the close to 16. The 3-shot swing. One time the lead had actually been 4. But then all of a sudden he's down 1. He strikes this shot though in the 15. It was gorgeous. Get away from it. Settled for birdie. Rose meanwhile at 18 after bogey at 17. Put it in.
So he's 10th birdie of the day.
Didn't make the par for the last 8 holes. Rory in the 17.
To get up. Second shot.
Second playoff hole is necessary. It's the 10th.
It's a big decision to make for the patrons right there.
Great viewing line of the 10th. I guess that's what they're thinking. It's really doubtful they've already made that determination. As we get used to it, we're the unexpected unfolding on Sunday. But you said earlier the term head spinning. I I've never seen him quite as experience with this kind of wealth has produced. And 10 million roller coaster.
The seatbelt buckle for this one. So many twists and turns.
They say it's the all-time trolley count in the state of Georgia history. Right here is the best of the street of all time. A lot of people, myself included, have attested that, but there's even thicker air of tension. This playoff is about to begin.
All right. See, are you coming in tomorrow? Oh. So what day are you off? All right. Sorry, I just take a quick little 5 after that. Let's get this going here. Shane saying, as a heads up, I received a redemption card for a 2021 Immaculate Baseball. Turned it in last July, and Panini ended up fulfilling the order? What card was it, Shane? That's awesome. All right, thanks for your patience, everybody. Let's get this one going. Good luck. Hi, everybody. Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Another case of 2024 Panini Select Baseball coming at you. 12-box hobby case. Pick your team, number 4. All 12 boxes. Thanks to this group for making it happen on a Sunday. Thanks to Carlos. He got Last Spot Mojo for the Diamondbacks. We bought a bunch of other teams, too, to close this B out. And thanks, everybody, for making it happen. All right, let's pop this open and see what we got in here. Nice. So speaking of Panini, Shane is in the chat telling us he received a redemption card for 2021 Immaculate Baseball, turned it in last July, and Panini did end up fulfilling the order. A Garrett Crochet triple relic and autograph. That's pretty nice. Yeah, that's why whenever we do older product that have the potential for expired redemptions, that's why we send them and we tell them, hey, give it a shot. Sometimes those will go, the codes will go through. All right, away we go with another one here. We went through baseball scores in the last break. No real significant baseball news that's happening here. Should we look at way too early in the season stats? I mean, players haven't even had 100 at-bats yet. I mean, it's really... But we need something to talk about in this break. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players tied for the lead in home runs. Anyone want to venture a guess to who those players are? There's some names that are surprising on this list. I don't think they'll last in the top for too long, but... Some of them are obvious, some of them are not. All right, so just in the interest of time, numbered cards like this and other like kind of rookie base of the top tier rookies, we're just going to set aside here. I'm going to sleeve them at the completion of this video, after this video, off air, off video. So they will be sleeved up so they'll be safe, and then our sorting and shipping team will top load them and sort them and ship them to you safe and sound. Dylan Head is our first autograph for Carlos and Miami. There's another Dylan Head to 99, also going to Carlos.
There's just a couple key moments where I just didn't swing at my best, and it cost me drastically. And number 8, I thought I hit a great drive.
Colin Hawk for the Yankees to 199, Matt Smith. Rookie James Wood going to David and the Nats. Jackson Churio for the Brewers, that's going to be for Greg. Carson Williams, Tampa Bay, that's going to be for Coppola, Tampa Bay. Of course, I'll do a recap at the end of this video as well.
One of Rory's closest friends over here in the States is Jimmy Dunn, who's a best member. Rory once told the story about how...
Here's an Orange Will the Thrill to 49. That's Scott Anderson and Texas. Tricolor James Wood. Nice stuff like this. Take care of right away. Could be a big name for the hobby this year.
He says, son, that's not what go until next Tuesday. Just go hit every shot. Only like 30 balls.
Starlin Caba to 199. That will be for DY and the Phillies. And a gold, Professor McGonagall. 6 out of 10. Taking those transfiguration classes. There you go. Nice low number on that one. Detroit, Nick with the Tigres. Ethan Salas, tie-dye. Nice. 10 out of 25 for Bennett and the Friars. There's Austin Wells. Rewatching the final round of the Masters, watching the playoff hole here, and when I saw Justin Rose hit that amazing approach shot, which he's about to do right now, I thought it was game over for Rory. Somehow Rory hit an even better second shot. It was amazing. Tommy Edman has 6 home runs, tied with the major league lead, along with Wilmer Flores. DH for the Giants. Names I did not expect. And of course, Aaron Judge has 6, Schwarber has 6, Tyler Soderstrom for the A's has 6, and Mike Trout has 6. Did not expect to see Tommy Edman on top of that on that list. I think he has the most at bats though of all these guys, but still. There's an Arjun Nimala to 190. That's right. He almost holed that shot. I think it hit the cup. Alonzo Treadwell purple to 99 for Aaron and the Astros, and Bobby Witt Jr. for the Royals. Pola. Select swatches. 21 out of 99. Remember those Bud Selig cards don't have a major league team affiliation, so we'll We'll randomize that to someone in this break. There's a Robin Ventura to 199 and a Jackson Churio. Purple Prism. It's going to be for Greg and the Brew Crew. Plenty of time to redeem this one. Got a base James Wood. Got a tie-dye Noble Meyer to 25. That's for Carlos and the Fish. Base Jackson Churio. You got red Jonathan Clase to 149 for Coppola and Toronto. A tricolor Jackson Merrill going to Bennett and the Padres. Bobby Abreu, 23 out of 49. Phillies. DY and the Fightin' Phils. Really, is a Jackson Merrill rookie card, by the way. That's going to go to Bennett. Bobby Abreu, really solid player in his day. I feel like he always killed the Dodgers back then. Him and like Jim Eisenreich seemed to be like just always tee off on Dodger pitchers. All right, another box. Here's a Bud Selig to 99 and a Amador rookie auto for the Rockies. That's going to go to Zachary and Colorado. I think he just got called up recently. I want to see if maybe got any stats to pull up here. He's made about 36 plate appearances. Not much. 1 run, 1 stolen base. 6 hits, 5 hits, a double. But extremely small sample size. He's only had 36 plate appearances. Supposed to be one of their upper tier prospects. Here's an Adrian Santana, 8 out of 10, and a red Churio. Greg with the Brewers, red Churio, 34 out of 99. Adrian Santana, gold. Love seeing some gold. Coppola with the Rays, that's out of 10. Numbers Jackson Churio insert. Matt Shaw for the Cubbies to 199. That's going to go to Jeremy H. And a Sebastian Walcott autograph, Scott Anderson. Chase Dollander, purple. Little color match there to 99. That's for Zachary and the Rockies. Here's the Rory putt in the playoff to win. Tricolor Jackson Churio. Greg and the Brewers. Jace Bowen, blue to 199. Pirates, David M. Professor McGonigal, Detroit, Nick Reason. With the Kevin McGonigal relic. All right, onwards, halfway through the first half of the case. Next box. This will bring us to the end of the evening, so this is our last break of the night. In case you're hanging around wondering if we're going to get another break in tonight. But this is it. But I'll be back tomorrow. It's the beginning of my work week. So I'll be back tomorrow at 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern, Sunday through Thursday. Big win for Rory McIlroy. Now, I guess, you know, every year he'd be like, is this a year where you're going to win the Masters? Is this year going to, you know, for like the last decade or so. When are you going to win another major? Blah, blah, blah. Finally did it. He might rattle off another one at some point this year. Now that question might turn to Justin Rose, who I think has been a second place finisher, including another playoff against Sergio one year, I think. Question might turn to Justin Rose now if he's ever going to knock one out. Justin Rose is a little bit older than Rory. I think the Open Championship might be in Northern Ireland this year. Might be a super chalky pick, but win in Rome. Robert Hassel to 199. That's going to be for David. Person Waldrop to 99. It's going to be for Eric Leal and the Braves. And we've got a Bo Jackson White Sox edition select swatches. It's going to go to Jorge. Here's a Premier Junior Caminero for Coppola. Very Noble Meyer right here. And the redemption. Noble Myers to 199. And the redemption is Jackson Merrill. Got a Jackson Churio, got a Jackson Merrill. This is going to go to Bennett and the Padres. Nice. Just looks like a standard base autograph, but still nice. Chase Petty to 149 for Cincinnati. That's for George. Connor Norby. And we have a Ricky Tiedemann. Rookie auto for the Blue Jays. That's for Coppola. All right, another box. Onwards. To 149, Matt Shaw. Cubs. It's going to be for Jeremy H. Brock Wilkin for the Brew Crew. That's going to go to Greg, the Brewers. Bryce Matthews, blue to 49. More Brewers. Or sorry, Houston, that is. That's going to go to Aaron. Or Elvis Martinez. It's going to go to Coppola in Toronto. That's to 199. Base Caminero going to Coppola and the Rays. And a tie-dye, Will the Thrill, 20 out of 25. Rangers edition going to Scott Anderson. Always had a sweet left-handed swing. Luis Gonzalez, 20 out of 49. Jersey and autograph. Carlos, Diamondbacks, last spot, Mojo.
So right, Trevor.
20 out of 49. 70% of the time, last spot Mojo hits all the time. Brock Wilkin, Brewers to 99. Turbocharged Paul Skeens, that's for David. Jackson Merrill numbers. Junior Caminero Premier base for Coppola. Austin Wells for Matt Smith and the Yankees. And a James Wood relic for David and the Nationals. And Coach Prime. Another box. Not necessarily any. Yeah. I mean, do we have enough stats to even separate any of these rookies early on? I guess this looks like preseason Rookie of the Year odds. After a quick Google search, but I think in the AL, it looks like the favorites started with Christian Campbell, Jacob Wilson, Christian Campbell of the Red Sox, Jacob Wilson for the A's, Jason Dominguez for the Yankees. Those are your Christian Campbell's plus 210, so about 2-1. Jake Wilson plus 250, Jason Dominguez plus 650, and then it jumps to 18-1 plus 1800. Will Warren jumps up to 20-1. Roman Anthony, Cam Smith for the Astros. Jack Leiter for the Rangers. Caglione, even though he's not called up yet, 25-1, along with Nick Kurtz for the A's. Zebby Matthews, Twins. You know, so on and so forth. For the NL, yeah, I think Dylan Cruz was your early favorite, plus 275. Then it was Matt Shaw, plus 375. Sasaki, plus 450. Bubba Chandler, plus 750. Zach Veen for the Rockies, plus 850. AJ Smith-Shawver, 14-1, although I think he just got sent down to AAA. Chase Dollander for the Rockies, plus 1,600. I think he just got called up. Andrew Painter for the Phillies, Quinn Matthews. Some of these players I don't know. Tirso Ornelas, Thomas Sagassi, Rhett Lauder, but I think he's working his way back from an injury. Griffin Conine, maybe. Luis Angel Acuna, 40-1. I think those are some of your preseason odds. Here's Emmett Sheehan, 44 out of 199. That's for LA Dodgers. Danielle with my Dodgers. And here's an Ichiro 5 out of 10 gold autograph. That's Mark with the Mariners. Congrats, Mark. That is nice. That is strong. That is sharp. There's Jacob Wilson. And we've got a nice Aiden Miller Premier Zebra short print. It's going to go to DY and the Phillies. The Phenomenon, Jackson Churio. Jim Palmer to 149. Biggio to 149 for Houston. Chipper Jones to 49 for Eric Leal and the Braves. Biggio's going to go to Aaron and the Astros. Wainwright, Sensation Schemes. There's Jacob Wilson to 149. A's. That's for Jorge. Jim Palmer to 199 for Scott Anderson and the Orioles. And we've got another Mariner Ty Pete for Mark and the Mariners. Ethan Salas to 49. And Sean Sullivan to 99. And a Kendall George relic tie-dye to 25. It's going to go to Danielle and the Dodgers. Slightly thicker card stock here. Looked good at spots during the spring. I think he still has a couple more years of development before he starts knocking at the door. Might get a cup of coffee in September if his minor league season looks good this year. But yeah, I think as of now, still way too early to really start to. We got to see who's going to start, separating themselves from the pack. I just glanced at the home run totals in Major League Baseball, and there's 15 guys, 10 guys tied for first, another 10 or 15 guys with 5 home runs. We really don't see that separation in the numbers yet.
As I said, it's just such an enormous weight to
All right, onwards. Jose Reyes, Mets to 199. That'll be for James. Gunnar Henderson autograph? Yes. Scott Anderson, Orioles. Gunnar Henderson blue. With the blue ink. 19 out of 49. Purple Yvonne Rodriguez for the Mets. That's for James. David Wright will go to you as well. James Wood, rookie silver. David, Nationals.
Everybody is all set down here for the world feed of the Green Jacket presentation.
Connor Norby, 94 out of 99. Rookie relic for Carlos and Miami.
I'm sitting here trying to think of something to say. Well, you know, I don't know what to say right now.
We got Drew Hackenberg, 44 out of 49 for Eric Leal and the Braves. Jackson Churio Sensations insert. And a Jackson Churio diamond level. That's going to be for Greg and the Brewers. Obviously, these are not too common. Adiel Amador to 149 for the Rocks. Zachary, he just got called up recently. Chase Dollander, I think, got called up recently. Ozzie Smith to 199 for the Cards. Chin Ming Wang to 149. And another Ty Pete for the Mariners for Mark.
And we welcome the world to the Butler Cabin here at
15 out of 99.
And this 89th edition will go down as one of the greatest of all.
Got a blue Colin Hawk Sensations insert to 49. That's going to be for James and the Mets.
Our patrons here at Augusta National around the world were treated to an unforgettable Masters, as exciting as we've had in our history.
We're so pleased to be joined by the 2024 winner, Scott Shepard, the 11th, 9th wonders, and 49 new champion.
Well, just what today was amazing. I know you've been in contention often here over the years. Now you're the Masters champion. How does that feel?
It feels incredible. You know, this is my 17th time here. I started to wonder if it would ever be my time. I think, you know, the last 10 years coming here with the burden of the Grand Slam on my shoulders and trying to achieve that. Yeah, we have sort of wonder what we're going to talk about going into next year's Masters. But I'm just absolutely honored and thrilled, and I'm just so proud to be able to call myself a Masters champion.
Rory, what you went through today, the ups and the downs. I mean, you had to, you said just a moment ago, if you went with a good win, the Green Jackets, is it halfway to this round where you had to remind yourself you're still right there after a few circles?
Yeah, I hit the wedge shot in the big on 13. You know, that was, like I did. I really want to draw the points and back from that.
All right. Getting there. Getting there. Pee Wee Reese to 149 for Danielle and the Dodgers. And we have Kendall George. Nice autograph there for Danielle and the boys in blue.
Responded to setbacks. I think that's what I'll take from this week, and you know, couldn't be more proud of myself for that. And being
We got a Yankel Fernandez, 7 out of 25, tie-dye.
Rosie did a beautiful second shot, and then you battered it right behind it. Tell us about how you won it.
Yeah, I had
Ryan Lesko, 249, A's.
it was a little bit of a flatter lie as well, so I knew I had a perfect
Tie-dye, Willie Mays, diamond level, 1 out of 25. That's a cool card. That's going to go to the Giants. Carlos.
Gotta ask you about the reaction because it was as authentic as anything anyone ever seen. Trevor said,
Paul Skeens, Premier Base. Caminero Silver, Kyle Teal to 25, tie-dye. Carlos, Red Sox. 24 out of 25. Big prospect for the Red Sox, and they gave him up for Garrett Crochet. He's on the White Sox now.
Yeah, I would say it was 14 years in the making from, going on with a 4-shot lead in 2011. Feeling like
Caminero Silver going to go to Coppola and the Rays. Here's a nice color match there. Marcelo Meyer to 149. Carlos and the Red Sox.
a moment like that makes all the years and all the close calls worth it. And I want to say hello to my mom and dad. We're back home in Northern Ireland.
Luis Angel Acuna to 199. And Owen Cassie. Jeremy H. and the Cubs.
I can't wait to see them next week. And I just can't wait to celebrate this with them.
you made a lot of people happy here today, Rory. Show a lot of what it takes to be a
And Luis Angel Acuna, of course, will go to James and the Mets.
Scotty, you continue to be a great champion, and we look forward to watching you here at Augusta National. And we're at your Jacksonville many years. I would be honored if you would now place me back in 2035 champion Rory McIlroy.
You can appreciate the little boy from Northern Ireland who went around the world and tried to perfect that game. He won his U.S. Open first. He won the PLS. He won his 114 and 919. His career Grand Slam. That's what they say. We're going on the same day I won my six. Congratulations, Rory. I'm so happy for you.
All right, another box. Nolan Ryan, Mets to 149 for James. And a Junior Caminero, Carson Williams gold dual autograph for Coppola and the Tampa Bay Rays. 3 out of 10. Yeah, a couple of their top prospects on one card right here. Very nice. Nice dual auto. James Wood base rookie card there as well. That's pretty sweet. First dual auto I've seen. Base Jackson Churio. And there's Jairo Iriarte, 25 out of 49. White Sox. It's going to go to Jorge. Drew Jones for Carlos to 199. And we have some sort of boat racing happening here. Is this America's Cup? No, it's Sail GP. Maybe we'll go to some MLB tonight. Actually, let's catch the end of this Formula One race, even though I know what happened. Pudge, Luis Angel, Colt Keith. Rookie relic for Nick and the Tigers.
there it goes down the main straight. This is the battle for third place. Where Lando Norris has been in times.
Zach Veen to 199. Rockies. That's for Zachary. Person Waldrop to 199. For Atlanta, that's going to go to Eric. Willie McCovey for Carlos and the Giants to 149. Sensations, James Wood. Ooh, piece of candy. Sebastian Walcott. That is to 99 for Scott Anderson and the Rangers. And a Maui Ahuna autograph. That will be for Carlos and the Giants. Got some gold showing up here. It's Yona Tong. Jonah Tong, 5 out of 10. That looks like Mets edition. Yeah, he's with the Mets.
Norris's teammate Oscar Piastri continues to lead, and the gap at the end of lap 43 was about 2.5 seconds as George Russell and those soft compound tyres starts to lose a bit of performance compared to the man in front and the two men that are very close to him behind.
All right. Yeah, not bad. Not bad, Rex. This has been a pretty nice case. Jonah Tong, in case you're wondering. Born in Canada, went to high school in Georgia. 7th round pick for the Mets. And their AA affiliate. Just notice this because I have his page up. Jonah Tong's is with the Mets AA affiliate. He plays for the Binghamton Rumble Ponies. Rumble Ponies. That's kind of a cool name. All right. More. William McCovey to 99. Giants. And then we got Connor Norby. Carlos. The Giants and the Marlins. Spencer Jones, Sensations to 99. That will be for Matt Smith and the Yankees. Base Caminero for Coppola and the Rays. Alex Clemmy to 199. That is for David and the Nationals. Got a Jackson Churio Diamond. Jackson Merrill Tricolor. Padres. Bennett. Junior Caminero Blue for Coppola and the Rays. And a Phenomenon Junior Caminero. Nice little color match here. 126 out of 199. Matt Shaw Red to 149. Jeremy H. and the Cubs. The Noble Meyer. Going to Carlos and Miami. Very noble. Silver Junior Caminero, and a Xavier Isaac red autograph. Both going to Coppola. And the Tampa Bay Rays, that's 67 out of 99, and that's a silver premier. All right, 2 more boxes to go. Should bring us pretty close to the top of the hour. We are, this is our last break of the evening, but I'll be back tomorrow, 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern, on a Monday. And, I don't know, maybe, I don't know what else we're going to do tomorrow. I got a lot of good stuff on the site that's really close to filling up, so maybe we can get some of those straggling breaks across the finish line. Where are they racing today? I think Bahrain, maybe? Jacob Wilson, tricolor turbocharged. Brock Porterhouse Stake, 10 out of 10. There's Tamar Johnson to 199 for the Pirates. This is going to go to Scott Anderson and the Rangers. A lot of gold here, I feel like. Which I like. We got a Skeens gold, 8 out of 10. Gold! Nice 3-color patch. Nice low number. That's David and the Pirates. Bobby Richardson. Nice old school auto out of here. Matt. Bobby Witt Jr. to 49. That'll be for Coppola and the Royals. And a blue Paul Skeens and a tie-dye James Wood rookie autograph. Great case. David with the Nats. 1 out of 25. Blue Skeens. Also for David and the Pirates. To 199. Nice box. Nice case. Jace Bowen, Pirates to 149. Caminero, Phenomenon. We made it. 12th box. Good luck, everybody. There you go, Lando. I think Lando does end up getting a podium here. Does end up passing Leclerc. All right, 12th and final box here in Pick Your Team 4. Thanks, everybody, for getting in. Here's how we're going to close it out. There's Albert Pujols for Carlos and the Cardinals. Here is Colt Emerson, Mark and the Mariners.
In reference to Fernando Alonso, who had that problem in practice in FP2, his steering wheel did come off.
We got Brandon Maia from Matt and the Yankees to 49. George Lombard Jr. also for Matt to 149. Got a base Churio. And here is a Colt Keith, Nick and the Tigers. Tiger uppercut. Pete Rose to 149. Base Paul Skeens and a green Blake Mitchell. Yes, 3 out of 5. That's Capola with the Royals. And all aboard the Big Hit Express. Woo woo! Like that. Train whistle on the last box. Jackson Merrill. Paul Skeens Sensations. Jacob Wilson. Josh Noth to 99. And a Joey Loperfido 28 out of 99 piece of the jersey. Capola with the Blue Jays.
So is there a lunch coming up? Maybe into this corner here where we've seen lunches in the past, but not on this occasion. I think he's definitely got to go down.
Ethan Salas, Brock Porterhouse Steak, and Diego Cartaya closes things out. There you go. That is the break. We made it. Let's do a quick randomizer for the Bud Selig. So everyone's got a shot at those extra cards. Nothing too crazy, but you gotta still account for where they go. 5 out of 5 and a 2, 7 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7th and final time. After 7, Eric Leal, you'll get those extra cards, the Bud Seligs, and any other, non-pro team affiliated card, if any. I feel like Bud Selig's the only one I've seen, but in case there was another one I missed. Nice case, boys and girls. Got the out of 5, got some nice autos, some Skeens, that James Wood, gold Skeens to 10, silver Camaneros, other color Camaneros, diamond gold. We got the dual autograph, first one I've seen for those 2 Tampa Bay Rays. Kyle Teal tie-dye, Willie Mays tie-dye diamond level. James Wood silver, Gunnar Henderson autograph. Aiden Miller zebra, Ichiro 5 out of 10 gold auto. James Wood silver relic, Luis Gonzalez, the Jackson Merrill redemption. A lot of great stuff here. More gold, more color. Jackson Churio redemption. Man, a lot of great stuff. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for breaking with me. I'm Joe, and I'll see you next time for the next Select Baseball break. Bye-bye. All right, there you go, gang. That is it for me. I'm going to snap some pictures of some of the nicer hits that we pulled. Eric Leal's going to get the Bud Selig cards. Right, so Eric's got that. We'll close out these lists. It's a long video, so let's get this uploaded. Got it in under an hour, about 52 minutes. Let's print out these labels. Yeah, I'm glad Carlos helped out and really knocked that out. If it was any later, I feel like we would have gone over, which I would have done it anyway. But you know, we did time it just right though. I'm gonna post pick your team 5 right now. So your reward, ladies and gentlemen, for sticking with me to the end is getting the first crack at your teams in PYT number 5. Load up all the teams.
He's got to now keep it within track limits. No, we ran off the third track limits. Black, white, black. No more track limits.
And he's already had 1 5-second penalty tonight for a false start. So he doesn't want to compound that and undo all his good work. He's up into third. The question is, can he get anywhere nearer George Russell?
He's nearly into Russell's DRS now. If only Russell was registering going around the track to see what his sector times were. But it's surely all part of the same problem, isn't it? Russell's car with gremlins and not registering. He's registering a lap time, but not sector times.
And Ted, down to you.
I've got Russell at 1.007 seconds.
All right, so next case is loaded up. So again, a chance for you to get first crack at the team. So if you're a viewer and you're like, man, I never, everyone seems to get the jump on my teams, now's the time. We always try to post these things different times of the day. Usually new releases, Nick will post overnight or early in the morning, our time. But like in terms of fresh cases being loaded up, that always changes. So take advantage of it.
Causing a collision.
I just want to make sure I have all that published before I close everything out. Yeah, so we've got a lot of fun things to work on tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to that. All right, I think that's it for me. Have a great night, everybody. Rex, thanks for staying up and keeping me company through that long break. Anyone else still lurking and listening in the background, thanks for watching, thanks for viewing. Join us tomorrow, 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern. We'll do this craziness all over again. Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye.